The story opens with a sudden storm of system alerts flooding every corner of the world, each one reporting something more bizarre than the last. Along the coastline, fishermen had dragged up a colossal abalone, so massive that even 10 grown men linking arms could not circle its shell. Specialists rushed to explain it away, blaming nuclear wastewater and environmental mutation, desperate to force logic onto something that clearly defied it. In a distant tourist region, an ancient tree went mad with growth, its roots tearing through stone and stretching for kilometers as if the earth itself were being ripped apart from within. The warnings did not stop there. Enormous vines were said to have dropped straight from the sky, as if fragments of legend were crashing into the real world. Underground, subway tunnels collapsed without warning, taking countless lives with them. And yet, most people only glanced at the headlines before moving on. To them, it was just another wave of exaggerated news, no different from that ridiculous zombie bite scare years ago that everyone had mocked and forgotten. Outside a school gate, students gathered in noisy clusters, trading gossip that felt far more exciting than distant disasters. Their chatter abruptly shifted when a familiar figure walked toward them. Chu Qingli, the school's celebrated beauty, drew every gaze the moment she appeared. Whispers spread instantly. Was she finally breaking up with her boyfriend? Many had always believed their relationship was a mistake born of pity. She was already guaranteed a future at the elite Qingqing University, while her boyfriend had failed to even enter an ordinary one. In their eyes, the gap between their futures was already too wide to cross. Chu Qingli stopped in front of Fang Yi and called his name. He turned, meeting her eyes as she spoke in a voice that was calm yet distant. She said she had thought everything through. Their relationship was unrealistic. High school love, she explained, always collapsed once people woke up to reality. Building a life together required more than courage. It required compatibility, and they simply did not have it. For that reason, she wanted to end things. Deep down, she was convinced he had no way to win her back. No matter what he did, it would be meaningless. To her, the decision was final. Fang Yi said nothing. He did not protest. He did not plead. The surrounding students took his silence as proof that the blow had shattered him. After all, Chu Qingli was the most admired girl in school. Anyone else would have fallen to their knees, begging for another chance. In the crowd's eyes, the verdict was obvious. Fang Yi was nothing more than a toad daring to dream of a swan, completely unworthy of someone as radiant and wealthy as Chu Qingli. But instead of collapsing, he simply looked at her with calm, steady eyes and agreed to the breakup. His composure stunned everyone, Chu Qingli most of all. Without offering another word, Fang Yi turned his back and started to walk away. A flicker of panic crossed her face, and she suddenly called out to stop him. He turned slowly, his gaze sharp as he asked what she wanted. With anger burning in her eyes, she declared that no matter what scheme he was thinking of, no matter what tricks he might try, she would never return to him. She wanted him to understand that clearly. Fang Yi stared straight at her and answered with words sharp enough to cut, telling her not to flatter herself, calling her school beauty with cold disdain. Her eyes flew wide, a faint blush creeping up as the meaning of his words hit her far harder than she expected. The students watching from the sides were stunned into silence. No one had imagined he would strike back like that. But Fang Yi was no longer paying her any attention, nor did he care about the whispers buzzing around him. He understood something none of them could. The so-called rules of this world, money, status, education, were already on a countdown to extinction. Everything they relied on was about to be wiped away. Chu Qingli and the others had no idea what was coming. He was no longer an ordinary student trapped in this era. He was someone who had crawled back from the ashes of a destroyed future and been reborn into this moment. To him, she was nothing more than a fading shadow from another lifetime. He left the school grounds without ever looking back. Titles like School Beauty and hollow reputations meant nothing to him now. A far more terrifying storm was approaching, one that would swallow the entire Blue Star. It had all begun the night before. Fang Yi had jolted awake to see strange fractures spreading through the air before his eyes, each one showing fragments of a future yet to arrive. Then the system's voice descended, cold and absolute, announcing that aura recovery had begun. A countdown followed, 364 days, 11 hours, and 59 minutes until full activation. When that moment arrived, the world would be remade. At first, the revelation left him disoriented, but then silhouettes began to form in front of him, and the system calmly explained what they meant. The old society would collapse. A new era would rise. Wealth would no longer matter. Power would decide everything. The age of cultivators was coming. With a slow breath, Fang Yi raised his hand and asked what exactly stood before him. A strange light gathered, and a translucent system window appeared. The explanation flowed into his mind. It was a creation from the outermost reaches of the universe, built from supreme algorithms woven with cosmic secrets. Its purpose was singular: to automatically generate cultivation techniques from the spiritual materials its host encountered. At this moment, his list of techniques was empty. Fang Yi reached forward, and when his hand passed straight through the window, his pupil shrank. In that instant, a monstrous beast erupted into existence, releasing a roar that shook his very soul. His body stiffened as he stared into its open maw, where a mangled corpse lay crushed between jagged teeth. The system's voice rang out, declaring that this was his destined end if he remained an ordinary human, an end that awaited billions across Blue Star. His throat went dry as he swallowed, a freezing chill crawling through his chest. He pressed a hand against his heart, dread rising with every beat as memories from his past life came rushing back. In that ruined future, he had been nothing more than a powerless survivor, dragged along by catastrophe, fighting only to stay alive one more day. He had watched his nation fall, seen his people torn apart, and in the end, he too had been swallowed by mutated beasts. His final moments had burned with despair, rage, and an unrelenting hunger for revenge. Now, staring at the system hovering before him, Fang Yi's gaze hardened with unshakable resolve. So this was the reason he had been chosen, to be sent back 1 full year before the recovery of Aura, carrying a second chance no one else possessed. Slowly, he raised his hand again, this time without hesitation. The world outside remained blind to what was coming, but he was already standing at the edge of the storm. As his fingers touched the fragmented light of the system, he silently swore to seize every anomaly born from Aura's awakening and turn it into his own power. The system immediately began a new assessment. A sharp glow flashed through his eyes as the connection was confirmed. A new path unfolded before him. From this moment on, all of existence itself could become his resource. His purpose was no longer vague. Collect techniques, cultivate strength, and grow powerful enough to stand against the calamity that would soon engulf the world. At the same time, an announcement swept through the city, declaring that humanity was facing a crisis unlike anything in recorded history. The past offered no solutions. Only strength could lead them forward. Panic rippled through the population, but Fang Yi remained composed. When he checked his phone, it was overflowing with alerts. He understood instantly what it meant. The government was neither confirming nor denying the truth, only urging citizens to prepare. This was Xia Nation's quiet warning. In his previous life, reports like these would have been crushed before they could spread, dismissed as nonsense. Now, they were being allowed to go viral. Fang Yi's eyes softened with a trace of sorrow as old memories resurfaced. He knew this restrained method was Xia Nation's way of preserving order, slow and cautious, yet far more humane than the chaos and gunfire that had torn other countries apart. The system's words echoed in his mind. Anything could be used. That meant he had to go wherever anomalies appeared. His gaze dropped back to his phone, where the top trending headline caught his attention. Qingqing University had reported a UV index breaking all records, the highest in a century. Authorities had even issued a heat warning, advising incoming students to take precautions and apply sunscreen. Most people scoffed at it. To them, it sounded like nothing more than a cheap publicity stunt. Even elite universities, they believed, were now resorting to ridiculous marketing tricks. A heat that intense would kill people outright. There was no way it could be real. Fang Yi lifted his head and looked at the sky. Thick clouds covered everything above him. When he activated his UV meter, the reading showed 0. A frown crossed his face. Qingqing University was only 15 minutes away, so how could the difference be so extreme? Yet the images spreading online showed a blazing sun scorching the campus. Officials confirmed that student registration would continue, but warned everyone to avoid the North Gate, where UV levels were dangerously high. A faint smile curved Fang Yi's lips. He knew exactly what this meant. The first anomalies were always mistaken for stunts and hype. To the rest of the world, it was nonsense. To him, it was an opening. His eyes gleamed with anticipation. This was his moment. He changed his clothes and set out for Qingqing University. The streets surrounding the campus were packed with people hiding beneath umbrellas, their faces strained by the oppressive heat. Leaves had already withered and dropped from the trees, scorched dry by the air itself. Fang Yi walked straight toward the North Gate, the one place everyone else avoided. In his heart, he was already certain that something extraordinary was unfolding there. When he arrived, glowing ashes were drifting down from the sky, flickering like burning snowflakes. Students screamed and scattered, fleeing from the suffocating heat that rolled through the area. Fang Yi, however, did not retreat. His eyes fixed on the falling embers, and he calmly crouched, extending a hand to touch one. The instant his fingertip made contact, a blinding light exploded outward. The system's voice thundered in his mind, announcing that a powerful fluctuation of the yang attribute had been detected and that its data template had been unlocked. In the next breath, a torrent of energy slammed into his body, tearing through his meridians with unbearable heat. The radiance pouring from him became so intense that everyone nearby was forced to shield their eyes, convinced they were witnessing some impossible illusion. His clothes began to smoke, then burn, as the raging energy devoured everything around him. Fang Yi clenched his teeth, gripping his head as his body convulsed in agony. The pain was so violent that his thoughts shattered. Had the system even finished compiling? His entire being felt as though it were about to be ripped apart. He knew he was standing on the brink of death. Then the system completed its process. Fang Yi obtained his very first yang attribute technique, the Golden Sun breathing technique. Before long, the day of new student registration at Qingqing University arrived. Within the bustling crowd was Fang Yi's ex-girlfriend, Qingli. As she stepped into the registration zone, a male student hurried over, eager to carry her suitcase. One after another, more boys gathered, each hoping to earn her favor. She dismissed them all with cold indifference, stating she needed no assistance. Her gaze drifted toward a nearby couple, her lips curling in faint disdain, until a sudden burst of golden light ripped through the sky. Startled, she froze along with everyone else as a voice boomed from the loudspeakers, ordering all students to stay away from the North Gate. Qingli's expression sharpened, curiosity flaring as she decided to see what was happening with her own eyes. At the North Gate, a flood of golden radiance erupted, bathing everything in blinding light. From the swirling smoke, a lone figure stepped forward, exuding a pressure that made every onlooker's spine tingle. As he drew in a slow breath, his eyes gleamed with a fierce golden glow. A system window appeared before him, announcing the creation of a new technique and rewarding him with 50 points. Fang Yi studied the notification in silence, uncertain what those points represented, though he sensed their importance would soon reveal itself. Night descended. An unnatural moon hung in the sky, spilling eerie light across the land. In the stillness, Fang Yi began to cultivate the Golden Sun breathing technique. When dawn arrived, a brilliant sun rose over Qingqing University, its rays carrying a strange new energy that rippled through the campus. As students continued their daily routines, the sky above Qingqing University suddenly dimmed. A brief chill swept through the air, then the light returned as if nothing had happened. Unease spread instantly. Groups of students began rushing toward the North Gate, and within minutes a massive crowd had gathered, voices buzzing with fear and speculation. The university's dean soon arrived, his face dark with fury as he demanded to know why his warnings had been ignored. The crowd shifted as several people forced their way forward. Among them was a hooded figure whose presence carried an unmistakable authority. With a firm, commanding voice, she ordered the dean to seal off the North Gate completely. At that same moment, Fang Yi's system sent him a notification. He had successfully purified a contaminated zone. His heart skipped. If the government already knew about these polluted areas, then that meant others like him must exist. Another announcement rang out, strictly forbidding anyone from entering the restricted zone. Fang Yi immediately realized that this was no longer just gossip and online rumors. Things had turned serious. Students stared in stunned silence as uniformed personnel arrived, whispering nervously among themselves about whether these people were soldiers. From a rooftop high above, Fang Yi watched the entire scene unfold. The commotion had drawn far more attention than he had anticipated. A faint crimson light flickered in his eyes as he made his decision. It was time to vanish. Without hesitation, he leapt from the rooftop and disappeared into the darkness. Below, the hooded woman stepped onto the shattered ground, where cracks still glimmered with traces of residual power. She knelt and pressed her hand against the earth, carefully sensing the lingering energy. Picking up a fragment of stone, she studied it in silence, reconstructing what had taken place. The conclusion was unavoidable. This destruction was not natural. It had been caused by a single individual. Officials quickly began pushing the students back, clearing them away from the dangerous zone. In the retreating crowd, Qingli overheard whispers that one person alone had triggered the entire event. Shock washed over her. Then, at the edge of her vision, she saw a shadowy figure leap away. For just a moment, a thought flashed through her mind. Was that him? But she dismissed it almost immediately. With his grades, he could never even qualify to enter Qingqing University. Far away, at Fang Yi's home, the sun sank below the horizon and night took over. Lying on his bed, he let out a frustrated groan. His body was still burning hot despite the cold shower he had taken, making sleep impossible. Even more unsettling was the thought that someone might have noticed what he had done earlier. He reached for his phone, and a viral headline caught his eye. It was about a so-called cultivation association. He remembered it clearly. In his previous life, everyone had mocked it as nothing but a ridiculous online joke. But now, thinking of the hooded figures at the university, he could no longer be so sure. Could they be connected? He opened the article. It laid out cultivation ranks, from ghost acts all the way up to total transcendence. In the comments, most people were laughing, convinced it was satire. Fang Yi, however, stared at the screen in silence. This time, he could not afford to dismiss it. If that announcement was true, then it was knowledge he had never possessed in his previous life as a powerless ordinary man. Fang Yi sat upright on his bed, fists clenched tight. The Cultivation Association, the hooded figures, none of this was a joke. With his resolve hardened, he decided to test the golden sun breathing technique again. He closed his eyes and drew in the blazing energy. Heat poured through his veins as golden light wrapped around his body, sweat rolling down his skin. Slowly, his body lifted from the bed, suspended in midair and bathed in radiant brilliance. The system's voice resonated in his mind, declaring the first step, strengthening the body to endure the power of heaven and earth. Fang Yi forced the energy to bend to his will. He compressed it, refined it, until a shape began to take form in his hands. A divine axe of pure golden force emerged, its radiance lighting the room. His eyes burned as a faint smile tugged at his lips. This was true power. The system confirmed his breakthrough. He had reached the Dochi level and gained another 50 points. Remembering the points he had accumulated, Fang Yi summoned the system screen again. A new function had unlocked. The explanation was simple. These points could be used to embed compiled data into objects, so he could channel power into items. His gaze shifted to a plain mug on the table. With curiosity, he extended a hand, golden light shimmering at his fingertips. The system asked if he wished to spend 1 point to infuse the Yang attribute into the mug. Understanding dawned on him. This was enchantment, the ability to grant objects special properties. If he could do this, then weapons enhanced with such power would become his greatest allies against the monsters that were coming. The idea sent a surge of excitement through him. Strengthening weapons would be essential in the battles ahead. His eyes moved to a small decorative sword resting on a shelf. He decided to use it for a test. If it worked, he would buy a real weapon later and prepare himself properly. Just as he was about to act, a strange sound drifted in from outside, cutting off his thoughts. Something moved in the darkness beyond his walls. Unseen, a monstrous presence crouched nearby. Enormous claws scraped softly against concrete as glowing red eyes stared into the night. Rows of sharp fangs glinted as the creature revealed its form. A grotesque, demonic rabbit, huge and horrifying, poised to strike the building. Inside the apartment, Fang Yi had no idea that death was already at his door. Still restless from cultivation, he sat up, his own eyes faintly red from the energy surging within him. He frowned. The sound was still there, like a rat scurrying. It wasn't coming from inside the room or the pipes. Was it a neighbor's pet? He stepped into the living room, telling himself that his heightened senses could now pick up noises from nearby apartments. Even so, something about it felt wrong. The sound was off. Unease crept into his chest as he focused, pushing his hearing to sharpen even further. That was when realization struck. Something was terribly wrong. Fang Yi's muscles tightened as instinct screamed at him to be careful. He moved toward the front door, each step measured. The moment he pulled it open, his breath froze in his throat. There it was. In the dark hallway, the monstrous rabbit stood waiting, its red eyes glowing as they locked onto him. A thick, murderous aura poured from its massive body, claws flexing as if eager to tear him apart. The sight ripped open memories from his past life. Countless encounters with creatures like this, each one ending in helplessness and despair. At the same time, far above the city, a drone hummed softly through the night, recording everything below. It was proof that someone else already knew these horrors had returned. On the roof of a distant building, a young woman stood with a lollipop between her lips, speaking in an almost bored tone as she complained that the mutated rabbit which had eaten a rare fruit still hadn't been captured. Despite the danger, her expression was relaxed, even playful. She calmly ordered her team to keep updating her on the target's location. Without the slightest hesitation, she stepped off the edge of the rooftop and dropped. Her body sliced through the air at terrifying speed, weaving between towering buildings as if gravity meant nothing to her. A sudden pulse of energy washed over her. Her eyes flashed. She had found it. She landed on another rooftop with perfect control, barely slowing as she pivoted and ran straight down the side of the building. An urgent command sounded in her earpiece to pursue the target no matter what. She responded not with words, but with motion, launching herself forward in a smooth, deadly arc. Leaping from one building to the next, she warned her team that the creature had consumed a special fruit and was at risk of evolving. Somewhere below, a man working late glanced up and caught a blur streak past his window. It was so fast he doubted what he saw, only to be snapped back to reality by his boss shouting at him to get back to work. The huntress's shadow soon crossed the massive moon, her silhouette framed high above the 65th floor. Back inside the apartment, Fang Yi stood face to face with the beast. The mutated rabbit shrieked, red eyes blazing with savage intent. Fang Yi's own gaze answered it, glowing with golden fire. He could feel the difference in his body. He was no longer the powerless man he had once been. This time, he could stand against it. The monster lunged, claws ripping through the air, but Fang Yi slid aside with a speed he never possessed before. To him, the beast's movement slowed, every strike becoming clear and predictable under his sharpened senses. Golden energy surged in his palm as he prepared to strike. Why was a mutated beast appearing so early? The memories of his past life burned in his mind, turning into resolve. The creature wasn't fully evolved yet, but every second it fought brought it closer. If he failed now, everyone in the building would die. He charged forward, meeting the attack head-on. His energy-wreathed hand shot out and clamped onto the creature with crushing force. Without the slightest hesitation, Fang Yi lunged forward and sank his teeth into the beast, his face cold and merciless as he refused to release his grip. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he clung to it with relentless focus. With a sudden burst of strength, he spun the creature through the air and flung it aside. In that violent motion, he caught sight of its flaw, its tail. His fingers tightened instantly. This was the opening he needed. Grabbing the tail with everything he had, he prepared to finish it. With a savage heave, Fang Yi slammed the monster into the window. Glass exploded outward, scattering into the night as the creature was hurled back. His fist ignited with blazing golden radiance as he drew power into it. A beam of light tore from his hand and struck the airborne beast, bathing the dark corridor in brilliant gold. Yet instead of being erased, the creature clawed wildly through the glow, grabbing at the energy itself as if trying to pull it into its body. Fang Yi's eyes hardened. It was trying to steal his yang power. He pushed forward without retreat. The power of the sun is not something you can handle, he thought coldly. You're only killing yourself. The energy surged to its limit. In the next instant, a golden explosion erupted, engulfing the monster in a blinding blast. Next door, a startled couple jolted awake. The man groggily muttered about thunder and walked to the window. Outside, everything looked quiet and normal, as if nothing had happened. When the light finally faded, Fang Yi dropped heavily to the floor, golden remnants still fading from around his body. He drew slow breaths, replaying the battle in his mind. The beast had been like a starving ghost, desperate to devour his power. From the scattered remains, a single bloodshot eye rolled across the floor, leaking black smoke. Fang Yi's expression darkened. He crushed it under his foot without hesitation. Now he understood. The creature had been drawn to him by his yang attribute. If he had still been an ordinary man, it would have eaten him and slaughtered everyone in the building without resistance. The conclusion was unavoidable. He needed more techniques, more power. Only then could he survive what was coming. Under the pale moonlight, a girl raced through the air, her figure swift and lethal like a true hunter. She ran straight down the side of a towering building, every movement sharp and precise. When she reached the site, her eyes widened. The target was gone. Kneeling among the scattered traces, she examined what remained. The beast had been completely destroyed. Her objective now was to retrieve the night attribute it had carried. But the moment her hand touched the residue, a scorching heat surged into her palm, forcing her to pull back. Golden energy still lingered there. Recognition flashed through her mind. This was the same power she had sensed at Qingqing University's North Gate. It cannot be a coincidence. Her expression turned grave as she raised her communicator and spoke into it, voice steady. Target eliminated, but not by us. There's a new foreigner out there, one with a very special ability. A voice crackled through the hunter's communicator, asking whether the same individual who had purified the North Gate was also the one who had killed the rabbit. Another voice answered that there was no data on this mysterious figure, but made one thing clear. The association had to recruit him at all costs. The silver-haired girl agreed instantly. She carefully gathered the faint golden flame still lingering at the scene and sealed it inside a small container fixed to her uniform. Her superior's next order was direct and absolute. Drop all other missions and focus entirely on locating the new Forerunner. Unbothered, she unwrapped the lollipop in her hand, slipped it into her mouth, and calmly replied that she understood. Before moving out, she added almost casually that she needed to grab a cup of milk tea first to relax. On the other end of the line, someone muttered in wonder about who this powerful newcomer could be. The girl silently agreed. The president had been right. Whoever this person was, she had to meet him. Far from all of that, dawn broke over the city, and Fang Yi's new day began. He rose with the first rays of sunlight, stretched his body, and prepared himself. He knew that early morning was the best time to cultivate. Sitting down, he began circulating the golden sun breathing technique, drawing in the brilliance of the rising sun. Golden light flickered in his eyes as power flowed through him. The energy lifted him back into the ghost axe realm, its force surging through every part of his body. A sudden wave of strength made him pause, but he quickly stabilized, realizing his progress was accelerating. His muscles pulsed with power. When he clenched his fist, the golden axe formed again, feeling lighter and more responsive than before. He raised it high, pouring his energy into the weapon. The force erupted, pushing him into the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. Golden flames burned within his eyes as his body was tempered again, tougher and stronger than it had ever been. He knew this explosive growth came from the surplus energy he had absorbed during his previous breakthrough. Yet he also understood the danger. Power gained too fast was unstable. From now on, he had to advance carefully, one step at a time. Even so, his rising aura was already drawing attention. He needed a place where he could continue without being noticed. At the association's office, a man suddenly stopped what he was doing, sensing a strange fluctuation in the air. He looked toward the sunlight outside, eyes narrowing. Was that surge coming from the new candidate again? By the river, Fang Yi found a quiet, secluded spot and continued his work. A system window appeared, asking if he wished to imbue his weapon with a special property. He remembered how his earlier attempt with an ordinary object had failed, unable to withstand the power. This time, the blade resonated with his energy, forming a deep, powerful connection. The system confirmed that the encoding was complete. Fang Yi tightened his grip on the weapon, a surge of excitement rising in his chest. This was his first true spirit weapon, and he was eager to see just how much power it held. He swung it. Golden energy erupted instantly. A towering beam of light shot skyward, tearing through the clouds as the air itself trembled. The sheer destructive force left him momentarily stunned. When he landed, the blade was still burning with radiant heat, fiery currents surging through his body. The single strike had nearly ignited the entire riverbank, thick smoke rolling through the area. Fang Yi frowned. His strength was far more dangerous than he had anticipated. Worse, that display had been far too conspicuous. Someone had definitely noticed. It was time to go. Not far away, a girl raced toward the site of the explosion, irritation written across her face. She muttered that she had only stepped away for a moment and had already missed everything. But when she arrived, she froze in disbelief. The river was boiling, hovering above the scorched land. The agent surveyed the devastation. What in the world did that guy do here? She thought grimly. Ever since his appearance, everything had spiraled out of control, and she could already picture the scolding waiting for her. Then, at the edge of her vision, she sensed a flash of golden light far away. Her expression sharpened. What she felt was impossible. His cultivation had already advanced from 1 star to 2, and he had even forged a spirit weapon. Even the association possessed only 2 such weapons, and their creation method was still not fully understood. Doubt crept into her mind. How could one person reach this level alone? She shook her head, forcing the thought aside. For now, she had to deal with the aftermath he had left behind. Far from the disturbance, Fang Yi examined his new weapon. The yang attribute pulsed powerfully within it, but he was not satisfied. The system could encode anything. If he layered more attributes into it, the blade would become truly terrifying. Just then, his phone vibrated. A message appeared from an unfamiliar number. His heart sank. He had been careless. His trail was already being noticed. It was an invitation to join a pioneers group. The sender explained that only those who had reached the Ghost Axe realm or higher were eligible. Fang Yi continued reading. They were organizing a hunt in a newly discovered pollution zone and wanted him to participate. Attached was a file describing the target, the lava dragon of Shadow River, a place saturated with lava energy and rich in the yang attribute, the same power he wielded. The offer was too valuable to ignore. Fang Yi chose to accept. Elsewhere, in the Binmu district, a team had already assembled. They were waiting for an old acquaintance of Elder Li to arrive. One of them commented that the blonde girl's map had been so accurate it made the journey effortless. She thanked them all for coming, but made it clear that this mission would only succeed if everyone moved as one. Then she introduced herself as a member of the Cultivation Association. Her tone was polite, yet her eyes carried a trace of disappointment. The pioneers gathered here were far weaker than she had hoped. What none of them understood was that the association was no small organization. It was directly backed by the government itself. Getting into this team had not been easy. The blonde agent knew that better than anyone. Her family had called in favors just to secure her slot among the pioneers, and that made failure unacceptable. As the group waited near the Shadow River Cave, one of the scouts suddenly looked up. "Fang's here," he called. Fang Yi stepped out of the shadows, a newly forged sword resting in his hand. His presence was firm and commanding, yet when he spoke, his voice was calm and steady. The blonde agent blinked in surprise. With his strength, she had expected a crushing pressure, something overwhelming. Instead, there was only a strange, reassuring warmth that made him feel easy to trust. With everyone gathered, the leader gave the signal to move. They headed toward the cave entrance, and Fang Yi volunteered to go first, asking the blonde agent to provide the light. Side by side, they entered the darkness. The path inside was dangerous. Loose stones slid under their boots, and one explorer quickly warned Fang Yi to watch his step. Stranger still was the heat, or rather the lack of it. For a place tied to lava, the cave felt far cooler than expected. As they pressed forward, Fang Yi noticed how naturally the group had accepted him. Their teamwork felt real. In places like this, where death could strike at any moment, even strangers could become allies in an instant. Then the stone beneath his feet began to darken. The change was subtle, but to him it was a clear warning. A few steps later, the tunnel opened into a vast chamber, and before them flowed a massive river of molten lava. Before anyone could react, Fang Yi moved. He sprinted straight toward the boiling current. "Don't be reckless," the blonde agent shouted, but he was already at the edge. To everyone's horror, Fang Yi drove his sword straight into the lava. The cavern erupted in panic. Shouts rang out as a violent blast of fire and heat tore through the chamber, hurling the explorers backward and shaking the ground beneath them. Amid the chaos, Fang Yi's system activated, rapidly analyzing what had just happened. Streams of data flooded his vision. A new attribute had formed: Inner Flame, a power with extreme internal heat and terrifying explosive force. Along with it came a technique: Scarlet Flame Sword, a style that would wrap his blade in both fire and lightning whenever it was drawn. Without hesitation, Fang Yi tightened his grip on his Tang sword. His eyes burned with a fierce glow, reflected perfectly by the flames racing along the edge of his weapon. Below him, the explorers struggled back to their feet, staring in disbelief. Fang Yi stood untouched at the center of a raging vortex of fire, his sword drinking in the molten power of the lava river itself. The system prompted him once more. He spent his points at once, permanently engraving the Scarlet Flame attribute into his sword. Flames roared around the blade, then slowly settled, leaving the weapon burning with a relentless, controlled power. When the firestorm finally faded, the teammates hurried closer. To them, it looked like nothing more than a minor cultivation accident. Seeing Fang Yi standing there without a single injury, they all let out breaths of relief. At the same time, they could feel it. The spiritual energy in the cave had stabilized. Excitement spread through the group. One cultivator laughed as he felt how smoothly he could now absorb the refined energy. Another, still at the very beginning of his path, excitedly shouted Xiaoya's name as power flowed into him. The blonde agent smiled at their reactions and urged them to keep cultivating. She told them she would stay alert and stand guard, and the team thanked her sincerely for the opportunity she had given them. The calm didn't last long. Xiaoya's sharp gaze snapped toward the cave entrance. Shapes were moving in the shadows. More pioneers were approaching. She immediately warned her team. 3 burly men walked in, their auras thick with arrogance. Leading them was a man with an eye patch and faintly glowing red eyes. He smirked as he declared that this resource-filled territory now belonged to them. Xiaoya's face tightened. She could feel their cultivation clearly. All 3 were at the 1-star Ghost Axe realm. Her own group stood no chance in a direct fight. Still, she forced herself to speak calmly, pointing out that her team had arrived first and even offering to share the area. The response was nothing but mockery. The eye-patched leader sneered at her cultivation, calling her too weak to negotiate, and coldly ordered them to leave or pay the price. Xiaoya clenched her fists. In this new world, strength ruled everything. But as a member of Xia Nation's association, she could not simply step aside and allow such blatant bullying. Just as the tension reached its breaking point, Fang Yi stepped forward, placing himself between Xiaoya and the hostile leader. Golden flames flared along his Tang sword as he spoke in a calm, icy voice. "Do you really have nothing better to do than bully a young woman?" The leader froze, completely caught off guard, unable to answer. Fang Yi did not wait. He swung his sword. A single, overwhelming strike of fire and light erupted, blasting all 3 men backward. The cavern shook violently, and Xiaoya's teammates were jolted out of their meditation by the shockwave. Fang Yi's thoughts were steady. Memories of his past life surfaced, of a world where the strong trampled the weak and left only devastation behind. Against people like these, words meant nothing. Only power could stop them. To make it unmistakably clear, he drove his blazing blade into the ground before the rival leader. A golden aura surged outward, crushing the air and pressing down on everyone present. His voice carried no warmth at all. Scram. Pure terror filled the leader's eyes. Shaking, he called Fang Yi a monster and screamed at his men to retreat. The 3 of them fled, their earlier arrogance completely gone. Xiaoya's team rushed forward, their faces lit with shock and admiration at what they had just witnessed. Fang Yi merely gave a faint smile, waved it off, and told them it was time to keep moving. As the group moved out, Xiaoya's thoughts were in turmoil. She had seen it too, clearly. Fang Yi had not even been using his full strength. His control, his presence, the way his blade moved, this was not just a powerful cultivator. This was a top-tier pioneer, the kind of existence that could tilt the balance of an entire era. She knew what had to be done. This discovery had to be reported immediately. The scene cut to the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association office. On the phone, a young woman repeated Xiaoya's report, her voice filled with disbelief. Another high-attribute pioneer had appeared. The room went silent. Only then did the young worker realize what she had just said out loud. Standing right behind her was her superior, an imposing figure whose shadow fell over her desk. Flustered, she hurriedly ended the call after confirming the details. Turning around with an awkward, forced smile, she joked that maybe they were lucky enough to have discovered two high-attribute pioneers so quickly. Her superior did not smile. A stern man with streaks of gray in his hair, he cut her off in a low, heavy voice. This had nothing to do with luck. Every high-attribute pioneer would become a new center of power, and wherever such power rose, chaos and upheaval followed. Far from being fortunate, it was a crushing responsibility. The weight of that truth was written plainly on his grim face. Under a bright sky, Fang Yi returned to the city. Trying to avoid attention, he threw on a cosplayer's outfit, but the sharp edge of his aura and the real sword strapped to his back only made more people stare. As he walked, his phone buzzed. The events at the cave were already trending. The news was spreading fast. Fang Yi sighed inwardly. The eruption of his inner flame had been far too noticeable. Still, he did not believe his teammates had betrayed him. That was not the issue. The real problem was inside his body. The massive yang energy he had absorbed was pushing him toward another breakthrough. His cultivation was at the edge. He needed isolation. Immediately, without hesitation, he turned and headed straight for the back mountain. 5 minutes later, on that very mountain, a silver-haired young woman named Su Qing, an expert in restoring spiritual gardens, suddenly froze in place. A terrifying pressure swept over her senses. She looked up just in time to see a burst of golden light explode across the peak, blazing like a miniature sun suspended in the sky. She recognized it at once. Someone was breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. But the sheer scale of the phenomenon made her heart pound. Could a breakthrough at that level really be so overwhelming? Her chest tightened. She could not ignore this. A sense of duty and a strange feeling of familiarity drove her forward. This time, she swore silently, "I will see who it is." High atop the mountain, Fang Yi sat deep in meditation as a raging storm of energy swirled around him. Streams of golden power poured into his body, circling before compressing into a radiant orb above his head, shining like a blazing sun. Behind him, that light twisted into a divine, star-shaped pattern, its intricate form radiating a terrifying, awe-inspiring presence. Sparks danced across his skin as streams of energy crawled over his body. His eyes burned with fierce light while he fought to seize control, forcing the raging surge to obey his will. Bit by bit, the chaos was pressed into order. Then the power merged. Before him, a colossal divine axe took shape, forged from blinding golden radiance laced with pale blue lightning. It crackled violently, humming with terrifying destructive force, its massive form filling the entire mountain peak. At that moment, Su Qing arrived. The sight rooted her to the spot. She stared in disbelief at the figure before her. This unknown man, commanding a level of spiritual power she had never imagined was possible. Then he raised the divine axe. Her breath stopped. The steadiness of his grip, the perfect control in every movement. How could anyone handle such overwhelming energy with such calm precision? Had he been cultivating for centuries in secret? As the divine axe flared even brighter, a painful memory rose in her heart. She remembered the day she had tried to break into the Ghost Axe 2-star realm. The weight of her own divine axe had crushed her, forcing blood from her lips and leaving her bedridden for a full week. Her natural talent had not been enough. She had failed. Yet now, this man stood before her, succeeding where she could not. His breakthrough was countless times more violent than hers had ever been, yet he endured it as if it were nothing. The closer she rushed, the more unreal it felt. The sheer volume of spiritual energy, the flawless precision of every movement, the way each strand of power was refined again and again, it was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. He was not just a terrifying genius. To her, he looked like a god walking down from the heavens. What struck her even more was his composure. Most cultivators would charge desperately toward a breakthrough, afraid of losing it. But this man moved with patience and certainty, like someone who carried the wisdom of countless years. Her thoughts shattered as the blazing divine axe suddenly shifted. With a thunderous swing, it cleaved through the air toward the east. At the peak of his power, Fang Yi's eyes shone like molten gold as cracks of energy spread across his face. Wrapped in a raging storm of golden light, he finally brought the overflowing power completely under control. Then, before her eyes, a system window confirmed it. Fang Yi had entered the Ghost Axe 2-star realm. The divine axe slammed into the ground, unleashing a catastrophic shockwave that tore across the mountain. Su Qing braced herself, barely enduring the torrent of golden energy as the forest was carved apart before it slowly settled. When she looked up again, he was gone. Not a single trace remained. Breathing hard, frustration welled inside her. She had still missed him, even though she had arrived within barely 30 breaths. A troubling thought crept into her mind. He must already know she was following him. If he kept vanishing like this, how could she ever hope to recruit him? Just as discouragement began to rise, something caught her eye. She froze and slowly looked away from the ruined path. Not far off, an ancient towering tree shimmered faintly, still bathed in the lingering glow of golden light. Resolve returned to her chest. Suqing lifted her voice into the quiet forest, addressing him respectfully as senior, asking if he was still nearby. From the shadows, Fang Yi stepped out. His hooded figure radiated calm confidence, and his faintly glowing red eyes locked straight onto her. In that instant, he knew it. This was the woman who had been quietly investigating him for days. Su Qingying did not retreat. Steadying herself, she introduced herself properly. She declared that she was the captain of the Firefly Squad, part of the Spiritual Practitioners Association of Xia Nation, and one of the nation's earliest pioneers. On behalf of the association, she formally invited him to join. She admitted that she had followed him for 2 days and hoped it had not left a bad impression. Her tone was controlled, but inside her heart was pounding. Every word had to be chosen carefully. Push too hard, and she might anger him. Be too soft, and this chance would disappear. Fang Yi remained cloaked and unreadable. His silence was heavy, impossible to break. To fill it, Su Qingying added that although the announcement was not yet public, all official paperwork for the association had already been completed. She tried to sound composed, but her thoughts raced. Was she being respectful enough? Had she already gone too far? Her prepared words ended the moment Fang Yi finally spoke. His voice was flat and direct. Why should I join? The question struck her like a blow. She froze, her mind scrambling. But she quickly understood that flattery and empty promises would not work on someone like him. Only the truth mattered. Gathering her courage, she explained the association's purpose. Xia Nation wanted to unite the pioneers, to give them guidance, order, and protection. The current era was chaotic. While joining might feel like being bound to rules, she urged him to look beyond that. A massive resurgence of spiritual energy was coming, and with it, dangers no one could predict. If they remained divided, they would be destroyed. Only by standing together could they survive what lay ahead. Fang Yi listened in silence. Then he leaned casually against a tree, his posture relaxed, almost bored. When he answered, his words were calm and unwavering. I'm not willing to join. He said that, for now, he could not bring himself to fully trust her, or the association she represented. Su Qingying stood there, stunned. Her eyes widened as the weight of his refusal sank in, leaving her momentarily unable to speak. Desperation seized her. She hurriedly reached into her jacket, pulled out her identification card, and held it up for him to see. Once again, she introduced herself as Su Qingying. She added that before the spiritual energy resurgence, she had been a famous athlete. She begged him to trust her, hoping that her public reputation would lend weight to her words. Fang Yi paused, rubbing his chin as if considering her claim. Slowly, a memory surfaced. He did remember something. An old photo of her standing proudly as the runner-up of Xia Nation's long-distance championship. It clicked into place. That natural athletic talent was exactly what had allowed her to become such a fast and capable pioneer. But his gaze soon darkened. Memories from his past life rose like a shadow. A ruined city, humanity crushed under its own failures. In that original timeline, Xia Nation's association had collapsed, dragging the world down with it. Now he held the system. Now he carried the weight of changing fate itself. But joining the association at this stage was not the right move. When Fang Yi looked back at her, Su Qingying's eyes were filled with fragile hope. He told her he did remember her, then gave a deliberately vague answer. I'll think about it. Before she could respond, his figure blurred and shot into the air. Su Qingying gasped, spinning around, only to feel a chill as he suddenly appeared right behind her. In a firm, cold tone, he gave his condition. She was to keep his whereabouts hidden from everyone. As he spoke, Fang Yi quietly studied her. The respect she showed revealed something important. This association avoided provoking pioneers it could not control. To him, that hesitation was a weakness he could exploit. Su Qingying quickly proposed a compromise. The association had already sensed the massive energy released by his breakthrough, she said. A report was unavoidable, but she could alter the truth, mixing facts with lies to conceal his identity while still satisfying her superiors. Fang Yi considered it briefly, then nodded once. She opened her mouth to continue, but before a single word could reach him, he vanished again. Su Qingying ran down the mountain, chasing after his fading presence, but it was useless. He was gone. Tired and frustrated, she trudged along the forest path, muttering to herself. Once again, she had failed to catch him. Worse, It felt like he was deliberately avoiding her. She complained quietly about the trouble of covering up the massive energy trails he left behind every time he moved. Her frustration was cut short when a voice crackled through her earpiece. The order was sharp and serious. Stop worrying about the elusive pioneer. Focus on the mission. Then the report came. The strange creatures had reappeared. Su Qingying froze, eyes widening. "They're back," she whispered. A wave of terror slammed into her mind. She saw it again. Wolf-like beasts closing in from every direction, their jaws dripping with blood, their red eyes glowing as they prepared to tear her apart. The memory was burned into her soul, a nightmare that would never truly fade. The truth behind those creatures was cruel. They were not natural beings. They were born from the pollution zones left behind by the resurgence of spiritual energy, cold, merciless things that fed on corruption itself. The more they devoured, the more twisted they became, turning into bloodthirsty predators that hunted humans. Some evolved even further, able to disguise themselves as disasters, ripping the land apart and spreading new pollution zones wherever they appeared. If left alone, they would not stop until the human world was erased. As if the world itself was responding to that threat, a violent storm exploded over the city. Darkness swallowed the streets as thunder roared overhead, lightning tearing through the sky. Rain crashed down in sheets, and phones everywhere began blaring red alerts, warning of a severe thunderstorm and urging everyone to stay indoors. Another notice followed, announcing that the Yuhuang mountain area had been closed due to the risk of flooding. Behind their windows, citizens whispered in uneasy amazement. Some said they had not seen a storm this fierce in years. Others joked nervously that maybe some powerful cultivator was undergoing a lightning trial nearby. In a rain-soaked alley, Feng Yi watched the storm with cold eyes, one of them glowing faintly red. He could feel it, the violent energy saturating the air. This was not a normal storm. It was an anomaly. His senses reached out, locking onto the source, tracing that chaotic power to a single point in the distance. Through the rain and lightning, he fixed his gaze on a mountain peak, struck again and again by crashing bolts of blue thunder. That was the center. Without hesitation, Feng Yi shot into the storm, leaping across rooftops as he tore through the city, each bound carrying him closer to the raging mountain. When he reached the base of Yuhuang Mountain, his system confirmed it. A pollution zone detected. He looked up. The once majestic mountain now resembled a graveyard. Twisted trees clawed at the slopes, their roots tangled around countless bleached bones. Another warning flashed before him. Pollution level unknown. Feng Yi did not slow. He stepped into the storm-shrouded forest, his expression steady and unyielding. As he closed in on the storm's heart, a massive bolt of blue lightning slammed into the summit, lighting up the sky like a second sun. In that instant, he knew he had found his target. Inside the command center of the Spiritual Practitioners Association, tension hung thick in the air. A massive screen showed the swirling vortex of blue energy over the mountain peak. One official reported grimly that the danger level at Yuhuang Mountain was rising far too fast. They had no choice but to seal it off and classify it as a contamination zone. The association leader, his expression hard as stone, gave a sharp order. Su Qingying was to be pulled from her current mission. They want a live report from her. Su Qingying answered at once, her voice tense with urgency. She reported that climbing the mountain was no longer possible. The thunder energy had become wildly unstable and was on the verge of erupting. Because of that, the area had already been classified as an A-level contamination zone. Then she delivered even worse news. Judging from how fast the energy was growing, Yuhuang Mountain was approaching S-level, a status that would trigger their highest emergency protocol. She did not hide the truth. Based on all available data, no explorer could approach the mountain safely. Not even she could. A wave of shock rolled through the command center. The calculations backed her up. Sending anyone would be suicide, even for their strongest pioneers. Faced with that reality, a man in a security uniform gave a firm order. The base of Yuhuang Mountain was to be completely sealed, with round-the-clock patrols to stop anyone from attempting to climb it. The leader agreed without hesitation. They could not confront the storm. Their only option was to lock the area down and wait for the energy to dissipate. But while the association declared the mountain off-limits, Feng Yi was already deep inside the danger zone. The storm raged around him, massive bolts of blue lightning crashing down again and again, yet he held his ground. A golden aura from his breathing technique wrapped around his body, anchoring him against the chaos. Even so, he knew it was not enough. If he wanted the purest thunder energy, he had to reach the heart of the storm, the very peak of the mountain. Memories of his past life burned in his mind. The monsters appearing now were only the beginning. Far more terrifying creatures would come later. His fire-based power, no matter how strong it seemed, would not be enough to face what lay ahead. He could not rely on his sword alone. He had to become stronger himself. Standing in the middle of the raging storm, Feng Yi understood the rare chance before him. This thunder was not just a deadly threat. It was a perfect tool to temper his own body. If he missed this opportunity, the disasters waiting in the future would surely kill him. His eyes shone with golden light as he drew his blazing sword. With a defiant roar, he thrust the blade straight into a crashing bolt of blue lightning. The violent power slammed into him at once. His body convulsed as agony tore through every vein, yet his feet did not move. He could feel it clearly. This lightning was not neutral. It was punishment, divine judgment rejecting his intrusion. The storm howled like a furious beast, demanding that he submit or be destroyed. Fang Yi lifted his gaze to the sky as thunder exploded around him, asking himself how such wild power could ever be forced to obey. Then the answer surfaced: the rule of the system. To gain power, he had to touch the source itself. Golden light erupted from his body as he unleashed the golden sun breathing technique. His roar tore through the storm as he forced himself forward, his flaming sword hacking a path through the endless cascade of blue lightning. Golden energy collided head-on with the storm's raw fury, triggering a massive explosion that shook the entire peak. Blood spilled from his lips, his body pushed to its limit, yet the fire in his eyes never dimmed. This was no ordinary battle. This was a desperate wager with death itself, where only by risking everything could he earn the right to live. Through sheer will, Fang Yi finally broke through and reached the summit. He slammed his sword into the ground, cracking the stone as he planted himself at the very center of the storm. Here, the thunder was absolute. Every breath felt like inhaling molten steel. The storm was no longer trying to drive him away. It was trying to erase him from existence. The sky trembled as the clouds converged, drawing all their fury into a single, catastrophic strike. A massive beam of white-hot lightning descended, carrying only one intent: annihilation. At that instant, Fang Yi's system activated. It detected the thunder attribute and began processing it. Far below in the city, people stared up from high-rise buildings in stunned silence. One man hurriedly took photos, never having seen lightning of such scale. Another whispered in awe that perhaps a god was undergoing a heavenly trial, claiming he had even seen the silhouette of a man standing inside the storm. On the mountain peak, everything vanished in a blinding burst of light. Fang Yi had won. A system prompt appeared, confirming that he had obtained refined divine thunder power, granting him the ability to summon heavenly lightning and temper his body into something beyond mortal limits. As a bonus, 5 writing points were added to his account. Suspended in the storm's fading glow, Fang Yi floated as arcs of blue lightning wrapped around his golden aura. In that moment, he understood his new strength completely. The thunder attribute was unlike anything he had ever touched. It was supreme in both offense and defense. Where his sun power had focused on protection and stability, thunder was piercing, refining, and rebuilding. It was destruction, but also purification and rebirth. He could feel it flowing through his bones and muscles, reinforcing them without pain, reshaping his body into a vessel of living energy. The system then presented a new option: Punish Evil, an upgrade that doubled critical damage, purchasable with writing points. Fang Yi landed lightly on the scorched stone and considered his next move. His first instinct was to fuse the thunder into his Tang sword. The power would make it peerless, but he hesitated. The blade already carried the sun attribute. Forcing thunder into it risked damaging its balance. Worse, merging too many forces into a single vessel could cause it to collapse entirely. Then a better idea formed. Instead of forcing thunder into his weapon, why not wield it himself? He looked at his right hand, the plan becoming clear. The system responded at once, asking if he wished to embed the thunder attribute into the selected item. A confident smile curved across Fang Yi's face as he gave the order. At once, the raging storm answered his call. Every streak of blue lightning in the sky was drawn toward him, surging into his right hand as he seized the very essence of the thunder for himself. By the next day, Yu Huang's shattered summit lay silent, the storm's wrath nothing more than a fading memory. At the base of a cliff, Su Qingying stood beside Major Han Li of the army. Before them lay rows of body bags, lined up in grim silence. Su Qingying reported what had happened. The contamination zone's energy, which had peaked at an extreme level, had somehow dropped to a mild state in just 3 hours. A faint static still lingered in the air, but the overwhelming danger was gone. Major Han Li listened, his sharp eyes narrowing. Someone had interfered. A seeker, he said coldly. Someone who hunts these kinds of events on purpose. Su Qingying stared at him in disbelief. Another seeker, and one who could survive that storm? She knelt and searched the ground for any trace, but the heavy rain had washed everything away. No footprints, no lingering aura, nothing. Frustration tightened her chest as she pieced together the timeline. Whoever it was must have left the mountains safely around 8 the previous night. Major Han Li nodded in agreement. The phenomenon had started at 6 in the evening. By 7, the army had sealed the area. That meant the Seeker had gone up before the lockdown. He added another detail. Their instruments had predicted the storm would reach S grade. Yet at exactly 8 o'clock, all the readings had collapsed, the energy dropping almost instantly. Standing where the lightning had struck the hardest, he spoke his conclusion. The mysterious Seeker had not merely endured the storm. They had likely absorbed the thunder itself, turning catastrophe into personal gain. That sudden drop in energy was proof. Then his expression darkened. People like this were the most dangerous. No one could know whose side such a person was truly on. Su Qingying agreed. If someone with that level of power turned hostile, the damage would be beyond imagining. They had to find him as soon as possible. Far away, unaware that the military was now focused entirely on him, Fang Yi lounged on his couch and suddenly sneezed. Back on Yuhuang Mountain, Major Han Li made his decision. His voice was firm as he gave the order to hunt the mysterious figure down. From that moment on, the unknown Seeker was given a name, the Tyrant. The investigation began immediately. Officially, the army kept everything under strict secrecy, while hoping the Spiritual Practitioners Association could recruit the one they now called Tyrant. In the shadows, however, they launched their own search. On the rain-soaked peak, the association leader turned to Major Han Li and assured him that a high-level pioneer was already trying to make contact. Then he looked at Su Qingying and told her to deliver her full report to the Major. The sudden order hit her like a blade to the chest. Su Qingying sucked in a sharp breath, panic flashing through her as her mind raced. With no time to hesitate, she launched into a carefully woven report, one built from just enough truth to sound solid, while hiding everything that mattered. She connected the raging storm to the same mysterious pioneer who had once cleansed the university's polluted zone. Inside, her nerves shook violently, fear gnawing at her that a single misplaced word might expose the secret transaction she had made with Fang Yi. Keeping her voice steady, she explained how she had tried repeatedly to track him down, only for him to slip away every time. She described finding the corpse of a mutated rabbit he had killed and correctly pointed out the lingering traces of the Yang Flame attribute left behind at the scene. To close her statement, she vowed to continue pursuing him, determined to uncover how he had managed to seal the university gate. All the while, she was silently praying, hoping her delicate mix of honesty and deception would survive scrutiny. Major Han Li listened in silence, carefully considering what it meant for a pioneer to wield the Yang Flame attribute. Slowly, his stern expression eased, approval flickering across his face. He praised Su Qingying for her work, thanking her for her dedication and calling her a gifted young pioneer. She immediately snapped to attention and gave a crisp salute, stating firmly that she was only fulfilling her duty. As the meeting drew to a close, Major Han Li explained that official cover stories would be released, fabricated reports of natural disasters, to keep ordinary people from learning what had really happened on Yuhuang Mountain. He also made his stance clear about spiritual energy, warning that allowing such information to spread online would only give criminals new weapons. While the officials continued talking, Su Qingying quietly let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Relief washed through her. The worst of the interrogation was finally over. Far away, in his apartment, Fang Yi was the calm opposite of that tension. Activating the golden sun breathing technique, he casually dried his soaked white hoodie, warmth radiating through the fabric until it was perfectly clean and dry. He slipped it back on as if nothing unusual had happened. Turning his attention inward, he examined the changes in his body. Even after fusing with the thunder attribute, he could clearly feel how much stronger he had become, his power surging beneath his skin. He lowered his eyes to his right hand. Blue lightning danced across his fingers, crackling softly. That hand had been completely transformed, now the strongest part of his body, its power multiplied several times over. As he clenched his fist, tiny spheres of lightning formed in his palm, flickering like living sparks. He could sense it clearly. He was standing right on the brink of another breakthrough. What shocked him most was how gentle the thunder felt. What had once been wild and destructive now responded to him like a trained beast, obedient and smooth to control. Compared to the unbearable agony he had suffered when he first awakened the Yang attribute, this felt almost easy. It made him wonder if power weakened as it was absorbed into him. The system had also revealed something critical. This thunder attribute now inflicted double damage on strange and evil creatures. That single fact made his pulse quicken. He was itching to see just how deadly it could be. But before he could sink deeper into his thoughts, a sharp buzz cut through the room. His phone vibrated on the table. Fang Yi reached for it, a flicker of curiosity rising in his eyes. Ever since the previous incident, he had set his device to issue special alerts for any government warnings. To ordinary people, they were nothing more than emergency notices. But to pioneers like Fang Yi, every crisis carried another meaning, a brutal opportunity to grow stronger, even if it meant putting his life on the line. His eyes flicked to the newest headline glowing on his screen. A massive explosion had torn through a chemical plant, spilling pollution into the city. The official announcement claimed there were no casualties and told the public to stay calm. Fang Yi didn't believe a single word. An event on that scale was never that clean. He jumped into online forums, and what he found was far more disturbing. People living nearby described an unbearable unease, a suffocating and unnatural atmosphere that made their skin crawl. Someone asked if it felt like a cold, evil aura, and others quickly agreed. Even those who couldn't explain, it admitted the air itself felt wrong. The words cold and evil aura struck Fang Yi like a hammer. A nightmare from his previous life surged back, hands drenched in blood, a towering presence radiating terror. He remembered trembling in fear as a massive crimson monster ripped everything apart. A grotesque, many-eyed rat-like abomination burned forever into his memory. Back in the present, his gaze sharpened. He knew exactly what kind of creatures these were. Ordinary animals or plants that had gained self-awareness and twisted into killing machines. Their power warped into something meant only to hunt and slaughter. They always appeared under the cover of night. This was nothing like the mutated rabbit he had dealt with before. This was far worse. His fist tightened, blue lightning snapping across his knuckles. He had made his decision. Tonight, he would eliminate them before they could grow any stronger. As he rose, electricity surged around his body, faint light pulsing through him. This was the moment to unleash his new power, his 200% critical strike, in a real fight. That night, the storm arrived. Rain slammed into the city, streets deserted beneath flashing traffic lights. Across the slick asphalt, shadows streaked forward, a squad of cloaked figures moving at inhuman speed. The Destroyer Squad had begun its hunt. One of them reported to base that they were tracking Anomaly File Number 7, codenamed Candle Knight, but had lost visual contact. The creature could melt into the darkness itself, making it nearly impossible to follow. Even worse were the clues it left behind. A faint sizzling sound always marked its presence, and it had developed a taste for human flesh. Lightning ripped through the clouds as the squad regrouped on a rooftop, scanning the city below. Their leader, a pale-haired man with deep scars etched across his face, understood what this weather meant. It was the perfect hunting ground for Candle Knight. His order was absolute. They would not allow it to roam free. Inside a distant command center, new data poured in. File 7, Candle Knight, was immediately upgraded. The situation was classified as critical, and an extermination order was issued with a 12-hour deadline. Commands went out at once. The Destroyer Squad was to continue the pursuit, but their own survival was now the highest priority. Without slowing down, the squad surged back into motion, leaping from rooftop to rooftop through the pouring rain, chasing the shadow, hiding somewhere within the storm. The squad leader stared at the holographic map floating before him. Red markers covered the city grid, each one marking an active anomaly. A 12-hour response window felt painfully slow, but he knew headquarters had no choice. With outbreaks flaring across the entire nation, even their most advanced systems were being pushed to their limits. As the Destroyer Squad moved toward the creature's last recorded position, a sudden message cut in. Headquarters warned them that the area was already being watched by the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association. A photo flashed onto the display. Su Qinging. The operator explained that her unit was monitoring nearby pioneers and could be dispatched for support if needed. The leader acknowledged the update and immediately requested her assistance. He was familiar with her reputation and trusted that her abilities would make a real difference. Elsewhere, Su Qinging was momentarily stunned by just how famous she had become. Soon after, in the pouring rain, she and her cloak team appeared on a rooftop overlooking the Destroyer Squad. With one hand resting on her hip, she glanced down and casually asked if they were the ones pulling her in for overtime. Her relaxed attitude irritated the squad leader. His reply came out sharp, reminding her this was no joke. Candle Knight fed on humans, and the mission was far more serious than a simple overtime call. One of Su Qinging's teammates fired back immediately, asking if that was any way to request help. Su Qinging, unfazed, turned her back and announced that since the Destroyer Squad seemed so confident, the Ying Squad would just leave. Her members whispered among themselves as they followed her, one worried about her bluntness, another arguing that their own missions were just as deadly anyway. The squad leader froze, dread rushing through him. He called out, telling her to stop. His voice shifted quickly as he apologized for his earlier tone. He urged her to stay, stressing how dangerous Candle Knight truly was. Without her famed tracking ability, his squad had little chance of success, and failure would mean countless innocent lives lost. In the end, both sides reached an agreement. Standing together on the rain-slick rooftop, the two teams prepared for battle. Su Qinging lifted her hand, and a sphere of brilliant blue energy formed in her palm, glowing vividly against the storm. She announced that she had located the target. The orb flared outward, sending waves of energy across the area until the monster's position was laid bare. Deep inside the shattered chemical plant, the grotesque, many-eyed rat-like abomination known as Candle Knight was feeding. Just as its file described, it thrived in damp darkness, devouring human flesh. With the enemy revealed, Su Qingying gave the signal and the joint assault began. But Candle Knight's instincts were terrifyingly sharp. The moment they moved, it lifted its head and sprang away, an attack smashing into the ground where it had been standing only an instant before. A member of the destroyer squad shouted that they had been discovered and ordered everyone to close in. In an instant, their cloaked bodies blurred, slicing through the rain as they sealed off every escape route around the monster. With Candle Knight trapped inside their formation, they called out together and launched their attack. One fighter struck first, smashing the creature into a pile of broken concrete with a brutal blow. For a heartbeat, it looked like the battle was already over, until Candle Knight's flesh began to twist. Bulging red boils tore open across its back, black spikes ripping free as a shrill, inhuman scream ripped through the air. The creature struck back, a vortex of dark energy spiraling around its body. Su Qingying shouted a warning for everyone to evade the incoming shockwave, but it was a fraction too late. A terrifying sonic blast exploded outward, throwing both squads off their feet. The destroyer squad's leader was flung from the rooftop, crashing hard into the street below. One of his men rushed to help him. He clenched his teeth and forced himself upright, bruised and shaken, but still breathing. With grim honesty, he admitted that if he had been even a second slower, his bones would have shattered. The reality was undeniable. This enemy was far beyond anything they had prepared for. Left alone, Candle Knight would reduce the entire city to ruins. And it still wasn't finished. The monster's body warped again, huge bat-like wings tearing free from its back. It roared as a sickly green glow gathered in its throat before it spat out a flood of corrosive black energy. The substance spread like poisonous smoke, eating through everything it touched. Candle Knight slammed its claws into the ground, tried to melt its way underground and escape. One of Su Qingying's teammates cried out, warning that the creature's dark power was violently corrosive and would destroy anything in its path. Su Qingying remained perfectly still. Even as destruction spread, her expression stayed calm and focused. She issued clear orders to her squad. Maintain discipline. Do not disrupt the destroyer squad's formation. Their role was tactical support, not reckless engagement. At the same time, a destroyer squad fighter rushed in with a dagger, aiming to stop the fleeing monster. But two glowing red eyes cut through the darkness. The winged Candle Knight lunged forward, narrowly slipping past a deadly ambush. The squad leader roared in frustration, commanding his men not to let it escape. The creature tore through the rain-soaked streets, weaving between buildings as it fled. Members of the Ing squad gave chase, cloaked figures streaking after it like living shadows. From a rooftop above, Su Qingying watched with two of her teammates. Suddenly, she felt it, a violent spike of spiritual energy coming from the creature. Something was changing. Without hesitation, she ordered her squad to remain outside while she went after the monster alone. The pursuit led her to a massive, abandoned factory, its interior swallowed by darkness. As she stepped inside, Su Qingying activated a scan, her gaze flicking to the sleek device on her wrist. The destroyer squad's leader instantly recognized the technology. She confirmed it was a brand new prototype issued by the association. The device measured spiritual energy and determined what level a squad could safely handle. 50 was considered the upper limit. Candle Knight had registered at 48. Before she could say anything more, the numbers on her wrist exploded upward. The screen shrieked with alarms as the reading surged past 80. Her expression tightened instantly. Something was terribly wrong. The energy levels are spiking out of control, she shouted. A freezing presence stirred above them. High in the rafters, a massive shadow shifted, twin green eyes burning through the darkness. They hadn't cornered Candle Knight at all. They had stepped straight into a trap. Su Qingying's heart plunged. Candle Knight wasn't alone. Another creature was here, and it was far more dangerous. The destroyer squad leader finally lost his composure and screamed for an immediate retreat. But Su Qingying seized control, barking orders for a tactical withdrawal toward the main entrance. Forcing the enemy into open ground was their only hope. She fired a blast of blue energy, ripping a path through the factory while yelling for everyone to move. Then everything went wrong. Pain ripped through her body without warning. Her legs gave out as invisible poison surged through her veins, cutting off her strength. She collapsed, her breath locked in her chest. Sickly green mist swallowed the space around her. The enormous factory seemed to stretch endlessly, yet pressed in on her like a cage. She called out to her squad, her voice echoing, but no one answered. She could sense them nearby, yet the toxin had severed their connection. Her thoughts raced. This wasn't a coincidence. Candle Knight had led them here on purpose. This place was the territory of something far worse. The faint presence she had felt earlier now revealed itself. A colossal serpent slid out of the shadows, its armored head lowering as green eyes glowed like lanterns through the haze. In that moment, Su Qing understood the truth. Candle Knight's darkness was nothing compared to this thing. The black fog filling the factory wasn't shadow at all, it was poison. From the instant they had entered, they had been breathing it in. Silent and deadly, it crept into their bodies, paralyzing them and draining their spiritual energy with every breath. Struggling only made it worse. The more they resisted, the faster their power would burn away until nothing remained. She could already feel her strength leaking out, leaving her hollow and weak. Her knees gave out completely as she slumped onto the cold floor. As the last of her energy faded, despair closed in. This serpent wasn't just powerful, it was intelligent. It was playing with them, savoring their collapse. She closed her eyes, wondering if this was truly the end. Then a spark of light cut through the choking green fog. Her eyes snapped open. A single beam pierced the darkness, followed by a thunderous explosion as the factory ceiling shattered. Blinding light poured into the chamber as debris rained down. Through the falling rubble, a figure descended. Cloaked and hooded, Fang Yi landed with effortless control, his silhouette outlined against the blazing light pouring through the broken roof. He stepped forward, planting himself firmly between her and the serpent, his gaze locked onto the looming monster. One glance was enough for him to identify it, a dark attributed beast. The serpent wasted no time. Its armored head shot forward, jaws snapping wide as it tried to tear him apart. At the same instant, Candle Knight burst from the shadows, lunging from behind. Fang Yi slipped past the serpent's lethal strike and came face to face with the rat-like creature's gaping, dripping maw. In that heartbeat, everything became clear. The serpent's poison weakened its prey, draining them into helplessness, while Candle Knight moved in to finish them off. Together, they were a flawless killing machine. Then Fang Yi made a decision no one expected. He didn't dodge. He allowed Candle Knight's fangs to sink deep into his shoulder. Blood sprayed across the floor, yet his eyes burned with cold defiance. "So you love biting people?" He sneered at the creature, gnawing into him. "Then try this." Blue lightning exploded from his body like a raging storm. Electricity surged straight into the monster's jaws, ripping through its flesh from the inside. "Taste my thunder," Fang Yi roared. At the same time, his free hand flared with blazing golden light. A beam of searing solar energy blasted forward, smashing directly into the serpent's skull. Candle Knight shrieked as lightning wrapped around its body, convulsing in shock. Fang Yi tore himself free and turned back toward the towering serpent. Golden flames ignited around him, crackling alongside the roaring thunder. "Let's see how you handle fire," he said, unleashing a torrent of blazing gold that thundered across the battlefield. The serpent answered with a furious roar, lunging forward with its massive jaws stretched wide to devour him. Fang Yi moved like a streak of lightning, twisting through the air as the beast struck. His golden sword ignited with radiant brilliance, arcs of thunder dancing along its blade. He landed solidly and pointed the weapon straight at the monster. His voice was calm, almost taunting, as he told it to keep its eyes on his sword. The serpent hesitated, drawn to the glowing blade. Fang Yi took advantage instantly. He shot upward, slicing through the air and bringing his sword down in a crushing arc toward the serpent's head, thunder roaring violently along the edge. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. But instead of the killing blow he expected, something horrifying happened. The serpent's skull split apart, cracking open like a shell. From inside, a second head emerged, unscathed as the outer layer peeled away and fell like discarded skin. Fang Yi landed, his eyes narrowing in disbelief. The creature's true form glowed with sinister vitality, green energy pulsing through its neck. This battle was far from over. Then the backlash struck. The remaining thunder energy he had driven into the beast erupted inside its body. The serpent screamed, thrashing wildly as lightning tore through its veins, overwhelming its dark aura. Watching it writhe in pain, Fang Yi let a thin, confident smile form. He had already sensed this serpent was far more dangerous than Candle Knight. That was why he had held back. That earlier strike was never just about the sword. It had been the conduit. The blade had driven the thunder straight into the creature's core. A trap inside a trap, and now the serpent was suffering for it. But the fight was not over. A sudden, searing pain tore through Fang Yi's shoulder, right where Candle Knight had bitten him earlier. His expression darkened as he looked down. Dark purple scales were spreading across his skin, crawling outward like a cursed brand. He understood at once. Just as he had suspected, this was no ordinary poison. It was a coordinated assault between the two monsters. One delivered the bite, the other flooded the air with venom, paralyzing their prey and silencing them before the kill. The agony was fierce, but Fang Yi's will burned even hotter. He activated the golden sun breathing technique, golden heat surging through his body. The yang flame immediately began burning through the corruption. His solar power was already breaking down the poison, repairing what had been damaged. And his thunder, pure and ruthless, would wipe out whatever traces remained. This serpent had chosen the wrong target. As his powers flowed together, Fang Yi felt how perfectly they complemented one another. The fusion of yang flame and thunder didn't just grant strength, it gave him awareness. Every trace of poison now screamed as pain, acting as a built-in warning. He knew how lucky he was. For anyone else, the serpent's venom would have meant a silent, inevitable death. His eyes shifted to the smoldering remains of the monster. A creature that large could only survive by ambush. Its lair must have been filled with the bones of fallen pioneers who never had a chance. With Candle Knight acting as bait and the serpent delivering the final blow, the trap had been flawless. Even elites would have fallen. That was why so many had disappeared. But now it was over. The serpent's massive skeleton collapsed into ash, devoured by holy fire. Fang Yi watched the flames rise, calm and satisfied. His inner flame was devastating, but it was the triple critical surge of his thunder that had truly ended the fight. For the first time, he felt certain his power could stand against even veteran pioneers. Silence settled over the ruins, broken only by the crackling fire. As Fang Yi turned to leave, he paused. His hand lifted slightly, sensing something. His eyes narrowed. He wasn't alone. Through the drifting smoke, a figure staggered forward, coughing through the ash. Su Qingying. She was filthy and exhausted, but alive. As the haze thinned, Fang Yi saw her sitting among her unconscious teammates. His gaze sharpened as he spoke to her directly, calmly telling her there was no need to keep pretending. Her act wasn't convincing. The comment froze her in place. Flustered, she raised a hand to cover her face, embarrassed at being exposed. She hurriedly muttered an excuse, claiming she had only just woken up from the smell of the smoke. Fang Yi didn't accept it. With a quiet edge in his voice, he pointed out the truth. While her entire squad had been completely drained, she still had more than enough spiritual energy left to protect herself. If she had truly been unconscious, she wouldn't have sensed anything at all. With no way out, Su Qingying could only offer a weak thank you. Inside, her thoughts were in chaos. He had seen straight through her. She had deliberately kept a thin thread of spiritual energy for self-defense. And more shocking than that, he had wiped out both Candle Knight and the serpent entirely by himself. Noticing her flustered reaction, Fang Yi's tone softened. He told her there was no need to hide her face. All he wanted was honesty, and for her to keep his identity a secret. After one last glance to make sure she and her squad were safe, he said it was late and he needed to leave. Su Qingying tried to call out, but he was already walking away. With a faint smile, he said that explaining everything would ruin the surprise. Then, with a single effortless leap, he shot through the hole in the factory roof and vanished into the night. Leaping across rooftops under the moonlight, Fang Yi thought back on the battle. He felt relieved that Su Qingying hadn't tried to absorb the monster's dark energy. He remembered that icy, filthy presence far too clearly. Yet one question lingered. Why hadn't he been able to absorb it himself? Had it already dispersed, or was his body instinctively rejecting it? Either way, he decided it could wait until he got home. Back inside the ruined factory, Su Qingying stared up at the jagged opening in the ceiling, moonlight pouring down. She let out a quiet sigh. Disappointed, she hadn't seen his face clearly. He still didn't fully trust her, or the association. Her thoughts ended there. Stepping back into her role as captain, she walked over to the destroyer squad's fallen leader. With a few sharp slaps, she ordered him to wake up. He groaned as he stirred, bruised and disoriented. The moment his eyes opened, panic seized him and he shot upright, shouting that they had been ambushed. Su Qingying remained calm, almost detached. The man followed her gaze and froze. His eyes widened at the smoldering skeleton of the serpent sprawled across the factory floor. The entire squad stared in stunned silence. Their captain demanded answers, asking what had happened and where that terrifying yang energy had come from. Su Qingying replied smoothly. She said they had been rescued by a powerful pioneer, most likely the same person she had been tasked to investigate. A high-level yang attribute user who had appeared by coincidence. Her voice deliberately faded at the end, making it sound like nothing more than luck. The squad was shaken. One muttered that it was impossible for a single person to kill both monsters alone. Another could only shake his head in disbelief. Su Qingying added one final detail. She hadn't been able to recruit him, and somehow he had even managed to follow her back. That alone made him even more mysterious. Soon, the destroyer squad returned to their duties. Their captain, still sore but steady, asked where Candle Knight's remains were. Using a green energy technique, the destroyer squad captain began purifying the battlefield, as the association required every trace to be collected. As the cleanup started, he formed a glowing green orb, pulling in the strange fragments scattered across the floor. But as he stepped forward, his boot came down on a piece of debris. It shattered instantly, erupting in a burst of brilliant blue lightning. The captain stumbled back with a sharp cry as the shock raced through his body. Su Qingying froze, eyes wide. The remains weren't just fading shadows. They were still alive with raw electrical force. This was no ordinary residue. It was Candle Knight's corpse, still crackling with thunder. The captain turned toward her, suspicion flashing in his gaze. She had reported that the mysterious pioneer wielded Yang Flame. Yet here was undeniable proof of overwhelming lightning power as well. They both knelt beside the remains, examining the charged fragments. The thunder energy pouring from them was terrifying, pure, violent, and far beyond anything they had seen before. There was no doubt it was high tier. The destroyer squad captain frowned, a new idea forming in his mind. Maybe there hadn't been just one rescuer. Perhaps two elite pioneers had crossed paths, one who killed the serpent and another who destroyed Candle Knight, before leaving together. But Su Qingying knew better. She couldn't bring herself to say it. In her mind, she still saw that lone figure, golden flames blazing in one hand, lightning raging in the other. Who would ever believe it? One high-tier attribute was enough to be called a prodigy. Two was almost unheard of. Yet the proof was right in front of them. The serpent's scorched skeleton carried the unmistakable mark of a Yang Flame walker, while Candle Knight's electrified remains screamed of a Thunder Tyrant's fury. And both traces pointed to a single man. The squads could only stare, shaken to their cores. What kind of monster was this hidden pioneer? At that moment, association reinforcements arrived. Su Qingying felt a wave of relief. She was glad she had left people outside. If she had gone silent for too long, she would have been declared missing. A cold thought crossed her mind. This rescue team had likely come expecting to retrieve their bodies. Her two subordinates, who had been knocked out by the serpent's poison, finally woke and hurried to her side, voices trembling with relief that she was still alive. With the threat gone, the association's forces began their work, clearing the battlefield where two monsters had fallen, and where one pioneer had shattered everything they thought they knew. The mission shifted from rescue to investigation. Using advanced scanners, the team analyzed residual spiritual energy and battle traces, piecing together a detailed timeline for headquarters. A specialist soon approached Su Qingying and the destroyer squad captain with the results. After comparing attack patterns, finishing strikes, and energy signatures, the probability was overwhelming. There was a 99% chance that a single individual had eliminated both targets. The two captains exchanged a silent look. Around them, squad members whispered in disbelief. They'd been saved by a pioneer who wielded two high-tier powers. Either monster could have annihilated them, yet that person had ended both fights in what appeared to be single blows. The gap in strength was immeasurable. Understanding the weight of what they had discovered, Su Qingying contacted her superior and delivered a major update on the target. Glancing up at the shattered roof, she confirmed that the mysterious university pioneer and the figure known as Tyrant were one and the same. In his office, her superior listened carefully before issuing new orders. Xiao Su, suspend the mission for now. He saved your squad, eliminated the threats, and secured the site. That isn't how an enemy behaves. Old Han, Major Han Li, and I don't see eye to eye on this, but for your safety and to avoid provoking a potential ally, you are to cease all contact with Tyrant for the time being. Yes, sir, she replied, then added another detail. She shared a theory from when she had tracked Tyrant to the back mountain during his breakthrough. He told her to continue. She explained that the aura she felt back then had been terrifyingly strong. At the time, she had suspected a spiritual weapon, then dismissed the idea. But now, with confirmation of two high-tier attributes, that theory no longer seemed so far-fetched. A spiritual weapon? Her superior repeated. He paused, then shook his head. It was extremely unlikely. No matter how gifted, a lone pioneer shouldn't be able to obtain something that rare without powerful backing. He added that the investigation team had detected no trace of a third spiritual energy, which was normally the unmistakable sign of a separately forged spiritual weapon. Su Qingying corrected him immediately. The aura she had sensed during her first encounter hadn't been foreign energy at all. It had been pure yang. His eyes widened as the meaning sank in. If the weapon's power was coming directly from a user's own yang energy, then it wasn't an external artifact at all. He was creating it himself. That led to a terrifying possibility. He might be a spirit creation realm cultivator, someone capable of forging spiritual weapons from their own power. In theory, such people could exist. In reality, they were almost myths. Fewer than a handful were believed to exist in the entire world. Su Qingying felt her heart pound. If she was right, the man she'd been tracking wasn't just gifted. He was one of the rarest beings alive. But her superior's thoughts went even darker. What if this pioneer wasn't limited to two attributes? What if there was a third hidden within him? That would be disastrous. Every known study agreed. Different attributes violently rejected one another inside the human body. Even stabilizing two was nearly impossible. No one in recorded history had ever successfully controlled three. Yet the absence of a third energy signature was almost a relief. If no third attribute existed, then at least this situation still remained within the realm of what was theoretically possible. When the call ended, her superior sat alone in silence, one thought weighing heavily on his mind. Please, let this man never become humanity's enemy. Meanwhile, Fang Yi stood beneath the steaming water of his apartment shower, heat washing away the grime and exhaustion of battle. Drying himself off, Fang Yi let his thoughts drift across the state of the world. Less than a year remained before the official revival of spiritual energy, yet everything was already shifting. Strange incidents surfacing, dangerous monsters appearing, and pioneers rising on their own, without waiting for permission. A soft glow of golden yang energy pulsed across his palm as he casually dried his clothes. His mind returned to the hostile men at Lava River. Once a body touched the spiritual world, it became sensitive to its tides. That was why, even without government approval, countless pioneers had already broken through into the one-star Ghost Axe realm. And now agents like Su Qingying were actively searching for them. Fang Yi could see it clearly for what it was. This era was a fragile balance, a cautious standoff between the government and independent pioneers. Both sides probing, both sides feeling out the unknown, neither daring to move too fast. Standing alone in his room, Fang Yi thought of Major Han Li, of Su Qingying, of the world as it existed now. For the moment, the monsters were still contained. The various pioneer factions had not yet collided head-on, but as he finished getting dressed, he felt just how thin and unstable that peace truly was. The government had already established the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, yet its existence remained hidden from the public. Fang Yi understood their reasoning. People were already noticing strange phenomena. Monsters, distortions, unnatural events. The authorities were trying to prepare humanity quietly, releasing pressure in small doses instead of igniting mass hysteria. His recent victories hadn't softened his outlook. If anything, his judgment of the future had grown darker. The core issue was hesitation. The government lacked the resolve to announce a new cultivation era outright. With a population this massive, the moment the truth was exposed, chaos would explode. Riots, death, fear, the collapse of order. Even official pioneers would be powerless to contain that wave. From that perspective, their cautious strategy wasn't wrong. Fang Yi knew better than most. Human panic could be deadlier than any monster. What unsettled him was something else. The speed at which the monsters were evolving. Faster than he had expected. His thoughts returned to the factory battle. Candle Knight and the Serpent had both been warped by dark energy contamination, specifically Shadow Attribute, a twisted branch of darkness itself. His system had labeled it clearly, a natural enemy of pioneers. An energy he could not yet absorb. These creatures weren't stupid beasts. They hunted in pairs, set traps, and stalked pioneers like prey. And yet, even these were still insignificant compared to what he remembered from his past life. True dark-type horrors that could wipe out entire nations on their own. The realization left a chill in his chest. If he hadn't arrived when he did, Su Qingying and her entire squad would have been erased without a trace. Still, hope remained. One line from his system echoed in his mind. Temporarily unabsorbable. That meant there was a future where even shadow attributes could be turned into his weapon. That single possibility might decide whether humanity survived or fell. Turning inward, Fang Yi reviewed what he now possessed. The golden sun breathing technique of the yang attribute. The divine thunder tempering of thunder, and the crimson flame blade technique. His arsenal kept expanding layer by layer. Armed with high-tier techniques and the raw force of a 3-star Ghost Axe realm pioneer, Fang Yi knew very few could stand against him now. Yet even as that power circulated through his body, one reality pressed down on him. This was still nowhere near enough. The ringing of his phone cut through his thoughts. When he glanced at the screen and saw his aunt's name, a flicker of surprise crossed his face. She asked about his health first, then revealed her real reason for calling. His cousin was coming to the city for school. Worried about her safety, she hoped Fang Yi would let the girl stay at his place instead of putting her in a hotel. He paused. His memory of this cousin was vague at best. A quiet top student who lived buried in textbooks, with little presence beyond that. He couldn't even recall her face. Still, he agreed, mentioning that he had a spare room. When he asked when she would arrive, his aunt said she would send over the girl's contact and let her come on her own. Far away, inside a dim room, lit only by a computer screen, long, slender fingers moved swiftly across a keyboard. A hooded girl with exposed ears had just finished that same phone call. Her mother, Fang Yi's aunt, reminded her to go to her cousin's place by tomorrow afternoon and mention the snacks she had packed for the trip. The girl replied politely that it was no trouble and said she still had work to finish. The glow of the monitor reflected in her glasses as she switched back to a chat group titled Spiritual Energy Revival Martial Arts Vanguard Team. Using the name Feng Heju, she announced that she would be heading to the city and staying with her cousin for a while. She closed it and opened another page. An alert about a location, now known as Death Town, tied to something called the Pork Beef Challenge. 3 more people had gone missing. A bloodstained, horrifying image filled the screen. Her eyes sharpened with interest as she read the town's name. Yanghua. Before she could dig deeper, her mother knocked and entered, asking if she had finished packing. Lin Yi said she was ready, though she muttered that she would rather stay in a hotel than trouble her cousin. Her mother immediately refused. Staying with family was far safer than living alone, and she trusted Fang Yi completely. As she gently urged her daughter toward the door, she added one last reminder: don't cause trouble, and help out when possible. Lin Yi answered obediently, but once the door closed behind her, she let out a quiet sigh. This trip was just another obstacle. Adjusting her glasses, a glint of resolve appeared in her eyes. Whatever her cousin was like, he couldn't possibly be harder to deal with than a monster. The following day, beneath a clear blue sky, a young woman with long dark hair and glasses wheeled a suitcase toward an apartment building. She checked the map on her phone, confirmed the location, then looked up at the building. This should be it, she murmured. At that moment, Fang Yi stepped out of the building with a bag slung over his shoulder. A young woman standing nearby called out to him, asking if he was her cousin. He paused in surprise, looked her over, then asked if she was Lin Yi. Inside, he had to admit it. He didn't recognize her at all. An awkward silence settled between them, light but unmistakable. Back inside the apartment, they sat on the couch, exchanging stiff, polite words. Fang Yi asked if she had come to the city for a summer camp. She nodded, smoothly confirming the cover story. He told her to let him know if she needed anything, and she thanked him. After a few more empty pleasantries, he handed her the key to the room across from his before returning to his own. As she watched him disappear down the hallway, Lin Yi felt a wave of relief. Her cousin looked relaxed, harmless, unlikely to poke around in matters that weren't his. But Fang Yi had already noticed something. From the moment she stepped inside, a faint and unfamiliar spiritual aura had brushed against his senses. Was it a mistake, or was she simply inexperienced at hiding it? Either way, one thing was certain: Lin Yi wasn't here just for summer camp. She was a pioneer. Inside her room, her actions only confirmed it. Lin Yi picked up her phone and sent a message to her martial arts vanguard team, saying her cousin was easy to deal with and unlikely to interfere. The group quickly shifted to discussing the mysterious powerhouse who had appeared at Lava River. Lin Yi warned them not to act recklessly. Too many strong pioneers were still hiding in the shadows. After everyone agreed to wait for her signal, she logged off. Cultivating right now was too risky. If her cousin sensed anything, her cover would be blown. 3 days passed in a blink. For Fang Yi, living together was becoming a test of endurance. Every cultivation session risked being interrupted. Once she stepped out of the bathroom, wrapped in nothing but a towel, forcing him to cut off his meditation instantly. The blazing golden aura of his yang breathing technique was far too eye-catching to leave exposed. But what truly threw him off wasn't the danger of discovery. It was her constant kindness. One night, she served him a carefully prepared dinner with quiet pride. When he tried to wash the dishes, she waved him away with a gentle smile, saying it was the least she could do. Her politeness, her meticulous habits, her almost obsessive neatness, something about it felt off. Still, Fang Yi went along with it. If she kept lowering her guard, he might uncover what she was really hiding. Just as they were eating, her phone buzzed on the table. The screen lit up. Both of them glanced at it, surprise flickering in their eyes. Fang Yi stood and excused himself, saying he would go back to his room so she could take the call. Lin Yi answered quietly, watching him leave before turning back to the device. Sitting on her bed, her tone shifted completely. Calm, focused, and serious, she began repeating the information coming through the line. The great change of heaven and earth would strike again, tomorrow, at 3 in the afternoon. Lin Yi confirmed she would be there. In his own room, Fang Yi heard everything clearly. The destination was the entrance to Yanghua Town. He knew it well, a place now trending online as Death Town, sitting just an hour outside the city. That was enough. His suspicions were confirmed. His cousin was a pioneer, with spiritual energy circulating in silence. Fang Yi observed her through the wall. She couldn't sense him. Her realm wasn't high enough. Even so, he felt a trace of admiration. She was still in middle school, yet she had already reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm and was hovering on the edge of another breakthrough. He reevaluated Lin Yi. Her strange habits and distant nature suddenly made sense. Her talent had shaped her, and now the truth of her visit was clear. The summer camp was just a cover. She had come because she knew about the coming great change of heaven and earth, determined to witness it herself. Fang Yi knew what such events represented. Every great change with a rare opening, a chance to seize a new technique and leap forward in power. What would emerge this time? He didn't know. It didn't matter. With his resolve set, he decided that whatever appeared would belong to him. In her room, Lin Yi paused mid-preparation as a chill slid down her spine. She looked around, a faint sense of being watched pricking at her nerves. Outside, the moonlit mountains lay quiet and unmoving. After a moment, she shook it off as imagination and continued packing. The next day, Manhwa Town buzzed with voices as the mountains loomed in the distance. At the entrance, Linny met one of her teammates. The girl immediately teased her, asking if her cousin was handsome. Linny answered plainly. He was a good man, but nothing special to look at. Her friend let out a disappointed groan. Before the jokes could continue, another teammate arrived, a red-haired woman in a flowing purple dress. She reminded them that Linny herself always claimed to be ordinary. With that, she shifted the mood. Everyone was here. It was time to get to work. One of the men asked if another member of their team wouldn't be coming. The redhead replied that it would only be the 6 of them today. Their missing teammate, she said, was always like that. Mysterious, rarely showing up. From the balcony of a nearby cafe, Fang Yi watched in silence, his sword resting at his side. His cousin's little team kept a low profile, but his senses told him everything. Even the weakest among them had reached the 2-star Ghost Axe realm. The man who spoke earlier carried the pressure of a 3-star. He also picked up that their team normally had even more power, but their strongest member was absent today. Fang Yi leaned back, eyes turning toward the mountains. A thin smile formed. That was where the real show would begin. And then, high above the mountain peaks, it descended, the great change of heaven and earth. The clouds were torn apart as a colossal green vine dropped from the sky, stretching downward like the legendary beanstalk, announcing that the transformation had begun. These strange phenomena always arrived without warning. They weren't directly destructive, but to pioneers, each one was a precious clue, a fragment of truth about how the world was being reshaped. Deep within the misty mountains, Linny and her squad finally saw it for themselves. The towering vine pierced the sky, vast and utterly alien. The red-haired leader's voice trembled as she confirmed it. They'd found their target. The group stood rooted in place, slowly giving way to unease. One of the more adventurous girls suddenly went pale. Her voice shook as she begged everyone to stop. A cold dread crawled up her spine, pouring out from the vine itself. Fighting back tears, she said that something about standing before it filled her with overwhelming terror. The leader asked if anyone had read the rumors on the internal Pioneer forums. The girl nodded, panic spilling out as she spoke. She knew a team that had touched the vine during its last appearance. They'd been experienced pioneers, far stronger than she was. And yet, all of them had died. Their bodies were eaten, their bones absorbed into the roots of a twisted, darker version of the vine. Her breathing grew ragged as she clutched her head. "One up the same way," she whispered. At that instant, their surroundings warped. The mountain trail vanished. In its place spread a grotesque cavern of throbbing red flesh, the ground a writhing mass of living tendrils. A nightmare. Then just as suddenly, the vision shattered. They were back on the mist-shrouded mountain path. It had only been a premonition. Even so, their teammate was left shaking to her core. Once betrayed in an online romance, she had convinced herself she was ready to gamble with her life. Either return wealthy or die as a pioneer. But now, facing the vine, all she felt was crushing fear. Tears streamed down her face as she admitted she wasn't ready to die. She wanted to leave. The red-haired leader and Linny exchanged a heavy glance. They, too, could feel the suffocating pressure radiating from the vine. Linny spoke quietly, giving shape to what they all sensed. It wasn't just fear. It was emptiness. A hollow void within the wood-type vine, as if all life inside had been drained by time, leaving behind nothing but a dead, echoing shell. Linny laid out her conclusion. That hollow core was the reason their fear felt so crushing. The vine wasn't merely strange. It was feeding on their very life force. Her trembling teammate looked ready to collapse when Linny reached out and grabbed her hand. With unwavering resolve, she declared that this was the path of a martial pioneer. Danger was unavoidable, and only by facing it head-on could they continue to advance. From a nearby cliff, Fang Yi watched in silence. He could feel it too, the suffocating, deathly aura pouring off the colossal vine. Of every monster he had encountered so far, aside from pure dark attribute creatures, this thing was by far the most disturbing. The small squad had courage. Few pioneers would even dare stand near something like that, much less try to cultivate beside it. His sharp gaze locked onto the vine. It looked like a plant, a symbol of life, yet there was no vitality inside it at all. What stood before them was hollow, a corpse wearing the shape of something living. No spiritual energy circulated within it. Only the faint residue of blood and flesh from those it had devoured clung to its surface. Back with the group, Linny stepped forward and took control. Standing at the edge of the cliff, she spoke with clear resolve. Time was limited. They couldn't afford reckless moves. Her plan was straightforward. Sense the vine's energy from a distance, avoid direct contact, and still extract what they needed. She chose a high branch and settled into meditation. A shell of blue spiritual light wrapped around her as she focused her breathing. From afar, Fang Yi observed closely. He had to admit it. Their formation was well chosen. Far enough to stay safe, close enough to cultivate. Not timid, not reckless. His cousin had picked the perfect position. Then it happened. The energy around Lin Yi suddenly surged. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened. She was breaking through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. A burst of blue light flared as her aura climbed. Her teammates stared in stunned silence. In a single moment, Lin Yi had stepped into a level of power none of them had expected. But that eruption of spiritual energy did not go unnoticed. Deep beneath the forest floor, the slumbering roots of the colossal vine twitched. A sickly green glow spread across its twisted mass, pulsing like poison veins. The earth shook. One of the men turned, his face draining of color. Panic rippled through the squad as the vine began to move, its massive tendrils ripping out of the ground and surging toward them. The attack was merciless. Blade-like vines lashed upward, instantly coiling around 2 of the male pioneers before they could even react. Their screams tore through the air as they shouted for the others to run, begging them to escape while there was still time. The red-haired leader's heart dropped. She knew exactly what had happened. Lin Yi's breakthrough had created too great a disturbance. It had drawn the monster's attention. Her fear was confirmed as more tendrils slammed against Lin Yi's protective barrier. Fresh from her advancement, her energy was unstable, unable to fully protect her. The blue shell creaked and cracked under the crushing pressure, deathly aura seeping inside. Once the vine closed in completely, it would drain her life without mercy. The squad broke into chaos. The leader tried to drag a terrified teammate away, but the girl resisted, sobbing that they couldn't abandon Lin Yi. "What am I supposed to do then?" the leader shouted, desperation breaking through her voice. "Feed my own spiritual energy into her shield and die, just so she can enjoy her breakthrough." One of the male teammates answered coldly, without hesitation. "Life and death are fate. If we don't leave now, we all die. We only met by chance. Don't throw your life away for feelings." His merciless logic only pushed her further. She shoved him aside, eyes blazing, swearing she would never abandon a teammate, even if it meant standing against everyone else. High above, on the cliff, Fang Yi's gaze hardened. His cousin, still just a student, had no idea how close she was to death. Trapped in deep meditation, she was defenseless, her fragile barrier seconds away from being crushed. The vine's deathly aura was overwhelming. Even Fang Yi questioned whether his current strength would be enough. But there was no room for doubt. He clenched his fist, golden light exploding around him like a rising sun. He had promised his aunt to protect Lin Yi. A promise was not something he would ever break. Below, the red-haired leader made her move. She charged straight into the storm of tendrils, her kicks smashing apart one vine with brute force. For a single heartbeat, it looked like it might work, until countless more shot out, wrapping around her arms and body, locking her in place. At the same time, Lin Yi's protective shell shattered. The blue light broke apart like glass, leaving her completely exposed as the monstrous plant surged forward to devour them both. That was when Fang Yi struck. He cut through the sky in a single leap, sword flashing. 2 waves of golden energy tore through the battlefield, ripping vines apart in midair. From below, Lin Yi's teammates screamed her name in horror as her barrier collapsed, only to see the heavens blaze. A phoenix of golden fire descended, crashing into the writhing vines in a violent explosion of light and heat. When the smoke cleared, Fang Yi stood in the center of scorched earth, golden flames rising around him like a towering pillar. He had arrived at the final moment, pulling both Lin Yi and the red-haired leader back from the edge of death. Wrapped in radiant yang energy, his presence alone smothered the suffocating death aura. The colossal vine recoiled, its tendrils hissing as they withered and dissolved, forced back by the overwhelming purity of his power. The surviving pioneers could only shield their eyes. None of them could comprehend what they were witnessing, a stranger who shone like living sunlight. The man who had argued to abandon Lin Yi went pale, words dying in his throat. In disbelief, he muttered, wondering if this being was even human, or just another pioneer. The red-haired leader, still shaken, knew better. Even through the shock, she could feel the truth. This was no ordinary strength. It was the purest yang attribute she had ever encountered. Only a high-tier force of that level could ever drive back a life-devouring monster like the vine. The cold, practical male pioneer stared down at his own trembling hands. He had always been proud of himself, reaching the 3-star Ghost Axe realm at a speed few in the nation could match. Even Lin Yi, whom he acknowledged as gifted, barely stood beside him. And yet now, beneath that blazing golden figure, his strength felt laughably small. He lifted his eyes to the radiant light, and for the first time in his life, felt utterly insignificant. If pioneers like this truly existed, then what did that make the rest of them? This newcomer hadn't simply surpassed him. He had crushed them all with absolute, overwhelming power. Wrapped in golden radiance, Fang Yi felt a shift deep within. His system had activated. It locked onto the extreme wood-type energy of the vine and began auto-writing a new technique. In moments, the result appeared. Endless vitality, the ability to draw in surrounding life force and instantly restore any wound. Green energy surged around his body. Fang Yi sensed its boundless potential. As long as life existed nearby, he now possessed something close to an endless engine, an inexhaustible source of recovery. Then came the final message. The system had extracted the vine's true core. Extracted attribute, desolation, a power that released a withering aura, erasing all life within its domain. Standing amid the drained battlefield, Fang Yi calmly absorbed the last of the anomaly's strength. When his eyes opened again, they glimmered with the same eerie green as the vine's deadly power, a faint desolate aura lingering around him. Now it was obvious why such a creature could only exist in remote mountains. Anywhere else, it would have stripped entire regions of life, leaving nothing but barren wasteland. The desolation attribute was merciless, a force that stole life from everything around it and left only emptiness behind. A voice broke his thoughts. The red-haired leader stepped forward, wounded but alive, gratitude shining in her eyes. She bowed deeply, thanking him. Without him, they would have all died here. Hesitantly, she asked how they could repay him. Fang Yi waved it away with cool indifference. There was no need. Their paths would cross again. With that, he turned and walked off. There was no pride in his heart. He knew the truth. He had only gained this opportunity because of the information they brought. In the end, it was he who had taken the greatest reward. The conflict among the pioneers meant nothing to him. With a final leap, he shot into the sky, leaving the stunned group behind. He understood this new era well. When danger arrived, true natures were exposed, and a team as fractured as theirs would never survive. Back in the clearing, only the bold young girl and the scruffy-haired man remained, silently watching his figure disappear. Still shaken, the girl finally spoke, asking what they should do next. The man's reply came sharp and biting, filled with blame as he demanded to know whether she regretted not acting sooner to save their fallen teammates. With the danger gone and Lin Yi having stepped into the third tier, the red-haired leader realized there was only one path left for them now, to stay together. Not long after, Lin Yi slowly woke from her meditation, blue light flashing through her eyes as she regained awareness. Her teammates rushed to her side, relief washing over their faces. The man who had suggested abandoning her earlier lowered his head and admitted that from now on, their future rested on her judgment. Another voice cut in, insisting their true focus should be on the mysterious figure who had appeared to save them. Confused, Lin Yi looked around and only then noticed the bodies of their fallen comrades scattered across the ground. As she stood, a fierce, burning warmth struck her senses. From a nearby tree still lingered the remnant of a terrifying yang attribute. Even from this distance, its heat made her heart tighten. The scruffy-haired man stepped forward and offered to explain everything that had happened while she was unconscious. Later that day, standing outside her cousin's apartment, Lin Yi still felt dazed. She couldn't comprehend the existence of someone so overwhelmingly powerful. Her teammates' words echoed in her mind, calling that man a monster, describing how vines they couldn't even scratch had been brushed aside like dust, and how the towering beanstalk had retreated into the sky, too frightened to descend again. Even now, though he was gone, the vine remained subdued, as if his presence still weighed upon it. When she stepped inside, she was met by Fang Yi. Worry flickered across his face when he saw how pale she looked. Lin Yi forced a smile, blaming it on a long day of studying. He didn't press her, only telling her she must be tired and should rest. He even offered to order takeout for dinner. She nodded and quietly went back to her room. The moment she closed the door, she collapsed on her bed, completely drained. A breakthrough demanded intense concentration, and this one had left her more exhausted than weeks without sleep. Lying there with her phone in hand, a faint sense of relief surfaced. She wasn't just ordinary anymore. A few sleepless nights wouldn't kill her. She had accepted it. This endless struggle was the destiny of a pioneer in a world that had already begun to change. Thinking of her cousin's calm, mundane life, she realized that road was no longer meant for her. A notification broke her thoughts. The Pioneer Group chat lit up. One name stood out, Garan, the mysterious powerhouse who almost never appeared. This time, his message was brief and cold. If there are any more signs of that man, report them immediately. It was the first time he had ever typed anything in the group, and it instantly drew Yi's focus. She answered right away, backing him up. Then, throughout her own thought, was this unknown rescuer the same figure from the Dark River Lava Dragon disaster? And if it was, what reason would someone that powerful have to step in for people like them? The chat erupted in seconds. One user shared a long breakdown about a high-tier young attribute expert, describing the legendary sun-splitting slash, a strike so bright it had driven onlookers out of a cave under a wave of burning light. The post insisted no pioneer anywhere in Sea Country could compare to that man, and ended with a blunt warning. If you ever encounter him, stay far away. While everyone argued, Fang Yi was already moving. He rode his bicycle into the night, calm and steady. After the chaos earlier, he was sure his cousin had dropped her guard. His performance had worked well enough that he could slip in and out without suspicion. That was all the opening he needed. Tonight had a purpose. He had to secure a vessel for his newly awakened desolation attribute. It aligned best with plant life, so that was where his hunt would start. As he pedaled through the empty streets, his mind stayed fixed on the dangerous force now sitting inside him. Desolation was powerful, but it was warped, an energy built on ruin and withering. Binding it directly to his own body was asking for disaster. Worse, it could collide with the clean, violent purity of his thunder attribute. That kind of clash could destroy him. He would not take that risk. No, there was only one answer. He needed a carrier. Something like that abnormal vine. In his mind, the origin of that creature was already clear. An ordinary plant must have sensed the flood of returning spiritual energy, chosen to evolve, and in doing so birthed the desolation attribute to strengthen itself. That understanding locked everything into place. A faint, confident smile crossed his face as he set his course. Guided by the pale shine of the moon, he followed the subtle signs leading toward the forest park. Before long, he reached the vast stretch of city woodland, left his bicycle behind, and walked into the trees. Moonlight spilled through the branches, revealing a wide patch of faintly glowing flowers scattered across the ground. He only needed one, the plant that answered his own spiritual presence, the one that felt like it belonged to him. Fang Yi closed his eyes and pushed his senses outward. A sweep of green, spiritual energy rolled away from him, flowing through the forest and touching every leaf and stem in its path. The plants answered in return, a soft wave of energy rising to greet him. It was abundant, alive, but still wrong. Not what he was looking for. He poured out more of his aura, pushing deeper, demanding a clear response. Then it happened. A single signal flared from somewhere hidden in the grass, sharp and unmistakable, snapping his attention straight toward it. A single white flower with a softly glowing core swayed in the grass, almost as if it were calling out to him. Was this the one he had been waiting for? He moved closer and extended a finger. The instant he made contact, the petals drew inward, pulling in his spiritual energy. When they opened again, the bloom shone brighter, relaxed and satisfied, as if it had just been fed. Fang Yi lowered himself beside it, a faint smile forming. Its spirit was unusually strong. Even though it was just a small plant, it reacted vividly, like a starving puppy gulping down energy, then nudging him for more. Out of the entire forest, this was the only one that had answered him so fiercely. This was the match, the ideal vessel for the desolation attribute. He studied the fragile-looking flower and quietly told it that it had been chosen, asking if it was ready. Then he released a flood of green, spiritual energy, forcing it straight into the glowing bloom. A system message appeared. Do you wish to forcibly implant the desolation attribute into this plant? Green light blazed in his eyes as he confirmed. Power exploded from his palm, swallowing the flower in radiant brilliance as its shape began to change. Thin petals stretched and reshaped, becoming something larger and more complex. When the light finally faded, the transformation was done. The ordinary white flower no longer existed. In its place stood a lotus-like bloom, its thick leaves shining with a dense green aura. The sudden surge of power made Fang Yi tense in surprise, and the change went far beyond its looks. The new plant released a terrifying wave of desolation energy. Its roots drilled into the ground, dragging in more and more strength. The surrounding forest was erased in seconds. Trees shriveled, soil turned to dust, and the once lush field was left dead and bare. Fang Yi could only stare at the scale of the destruction. In moments, an entire stretch of forest had been drained dry, and the spreading energy showed no sign of slowing. Then, just as abruptly, the glow weakened and the flower shrank down, settling into a smaller, stable form. Fang Yi immediately understood the danger. If it kept going, the spiritual energy association would notice. He knelt and tore the glowing plant from the earth, roots included. This park had been a terrible place to experiment. Too close to the city, too heavily watched. Even when he arrived, he had noticed the cameras and the eerie lack of people. As he walked away holding his creation, something made him pause. The flower was still alive. More than alive, it was flourishing. Even without soil, it continued absorbing spiritual energy from the air, its light steady and strong. A slow grin crossed his face as he looked at it. Just minutes ago, it had been a wildflower. Now it carried power without losing a single trace of vitality. The truth hit him all at once. By merging the desolation attribute into that plant, he hadn't just strengthened it. He had ripped open its dormant limits and shoved it onto an evolutionary track no natural life form was meant to reach. Fang Yi was just about to leave the park when a piercing alarm tore through the night. Red warning lights flared between the trees as a cold, synthetic voice announced, abnormal value exceeded. His chest tightened. Even with all his care, the system had still been tripped. Gripping the desolation flower, he bolted from the area without looking back. Far away, inside the spiritual energy revival plant research department, the same alert thundered through a brightly lit control hall. Technicians ran between terminals as graphs and readings spiked wildly across their screens. The anomaly is off the charts, one shouted. What's going on out there? Another snapped. Orders came down instantly. All personnel were told to activate their protective bracelets, deploy to the park, and seal the perimeter. Nothing was allowed in or out. Not long after, a heavily geared response unit reached the section of forest Fang Yi had stripped dry. Where lush greenery had stood, only gray, dead trees, and fractured earth remained. One man glanced at the glowing data on his wrist and stiffened. It's 30, he muttered. His voice trembled. That can't be right. A heavy silence spread through the team. Everyone knew the numbers. The Qingqing University event had only reached 8 to 10. Even the Dark River Lava Dragon, a catastrophe that had shaken the entire region, had peaked at 25. Yet here, in a city park that never went past 10, the reading was 30. Another technician crouched to collect soil while his partner gave a tense report. Air pressure, moisture, sunlight, everything's normal. But the vegetation, it's like all the life was ripped out at once. The team leader's eyes hardened. Move toward the center. That's where it started. Before anyone could step forward, a sharp command rang through their comms. Stop. No one moves another inch. The senior researcher with glasses had cut in, and his authority froze everyone. His voice was calm, but heavy. The energy you're picking up is desolation. Do not make contact. Uneasy looks passed between the younger members. Then he asked quietly, do you know about the vine that fell from the sky not long ago? The group stiffened. One junior finally spoke, pale and shaken. You mean the devil vine? The A-level mutated one. The senior researcher gave a slow nod. A projected image of the twisted vine appeared before them, its towering form looming as faint silhouettes of trapped lives writhed at its base. This, he said in a low voice, is where its power truly comes from. That was why it was so lethal. That was why so many pioneers had died to it. Its core was desolation itself, a parasitic force that devoured everything around it and turned all it consumed into its own. The young researcher who had almost walked into the lifeless zone stumbled backward, gripping his chest as icy sweat soaked through his clothes. Gasping for air, he muttered hurried thanks to the senior researcher, fully aware he had just brushed past death itself. The older man spoke with heavy gravity. Any place where a plant awakened the desolation attribute became a dead zone. Anyone who crossed into it would have their very vitality drained away. He brought up another case. An ancient decaying tree in one city of Xia country, a forbidden region where every living thing that approached had been wiped out on the spot. Staring at the ruined woodland in front of them, his expression tightened. In this new era, plant mutations could no longer be treated lightly. Among all possible awakenings, desolation stood at the top in both danger and destruction. And now, beside the ancient tree and the celestial vine, a third one had emerged. Before he could go further, a firm hand landed on his shoulder. The researchers turned to see Major Hanli approaching, his face set hard, a squad of soldiers at his back. He had already been informed. Switch to advanced suits, he commanded, gesturing toward the protective equipment. We're entering. Moments later, the team was fully geared up, now joined by Su Qingying. With Hanli leading, they moved straight into the dead zone. Scanners hummed as numbers flickered across their displays. But instead of clarity, the readings brought confusion. The desolation aura was already fading, dropping to 25 since their arrival. Even stranger, there was no visible origin. This was nothing like the celestial vine, whose presence should have continued to spread without end. Han Li's gaze sharpened as he shared a tense look with Su Qingying. She answered with a small nod, and together they advanced further into the devastated center. Two specialists, blue spiritual light surrounding them, began tracking the lingering energy trails. Those fading lines led them inward, step after step, until both suddenly stopped, shock written across their faces. Han Li and Su Qingying understood at the same time. The desolation source hadn't simply dissipated. It had been removed, uprooted and taken away. One researcher, his words muffled behind his mask, spoke in disbelief. That's not possible. How could anyone carry something like that? Han Li grasped the danger immediately. If someone had truly entered a desolation dead zone and walked out with its core, identifying them was no longer optional. Su Qingying had already reached her answer. She raised a glowing datapad, displaying the result of a large-scale analysis. A familiar name and face appeared, Fang Yi. His movements matched this incident and another recent mutation exactly. Han Li looked over the file briefly before nodding. I'll send you everything we have on Fang Yi, he said, confirming that this was the same pioneer she had dealt with before. Adjusting his hat, he spoke in a hard, final tone. From this point on, it falls under your association. With that, he turned and left, leaving Su Qing alone in the ruined clearing, the cold glow of her data pad reflecting off her tense face. 2 hours later, inside his apartment, Fang Yi gently placed the desolation flower into a small pot. He paused to look at it, a faint smile appearing as the thought struck him. This was the first flower he had ever raised. Letting out a quiet laugh, he gave it a name, the obedient little white flower. As if it could hear him, he spoke softly, telling it that now that desolation had merged with it, it would grow by itself and one day become a powerful helper. Its ability to drain life would make it lethal in combat, while its simple, harmless look would let it stay hidden right under his cousin's nose. His fingers brushed over a petal as another idea settled in his mind. In this brutal new world, brute force alone was never enough. The ones who survived were those who carried the most concealed weapons. The comm was broken by his phone vibrating. He checked the screen, his eyes widening. The caller was old Wang Liang, his childhood friend. They hadn't spoken since Fang Yi had left 3 years earlier to join the army. Old memories surfaced, the two of them inseparable back in school, until Wang Liang had suddenly announced his enlistment and disappeared from his life. He answered, and a familiar laugh came through. You're back in town? Come have a drink at our old place, Wang Liang said brightly. Fang Yi paused, surprised by the sudden call. Wang laughed again. I've got something big to tell you. Just don't freak out when you hear it. What sounded like a simple reunion was nothing of the sort. When the call ended, the truth became clear. Wang Liang was not alone. In a dim room, he sat reporting to a red-haired woman scarred by countless battles, her military uniform bearing the insignia of high rank. Su Qingying sat at the same table, her face unreadable. Wang Liang confirmed he had followed her orders. Then, hesitating, he asked if Fang Yi could be spared if he turned out not to be their target. The red-haired officer tapped her fingers against the table, eyes cold. She brushed his request aside. Focus on your task. That's all. Then, in a flat, merciless tone, she added, if he isn't who we're after, take it as the price he pays for being your friend. In a quiet bar, Fang Yi and Wang Liang clinked their beer bottles together. They drank and talked, filling in the missing 3 years. Fang Yi couldn't help noticing how different his friend looked now. Calmer, sharper. The military had clearly carved its mark into him. Wang talked about his years in uniform for a while, then shifted the focus back. What about you, Fang Yi? How have you been all these years? Fang Yi kept it simple, saying he was fine and that he had gone to college. As he drank, memories from his previous life drifted through his mind. Back then, he had never crossed paths with Wang again. His friend had likely died like so many other soldiers, lost in some forgotten battlefield. Maybe this time, he could change that ending. Then Wang's voice grew low. Tell me something, Fang. Have you noticed anything strange lately? Zombies, monsters, things straight out of movies? A chill ran through Fang Yi. A soldier knowing about spiritual energy was normal. Asking this so openly was not. This was a probe. He kept his expression steady. What are you trying to say? Wang let out a slow breath. I'm not here to reassure you. I'm here to warn you. The way the world is going, everything people care about now, grades, money, reputation, it's all about to become meaningless. The order we know is going to fall apart. Fang Yi looked into his glass, face unreadable. He knew how this worked. Ordinary soldiers were bound by strict secrecy. For Wang to hint this far meant the military already had its eyes on him. His old friend had been sent to test him. Wang mistook the silence. Relax. As long as you don't talk about it, nothing will happen. But Fang Yi understood the truth. No matter how much he pretended, Wang was doing everything he could to protect him, even risking military discipline. Wang Liang had tried to warn him about the storm coming. Their quiet moment was broken when Wang's phone vibrated violently on the table. He answered, and a sharp, angry voice snapped through the line. Return now. Target location, 10 minutes. Wang stood straight. Fang Yi watched him in silence. He got up quickly and apologized. Sorry, Yi. Emergency mission. I can't even walk you back. As Wang turned to go, Fang Yi dropped the act. Is this about the spiritual energy revival? He asked firmly. Take me with you. Wang halted and turned around, stunned. Before he could reply, Fang Yi stepped in and grabbed his collar. His voice was calm and unwavering. Take me to your superiors. I know why they sent you. I don't know exactly what they found, but I know you would never harm me. He loosened his grip, eyes sharp. I want to see what the army is really dealing with. If the association handles the monsters, then what is the military doing? Let me find out myself. Wang looked at him, caught between duty and friendship. After a moment, he gave a brief nod. The two of them soon arrived before a massive military base hidden deep within a mountain valley. The sign over the gates read, Military Base Number 19, Spiritual Forbidden Zone. Even before entering, Fang Yi felt the crushing pressure in the air. The concentration of spiritual energy here was terrifying, far beyond any ordinary polluted zone. At the checkpoint, soldiers stopped them, pulling Wang aside to rejoin his unit. After confirming Fang Yi's identity, they escorted him inside. He was led through rows of bright steel corridors, descending farther and farther underground, until they finally stepped into an enormous training arena carved into the rock. What greeted him was pure chaos. Dozens of soldiers were locked in a brutal fight, blue lightning bursting from their bodies as they struggled against a towering monster. Its body was black and jagged, and a single glowing red eye burned with savage fury. With a thunderous roar, it fired a beam of crimson energy that ripped straight through the formation, sending soldiers flying as screams rang through the cavern. Above them, on a raised platform, the red-haired officer Ji Lan watched with arms folded, her gaze sharp and merciless as she judged every movement. When Fang Yi was brought before her, he immediately sensed something off about the creature. Its presence was not natural. Two attributes were fused inside it. Ji Lan spoke coldly, confirming it. Dark and flame. A perfect combination. That's why it's so dangerous. She added that several soldiers had already been badly wounded. A display beside her showed her rank. Ji Lan, Ghost Axe Realm, 3-star officer. Her eyes cut toward Wang Liang. Wang Liang. He snapped to attention. Why did you bring an unauthorized civilian into a forbidden zone? She demanded. Before he could explain, she waved it off. Forget it. We don't have time. Get into position. Then she turned to Fang Yi. One glance was enough for her to judge him. His spiritual energy was weak, barely awakened. For a moment, she wondered if he could be the pioneer they were hunting, but the thought vanished just as quickly. He was irrelevant. Because you're Wang Liang's friend, I won't pursue this, she said flatly. But you're inside a restricted zone. From now on, your survival is your own responsibility. And what you see here never leaves this place. Fang Yi gave a small nod. Understood. Ji Lan immediately grabbed a massive energy cannon and called out 2 names. The selected soldiers rushed forward, blue power surging around their bodies as they charged the beast. She locked onto the target and fired. A violent blast exploded against the monster, shaking the entire cavern. But it didn't fall. The creature roared as dark energy pulsed through its frame, red light bursting from inside. Its jaws spread wider, fangs extending as its form warped even further. The attack had only driven it into a more violent stage of mutation. The monster swung wildly, its claws ripping through the air. Move, a soldier shouted. One of his comrades barely raised a defense before the impact blasted him away like a broken doll. Stay focused. Don't let it keep mutating, Ji Lan shouted, forcing her unit to keep their spacing while pressing forward carefully. From the side, Fang Yi tracked their formation. Their coordination was flawless, built on discipline and shared trust. Every soldier covered another, each one reinforcing the whole. Together, they were far stronger than any single fighter could ever be. That thought shattered when Fang Yi sensed the truth. The creature's power was climbing at a horrifying rate. He yelled for them to fall back, warning that its current strength was beyond what they could handle. But his voice vanished into the roar of battle. A wave of dark purple energy exploded outward, throwing soldiers off their feet. Ji Lan didn't retreat. Her orders cut through the noise, raise the danger level, update the mutation classification. No one was allowed to withdraw, but the change was already complete. Before their eyes, the beast finished its evolution. Its twisted frame was now wrapped in raging black and red flames, its single eye glowing like a blood-red star filled with pure hatred. A soldier cried out, "The evil dog's mutation is finished. It's fully fused with the dark attribute." That burning eye snapped onto Wang Liang. He froze as the creature crouched, muscles coiling to strike. Fang Yi and Ji Lan both felt the same chill. It was about to kill him. The monster lunged. The shockwave sent another soldier slamming into the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. The targets reached full B level. Ji Lan roared. Change formation, new combat protocol. The wounded man clutched Fang Yi as he coughed violently. He explained between breaths that he had been channeling energy into the beast's suppression collar. But when it evolved, the device backfired and exploded. Thick, black liquid leaked from his lips as he forced a weak smile. Don't worry about the soldiers of Restricted Zone 19, he whispered. Fang Yi's expression hardened. Seeing that her heavy cannon was now useless, Ji Lan dropped it. She faced her remaining troops, eyes burning with resolve. Listen, no matter the cost, even if we die, we cannot let this B-level mutation escape. The soldiers prepared themselves for a last stand. Before anyone could act, Fang Yi stepped forward, placing himself directly in front of Ji Lan and cutting her off. She snapped at him, demanding what he thought he was doing, but Fang Yi didn't answer. Blue light ignited in his eyes as lightning burst across his arm, the air trembling as a storm gathered around him, responding to his will. Blue thunder coiled around Fang Yi, every spark sharper than a blade. Facing the monstrous creature, he let out a taunting laugh, his voice calm and fearless. That's it. This is all you can do. Then he struck. His figure vanished in a flash, lightning bursting from each step as he surged forward like a bolt from the heavens. His fist, wrapped in blazing blue energy, smashed straight into the monster's skull. The collision erupted with a thunderclap that shook the cavern. A blinding explosion swallowed the creature, and a shockwave blasted outward, throwing soldiers through the air as if they were weightless. One day's soldier stared in disbelief. That's impossible. Even Commander Jilan couldn't handle a B-level monster alone. Wang Liang turned to Jilan, shaken. Is my friend really the one they've been looking for? Her gaze was cold and certain. There's no mistake. What you're seeing is the truth. That man is the tyrant. Through the smoke and fire, Fang Yi stood untouched. The beast twisted in agony, burned and broken, but not yet finished. His eyes sharpened. Still not enough. I'll end it. He glanced back briefly. Stay back. Both of you. This isn't safe. Jilan could only stare. Her entire unit needed tight formations just to survive against a B-level mutation. Yet this man was about to crush it alone. The sheer ferocity of his thunder attribute was beyond anything she had ever witnessed. Even now, he was already among the strongest pioneers in the nation. And as she watched him, a chill crept into her heart at how much more terrifying he could become as the revival advanced. Fang Yi lifted his hand. Lightning gathered, spinning wildly as a storm formed above him. Jilan's breath caught as the sky itself seemed to split. He stepped forward and brought his arm down. A massive column of blue lightning slammed into the monster, drowning it in divine fury. This was power worthy of his title, the Tyrant. When the thunder finally died out and the light faded, Fang Yi remained standing, stray arcs of lightning still flickering around him. His eyes were steady, filled with quiet resolve. The soldiers were frozen. One whispered to another, voice trembling. That dark power was already horrifying, but this thunder, it's on a completely different level. My legs are shaking just looking at it. As the dust cleared, Fang Yi casually raised his hand and flashed Wang Liang a thumbs up. It's finished. Wang Liang ran over, letting out a relieved laugh. You nearly gave me a heart attack. He punched Fang Yi lightly on the shoulder. I never imagined you'd become this powerful. Then his laughter slowly faded, and his smile weakened as he lowered his gaze. I'm sorry. I suspected you were a pioneer, but I still had to carry out my orders. Fang Yi waved it off with a light smile. Why talk like that after 3 years? I understand. Before they could say more, Jilan walked over, her gaze steady and composed. She stopped in front of Fang Yi and extended her hand. Thank you. You saved this base. Fang Yi smiled back and shook her hand. It was nothing. I just didn't want my friend to die. She straightened and formally introduced herself. Jilan, Warden of Forbidden Area 019. Her tone turned procedural. Since you intervened, I'll need to submit a report. Please leave your contact information. Sure, Fang Yi replied easily. Off to the side, Wang Liang watched in silence, stunned. His commander, someone who ruled hardened soldiers with absolute authority, was treating his childhood friend with open respect. Once the formalities ended, Jilan went straight to the point. Her voice was firm. Your strength exceeds that of many elite pioneers. I formally invite you to join the military. She paused briefly. However, I'm aware that an invitation from a single warden may not carry enough weight for you. Inside, Jilan was still unsettled. Fang Yi, he wasn't merely strong. He was terrifying. He had already reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, the same level as her, yet his combat power was on a completely different tier. He had shattered every assumption about what that realm could produce. He was, without question, a monster. Fang Yi looked at her calmly. So you're saying you don't think you're qualified to invite me? Jilan nodded without hesitation. That's the truth. The decision to involve you came directly from High Command. They'll contact you themselves soon enough. Fang Yi laughed softly. No need to be so stiff. He placed a hand over his chest. I respect soldiers like you. Not everyone is willing to put their life on the line for others. Until today, I'd never seen soldiers fight up close. What I saw tonight, it left an impression. For the first time, Jilan's stern expression eased. Thank you, she said quietly. Then Fang Yi spoke again. If you ever run into real danger, you can call for me. Just as you stand at the front to protect people like me, I'll return that trust. His voice sharpened slightly. But there's one condition. You don't interfere with my cultivation, and you don't restrict my freedom. Jilan was left briefly at a loss for words. As the silence settled, Fang Yi glanced toward the exit of the cavern. It's late. I should head back. Jilan nodded. Understood. Wang Liang, and I still need to deal with the remains of the mutation. I'll have someone escort you out. As Fang Yi walked away, the truth finally settled into place. The military was not just a group of pioneers throwing themselves into dangerous, energy-saturated zones for glory. They were the wall holding back the tide, the last line standing between the monsters and the ordinary world. Without them, everything people called normal life would have already collapsed. After he disappeared into the distance, Jilin slowly turned toward Wang Liang, her eyes deep with thought. Your friend can't be measured by something as shallow, as impressive. What we witnessed today was only the surface. For a pioneer to rise that far, that quickly, his comprehension has to be terrifying. Luck, courage, and talent combined like that. It's the seed of a true powerhouse. Wang Liang broke into a wide grin when he heard such rare praise from his commander. Then if you think you're not the right person to approach him, why not leave it to me? I mean, we grew up together. A sharp knock landed on his head before he could feel proud. Stop talking nonsense, Jilin snapped. Move. We still have a mess to clean. Rubbing his head with an awkward smile, Wang Liang had no choice but to follow as she dragged him back to work. That night, far away from all of it, Fang Yi sat cross-legged on the rooftop of his apartment, bathed in a blazing golden radiance that made the air around him tremble. His thoughts returned to the military encounter. Even though his identity had been exposed, he had only revealed his thunder attribute. Everything else he possessed was still hidden. From the way they treated him, with caution, respect, and even a hint of restraint, it was clear that this concealment had worked exactly as he intended. More importantly, he had understood something vital. Thunder was the natural enemy of the dark creatures the army fought. That single attribute already made him irreplaceable. They would never dare threaten him. They would want him on their side. And joining them meant something far more valuable than protection. Access to rapid growth paths, first-hand intelligence, and resources that ordinary pioneers could only dream about. Today had also revealed the structure of power in this new world. The nation's two great pioneer forces served completely different purposes. The military, led by people like Jilin, stood guard over the forbidden zones, acting as silent sentinels against disasters that could wipe out entire regions. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association, with agents like Su Qingying, protected the cities, hunting down whatever dangers slipped through and keeping civilians safe. Together, they formed a careful two-layer system. The most terrifying threats were sealed inside restricted areas, while information about the world's true danger was slowly, deliberately released. By controlling what the public knew, the government was buying time to prevent panic, time to prepare humanity for what was coming. As Fang Yi continued to meditate, the golden energy in his dantian began to throb. He had already absorbed an enormous amount of aura from the forbidden zone, yet until now his body had remained strangely calm. That calm shattered. The golden light inside him suddenly surged like a raging tide. Power flooded every inch of his body, thin cracks of energy spreading across his skin as if he were made of glowing porcelain. Fang Yi opened his eyes. He knew this feeling. His body had reached its limit. Spiritual power was overflowing. A breakthrough was no longer optional. It was unavoidable. At the same moment, on the street below, Lin Yi was walking home with bags of groceries in her hands, her thoughts light and simple. If her cousin was home, maybe she could make him try her cooking tonight. Then her world froze. She slowly lifted her head, eyes wide, as a towering pillar of golden light erupted from the roof of her building, shooting straight into the night sky like a divine beacon. Her eyes widened as the blazing shape in the heavens sharpened, a divine axe forged entirely from raging energy. She recognized it at once, the unmistakable manifestation of a ghost axe realm breakthrough. But something was wrong. The scale was absurd. The pressure was suffocating. That burning axe hanging in the sky was far beyond anything a normal ghost axe pioneer could produce. It felt less like a cultivation phenomenon and more like a divine punishment descending from above. Her heart slammed against her ribs as she stood frozen, staring upward. This was no ordinary advancement. Whatever was happening overhead had already crossed into something far more terrifying. On the street below, Lin Yi remained rooted to the ground, her gaze locked on the sky. The crushing spiritual pressure made her chest feel tight. There was no doubt about it. This was Ghost Axe realm power. And yet, what she was witnessing went far beyond the limits of that realm. The clouds twisted as if reality itself were being bent. From within them, a massive divine hand made of pure golden energy slowly stretched across the heavens. Her breath caught. She knew that power. Everyone who studied cultivation did. Spirit creation realm. The realization struck her like a bolt of lightning. A being of unimaginable strength was cultivating right next to her. The building she called home was standing beside a walking natural disaster. Awe and fear crawled down her spine at the same time. The eruption did not stay unnoticed. Far away, inside a high-tech command center, crimson alarms howled as warning lights flashed across massive screens. Anomaly value, 99. Location, southeast sector. Technicians shouted over one another, fingers flying across consoles as they tried to stabilize the flood of incoming data. In the control hall, an official leapt to his feet, his face drained of color. Deploy all units to the site. Immediately, Su Qingying stood beside him, staring at the readings in disbelief. How could something this powerful escape detection? A surge like that could erase an entire city. In another command room, military leaders gathered around a holographic map of the city, their faces dark. There are only two explanations, one general said coldly. Either a spirit creation level pioneer has appeared, or a catastrophic event is unfolding. Another officer narrowed his eyes. It could be both. The senior official grabbed the comm device, hands trembling as he barked orders to headquarters, demanding every piece of advanced equipment be mobilized, everything short of strategic weapons. Before he could finish, the doors burst open. A subordinate rushed in, breathless and pale. "Cancel the alert," he shouted. "It's not a monster. It's a pioneer undergoing promotion." Back on the rooftop, the storm of golden radiance finally receded. The sky returned to its quiet darkness as Fang Yi slowly opened his eyes and released a steady breath. His breakthrough was complete. One-star spirit creation realm, he murmured, almost casually. His body felt lighter, sharper, and filled with a new level of control, even if the raw increase in power wasn't overwhelming. The vibration of his phone interrupted his thoughts. A message from Wang Liang appeared on the screen. The words were direct and urgent. A new anomaly has appeared. Location, Qingcheng University Playground. Internal military reports confirm it's a pollution zone. Worse, it's the second occurrence. Fang Yi typed a quick reply. "I know. The last one was the heat anomaly." Wang Liang responded at once, confirming that it was the same abnormality surfacing again, then added a half-joking warning for Fang Yi not to reveal where the information came from. Fang Yi smirked at the screen and fired back a teasing reply, saying maybe he really would report him. But Wang Liang's tone shifted immediately, the joking vanishing. He told Fang Yi to be careful, admitting that he was honestly worried about him. Fang Yi set the phone down, his gaze turning quiet and distant. Wang's concern only confirmed what he already believed. This was exactly why he stayed cautious with both the military and the association. The brighter someone shone, the more danger they attracted. That was why his Yang Flame attribute and his Crimson Flame blade technique remained buried. Those were his trump cards, meant to stay hidden until the moment his life truly depended on them. He typed one last message, telling Wang Liang not to worry and hinting that he still had more than a few tricks left. The sound of the door opening pulled him back to the present. Lin Yi walked in, announcing she was home. When she spotted him on the couch, she asked if he had eaten and held out the takeout she had bought. Without lifting his eyes from the phone, Fang Yi told her to put it on the table and said he would eat later. Lin Yi watched him for a moment, a faint frown forming. Inside, she let out a tired sigh. In her eyes, her cousin was kind and gentle, but unbelievably lazy. He stayed home all day, glued to his phone, not even bothering to attend college. The contrast almost felt ridiculous. She and the other pioneers lived in constant tension, hiding who they were while chasing power and survival. Yet Fang Yi lived so freely, so carelessly, as if nothing in the world could touch him. Too exhausted to lecture him, she went to her room and fell onto her bed. As her eyes closed, her thoughts drifted back to the shocking news. A spirit creation realm pioneer had appeared in their district. Soon, the entire city would be talking about it. In the silence, she made a quiet promise to herself. No matter what happened, she would protect her cousin. Meanwhile, Fang Yi wasn't wasting time scrolling aimlessly. He was watching the footage Wang Liang had sent. The university playground was swallowed by towering flames, the scene looking more like a battlefield than a campus. The first anomaly had been extreme heat. Now there was fire. Fang Yi's eyes narrowed. The Yang attribute kept showing itself in different forms. The video made one thing obvious. The flames had erupted far too fast, spreading with terrifying speed. The comments below were filled with shock and wild speculation. Many people were convinced that special forces must have been deployed. Otherwise, how could a normal fire burn like that? The report stated that every tree, every flower bed, and every blade of grass around the playground had been reduced to ashes. The entire area had been sealed off. Fang Yi replayed the short clip, noticing how abruptly it ended. Even so, the danger was obvious. This blaze was far worse than the previous anomaly. A deep crease formed between his brows. What made this Yang manifestation so different? There was only one way to get the answer. He would have to see it himself, and to enter a restricted zone like that, he would need the help of his newest military connection, Jilan. The following morning, the university gates were surrounded by a sea of reporters, all blocked off by armed soldiers standing shoulder to shoulder. "Is it true the fire can't be extinguished?" someone shouted. "Why hasn't this been reported on the news?" another demanded. Questions crashed over the barricades like waves, but the soldiers didn't answer a single one. Then Jilan appeared, with Fang Yi walking calmly beside her. Cameras instantly swung toward them. The reporters whispered in confusion, trying to figure out who these two were. Before anyone could react, the soldiers guarding the entrance stepped aside without hesitation, opening a clear path straight through. The crowd was left staring in disbelief. They hadn't been allowed to move an inch, yet these two passed through as if the gates were made for them. Inside the sealed zone, thick smoke still lingered in the air. What had once been a lively playground was now nothing but scorched earth and twisted, blackened remains. Fang Yi swept his eyes over the devastation. "So, this is Skyfire?" he asked quietly. Jilan nodded. "That's its official designation. It appears without warning, and nothing can put it out. All anyone can do is wait until it finishes burning, turning everything it chooses into ash." "The name suits it," Fang Yi muttered. After surveying the area, Jilan straightened. "I need to speak with the principal." "Wait here." "I will," Fang Yi replied. Left on his own, he walked along the edge of the burned ground, now wrapped in yellow warning tape. He crouched down and placed his palm against the soil. It was cold, completely dead. More than that, there wasn't even the faintest trace of lingering spiritual energy. His brows drew together. He had hoped to extract something from the Skyfire, but reality had crushed that idea instantly. A familiar voice suddenly cut through his thoughts. "Fang Yi." He looked up. Standing on the steps was Chu Qingli, his ex-girlfriend, with a bespectacled girl beside her. Surprise flashed across Chu Qingli's face. "What are you doing here?" Her companion adjusted her glasses and leaned closer, whispering, "Wait, this is him, the ex you told me about? The one who only made it into a vocational college." Chu Qingli gave a small nod. "Yes, it's him." The girl smirked, patting Chu Qingli's shoulder in mock sympathy before turning to Fang Yi. "I get it now. You're here because you can't let her go. But the gap between you two is huge now. You should stop embarrassing yourself by clinging to the past." Fang Yi blinked, honestly confused. Still hung up on her? The idea didn't even make sense to him. Around them, nearby students had already begun whispering. "Who's that guy with Chu Qingli? Another lovesick admirer? He doesn't even look like one of our students. How did he get past security?" Chu Qingli's friend stepped forward, her voice turning sharp. "Listen carefully. Qingli is the campus beauty now. Men far above your level are lining up for her. You don't even qualify to be compared. This isn't where you belong, so leave. Now." She pointed a finger at him, sneering. "And if you don't explain how you got inside, I'll report you to the disciplinary office myself." Chu Qingli stayed silent, her gaze fixed on Fang Yi, a storm of emotions flickering in her eyes. She remembered the day they broke up, how he had said he wouldn't regret it. Back then she had believed him. But now, seeing him here, she convinced herself that his calm had only been an act, a way to save his pride. The tense air cracked apart as Jilan returned. "Is this girl your friend?" she asked flatly. Chu Qingli stiffened as the tall, red-haired officer stepped into view. Jilan's presence alone carried a crushing sense of authority, enough to make even seasoned soldiers straighten their backs. Fang Yi answered without hesitation, his tone indifferent. "No, just a high school classmate." Jilan gave a brief nod. "So just classmates." She slid on her dark sunglasses, and her already intimidating aura sharpened, pressing down on everyone nearby. Chu Qingli and her bespectacled friend froze, a chill running through them. Who was this woman? And how could someone like her be standing beside Fang Yi? Jilan turned back to him. "I spoke with the principal. The Skyfire situation is more complicated than we first thought. He's on his way to take us to the exact ignition point. Since you're acting as a special military consultant, you're required to be present." Fang Yi nodded at once. Right then, the principal shows up with his men and, without a second of hesitation, orders the playground cleared on the spot, declaring the whole area off limits and warning that no one is permitted to get close to him. Chu Qingli freezes when she realizes she's seeing him with her own eyes, because the principal almost never appears on campus, and even the vice principal can barely secure a meeting with him. Rumor says he's never smiled even once, and as she watches him advance, she can't help wondering if he came because of that woman in Fang Yi. Beside her, a friend murmurs that the bearded, prince-like man must be here to arrest the two intruders, and Chu Qingli doesn't respond, only keeps her gaze fixed on what's about to happen. But instead of stirring up trouble, the principal walks straight past everyone and heads directly for their hero and the woman. And then, to the complete shock of the crowd, he extends his hand and actually shakes the young man's hand, greeting him with unmistakable respect as he says he must be Advisor Fang, the one Commander G introduced to him. He admits the school has been drowning in bizarre incidents, that has been terrified students could be hurt by the recent fires, and that his genuinely relieved help has finally arrived. And then something even harder to believe happens. The principal bows. Their hero immediately reaches to stop him, but the principal won't have it, insisting on the bow and formally requesting that he take personal charge of the playground incident. And at once the guards move in, forming a defensive ring around them and ordering everyone to step back so the conversation can happen properly. The entire playground drops into a stunned, breathless silence as students simply stare, unable to process what they are seeing, because a man with the principal's age and standing is bowing to a young man. Whispers begin to ripple through the crowd that this guy must be someone with an extraordinary background, and now it makes sense why he was allowed into the academy. As the murmuring swells, some people laugh bitterly at their earlier guesses, asking who had been the one to claim he was Chu Qingli's suitor or her ex-boyfriend, while others sneer at the idea altogether, saying that even if she chased him, there's no chance she could ever reach someone on his level. And hearing that, Chu Qingli feels a sharp, cutting jolt of rejection, because everyone is pointing out the same thing. The entire time, the young man never once acknowledges Chu, the so-called school beauty. In Qingchun University's North District, the principal led Fang Yi and Ji Lan toward the heart of the anomaly. As they walked, he explained everything in a low, tense voice. It had all started with the Golden Sun incident, which he had hoped would be the end of their troubles. But only a few nights ago, flames had erupted on a playground. Fires so fierce that even the fire department couldn't put out. By sheer luck, it had happened late at night when no students were present, giving the school just enough time to seal the area. His expression darkened as he continued. One fire could have been brushed off as an accident. But not long after, 2 more playgrounds had gone up in flames. He admitted that he had personally seen a crimson fire descend from the sky and hover in midair, leaving no doubt that this was something supernatural. While most of the fires had eventually burned out, one of them was still burning. As they neared the final site, a thick, choking smell of smoke filled the air. They stepped onto a basketball court where a single hoop was wrapped in an eternal blaze. The principal confirmed it. This was the origin point, the fire that refused to die. Jilan checked the device, strapped to her wrist. The display showed a reading of 11. She explained that it was a spiritual anomaly detector, and anything above 10 was already classified as a disaster-level event for ordinary people, the kind that required a full lockdown. Before she could finish, the device suddenly shrieked. Warning lights flashed as the number shot up to 60. Jilan's voice turned sharp with urgency. If the energy kept rising, it wouldn't just threaten the university. It could swallow the entire city. The only option was to dispatch an elite squad of pioneers to suppress it. Before any orders could be issued, Fang Yi moved. Without the slightest pause, Fang Yi vaulted over the chain-link fence, ignoring every warning sign as he charged straight toward the raging flames. In the next instant, fire swallowed his entire body, leaving Jilan and the principal staring in stunned disbelief. At the same moment, Jilan's detector shrieked again. The number surged wildly, blasting past its limit until it locked onto 110. Her face went pale as she shouted that the anomaly had just risen to S level. The principal's composure shattered. He turned to her in panic. What do we do now? Fang is inside. Jilan could only stare at the inferno, her voice tight with disbelief. Even the elite soldiers who fought inside the Forbidden Zones wouldn't dare walk alone into something like this. Yet within the roaring sea of flames, Fang Yi stood unmoving, completely unharmed. The fire raged around him, but not a single spark touched his body. He understood why. Just as his yang attribute had once shielded him from divine thunder, it was now protecting him from the skyfire. But in the next heartbeat, he realized the problem. That same aura that kept him safe also prevented him from touching the true source of the flames. Without direct contact, his system couldn't trigger and form a new technique. His greatest defense had become his greatest obstacle. To take control of this power, he had to reach the heart of the fire. The skyfire coiled around the basketball hoop like a colossal blazing dragon, its violent energy surging with every crackle. Fang Yi locked his gaze onto the core and made a decision that bordered on madness. As the flaming dragon lunged toward him, he shut down his golden sun aura, stripping away all protection in a single instant. The skyfire slammed into him. Searing energy tore through his body, agony exploding in every nerve, but Fang Yi didn't retreat. He forced himself forward, driving his hand straight into the source. The moment he made contact, the system responded. A notification appeared, confirming detection of an intense skyfire attribute fluctuation. Even as pain threatened to tear him apart, a fierce smile spread across Fang Yi's face. The skyfire's power was terrifying, until even stronger than the desolation attribute he had absorbed before. But Fang Yi didn't waver. No matter the cost, he would claim it. The system rapidly processed the data. A new window flashed into existence, announcing success. He had obtained the Skyfire attribute technique, the 9-dragon Skyfire sealing art, a fearsome power designed to destroy evil and imprison demons. The raging flames reacted instantly. Like a dragon forced into submission, the fire curled around his arm, no longer fighting him, but obeying. The system confirmed the technique was fully unlocked. With that, Fang Yi focused on the final step, extracting the Skyfire attribute itself. The raw essence poured into him, merging with his body. His eyes flared with a deep crimson glow, while burning patterns etched themselves across his face, marking him with living flame. Hands forming a seal, Fang Yi's eyes burned like twin embers as he prepared to unleash his newly claimed power. His voice rang through the inferno as he called out the name of the 9 dragons' Skyfire sealing art. In the next instant, Enormous chains of blazing crimson energy erupted from his back, surging outward like living serpents as they tore through the raging flames. Beyond the fence, Jilon and the principal stood rooted to the ground, stunned by what they were witnessing. Jilon recognized the aura immediately. It was sealing energy, the same type she had only ever seen once before when a top-tier military pioneer had sealed an entire forbidden land. Fang Yi's method was different, but the sheer weight of that power was identical. With a single command, Fang Yi ordered the chains to tighten. They pulled inward with crushing force, dragging every trace of the violent skyfire into a single, compact sphere. The raging inferno was compressed into a glowing orb bound tightly by the burning chains. Suspended in midair, Fang Yi floated with it, then slowly guided the sealed fire back down toward the basketball hoop. When it was set in place, the process was finished. He landed lightly and turned toward Jilon and the principal, explaining that the skyfire had been sealed for now. He warned them not to reopen the playground or allow any repairs nearby. At the very least, this would prevent the flames from spreading. The principal nodded quickly, promising that the area would remain sealed. With so many playgrounds on campus, losing one was hardly an issue. Jilon, however, remained silent, her sharp eyes fixed on Fang Yi, her thoughts impossible to read. Still impressed, the principal praised Fang Yi's ability and even offered him further assistance if needed. Jilon immediately cut in, saying she needed to speak with Fang Yi alone. The principal took the hint and left without hesitation. When they were finally alone, Jilon turned to him, her voice calm but heavy. She said that he had hidden his true strength far too well. Fang Yi waved it off, speaking casually as if it meant nothing, claiming the skyfire had simply been difficult to deal with. Jilan's eyes narrowed. She told him to stop pretending. She wasn't talking about the flames at all. She was talking about him. After a brief pause, her tone softened slightly. Every pioneer had their secrets, she admitted, especially someone like him. Fang Yi remained silent, his expression composed. Then her voice grew more serious. She said that while she had no right to demand anything from him, she still hoped he would listen. Jilon spoke of a future filled with chaos, a time when the world would be thrown into turmoil and the Xia nation would desperately need individuals at the very top. She made his value clear without hesitation. Once spiritual energy fully revived, a person of Fang Yi's strength would be the equivalent of a nuclear weapon in the modern world. Because of that, she warned him, every major faction would come for him. The military forces guarding the Forbidden Zones and the Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association would both fight to recruit him. Even high-ranking officials would appear in person, offering conditions that ordinary pioneers could never hope to receive. She admitted that her reasons weren't entirely selfless. If Fang Yi joined her unit, she would gain an irreplaceable ally, and he would gain a powerful connection. That was why she wanted him to think carefully now, to decide where he wanted to stand when the inevitable invitations arrived. Fang Yi was silent for a moment before voicing the doubt that had been lingering in his mind. Why did both she and Wang Liang seem hesitant to recruit him into their own forbidden zone? Almost as if they felt they weren't qualified to. Jilon didn't hesitate to answer. It wasn't hesitation at all. It was because of another military region, one so legendary that she was certain it would interest him far more than her own. A force whose strength dwarfed most others. A faint smile appeared on Fang Yi's lips as he asked if she was talking about one of the top-level units. Jilon confirmed it. She admitted she hadn't had much direct contact with them, but their reputation was everywhere. They had been moving so aggressively lately that even other military regions could feel the pressure. She then changed the subject, suggesting they leave this conversation for another time. The principal had invited them to eat at the university cafeteria, and they were already late. As they walked, Fang Yi's thoughts grew heavy. Her words had revealed something unsettling. Even most powerful forces in the nation were under strain. That could only mean one thing. Terrifying anomalies had already begun to appear, threats far beyond what most pioneers could handle. To face such dangers, even cultivators of the spirit creation realm like him would be sent out, perhaps even beings above that level. A sense of urgency settled deep in his chest. The full revival of spiritual energy was approaching, and he was still not strong enough. He pushed those thoughts aside and focused on what he had just gained, the Skyfire attribute. He examined its nature. Violent, chaotic, a flame that devoured everything without mercy. And that was exactly what made it so terrifying. Skyfire was the perfect counter to anomalies that could endlessly regenerate or multiply. Then a realization struck him. The wild power Skyfire was a perfect match for his Crimson Flameblade. If his sword were infused with this new attribute, his combat strength would leap to a completely different level. To test his theory, Fang Yi headed toward the back mountain, his usual training ground. But when he arrived, a massive warning sign blocked the path, declaring the area dangerous and strictly forbidden. Fang Yi stopped in his tracks. There hadn't been any monsters there, and the military couldn't possibly have discovered his training spot that quickly. That left only one possibility. The Spiritual Energy Cultivation Association had sealed the mountain off for him, trying to give him a private training ground in exchange for his favor. A faint smile curved across Fang Yi's lips. If they were willing to hand him a gift like that, he had no reason to turn it down. Then his expression shifted. His senses caught something wrong. Someone, or something, was on the mountain. An intruder. He focused on the aura, and recognition flickered in his eyes. It felt similar to the mutant he had fought at the factory, though weaker. From between the trees, a massive monkey-like creature stepped into view, its red eyes glowing in the shadows. It moved with caution, not blind rage. It was thinking, measuring him. Fang Yi tightened his grip on his sword, faint energy already gathering along its edge. If there was ever a time to test his new power, this was it. A system prompt appeared before his eyes, asking whether he wished to infuse his Tang sword with the Skyfire attribute. The description flashed alongside it, describing Skyfire as a radiant force designed to eradicate evil. Fang Yi accepted without hesitation. In the next instant, his sword erupted into a roaring pillar of fire, crackling with violent heat. A sharp grin spread across his face. This was exactly what he wanted, to combine Skyfire with his crimson flame blade, and the mutant standing before him would be the first proof. He swung. A raging storm of flames tore forward. The beast's crimson eyes widened in terror as the fire swallowed it whole, its shrill screeches vanishing beneath the roar of the inferno. When the flames settled, Fang Yi stood at the center of the scorched ground, calmly gauging the result. The power of that strike was overwhelming, easily twice, maybe even 3 times stronger than before. And despite the fire raging around him, he felt nothing. Even with his blade still burning, his hand was wrapped in cool, steady steel. Then he sensed it. The monster was still alive, wounded, but not destroyed. It was fleeing into the forest. Fang Yi moved at once, giving chase. He wanted to know just how far Skyfire could push this creature. Deeper in the same woods, a young woman with curly red hair was live-streaming with her phone held out on a selfie stick. She spoke confidently to her viewers, insisting she wasn't lying. Luck just had a habit of finding her, delivering unbelievable content straight into her lap. Her audience wasn't convinced. Messages flooded the chat, daring her to prove it by going to Tsinghua University to capture footage of the mysterious Skyfire that everyone was talking about. Before she could even reply, her world shattered. Her face twisted in horror as the injured beast burst out of the trees. The massive monkey-like creature crashed into her, knocking the phone from her hand. It hit the ground with a crack, the screen spiderwebbing, but the live stream continued. Through the broken lens, viewers watched as the monster pinned her to the dirt. One massive paw clamped over her mouth, its jaws opening wide above her. To those watching online, it looked like a cheap stunt, some kind of fake special effect. But for her, it was pure terror. She struggled desperately beneath it, muffled screams leaking through its grip as it prepared to tear into her. Then it happened. A roaring surge of flame, shaped like a dragon's head, slammed into the creature and blasted it away in a violent eruption of fire. The young woman's eyes flew open. She had been saved at the very last second. Her viewers went just as wild, though for an entirely different reason. To them, the blazing dragon looked like the most insane, hyper-real special effect they had ever seen. The shock of it sent the live stream into chaos, numbers spiking as viewers flooded in, rocketing past 13,000 in a matter of seconds. Hands still shaking, she scrambled to steady her phone. She swung the camera toward the raging inferno and shouted breathlessly that everything had been captured live. The audience watched as the lens focused on a single figure standing inside the flames. Fang Yi. His silhouette was sharp against the fire, his body untouched, as if the inferno itself bowed around him. The streamer could only stare. Fear and awe tangled together in her chest until they formed one clear thought. She had just been saved by a real immortal. Within hours, the video spread like a plague across the internet. Views exploded past 13.5 million as it dominated every platform. Headlines screamed his name, hailing him as the mysterious man of Skyfire, the king of flames, an immortal who descended to save the world. In an office, Chooking Lee's friend dragged her over to a computer, practically vibrating with excitement. The viral Skyfire clip was playing on the screen. She gushed that this proved cultivators were real, that the flames at the university had never been fake. Chooking Lee scoffed at first, dismissing it as actors and digital effects. But as her eyes stayed on the screen, her confidence cracked. Her face went pale, her gaze locking onto the figure standing in the fire. Her friend kept rambling, even teasing about how handsome the man looked, until she finally noticed Chooking Lee's silence. Inside, Chooking Lee's thoughts spiraled. She told herself it had to be fake. It only looked like Fang Yi. If it were truly him, that kind of fire would have burned him to nothing. Yet the more she tried to deny it, the colder her fear became. What if it really was him? What if Fang Yi had gained power like this? And if he had, would he come for her? Her fingers curled tight. Whatever the truth was, she swore she would never bow her head to him. Elsewhere, the same video was making its rounds. The red-haired captain of Linny's pioneer squad held up her phone, replaying the clip. She asked E if the man looked familiar, hinting that he resembled the one who had saved them from the monstrous vine. E nodded slowly, then dropped a bombshell. Someone in her neighborhood had recently broken through to the spirit creation realm. A quiet thought crept in her mind. Could her normally unremarkable cousin, and this blazing figure in the flames, be one and the same? At another location, Xiaoya and a fellow pioneer from the lava cave incident were watching as well. The man recognized Fang Yi's stance instantly, his eyes widening as he remarked on how much his strength had grown. His companion followed it up, pointing out that even his blade technique was unchanged from before. In that moment, both of them realized just how lucky they had been to stand on the same battlefield as someone like him. The news kept climbing, spreading upward through every layer of society until it reached the highest authorities. Inside a sleek skyscraper that could only belong to the association's headquarters, senior leaders were already gathered. The situation in the city was deteriorating by the hour, with pioneers barely managing to hold back endless waves of anomalies. In the middle of that tense meeting, Su Qingying spoke up. She informed the officials that the military was already in close contact with Fang Yi and stated with absolute certainty that he would eventually agree to lend them his power. At the same time, inside a military command center, Jilan, Major Han Li, and several high-ranking officers were reviewing everything they knew about Fang Yi. His rise was so fast it left the room in stunned silence. One officer muttered that breaking into the spirit creation realm in such a short time was nothing short of monstrous. Another wondered how many high-tier attributes he might possess. 3, maybe even more. On one point, everyone agreed. Trying to pressure him before had been a mistake. Recruitment was now their only option. Major Han Li asked whether High Command had finally decided to approach Fang Yi directly. Jilan confirmed it, though she admitted the top brass were uneasy. Every pioneer of that level had always come from their own ranks, and lowering themselves now was not something they were comfortable with. Stepping forward, Major Han Li laid out his plan. First, they would find out what weapons or equipment Fang Yi might need and deliver them to him before he even asked. Second, they would provide information on suitable training grounds, framing it as support rather than a demand. And finally, he gave a hard order. The viral livestream and all the rumors surrounding it had to be shut down immediately. The entire spiritual world of the Xian Nation was already staring straight at Fang Yi. Elsewhere, Su Qingying and Jilan both reflected on what lay ahead for him. Su Qingying felt the crushing pressure that now surrounded his name, while Jilan, in contrast, wore a faint and confident smile. Both women waited to see what this extraordinary young man would choose to do next. Far away, in a dim hospital room, the steady beeping of a heart monitor broke the silence. A woman with long purple hair sat beside a patient whose face could not be seen. She spoke softly, calling them teacher, and said that the Xian Nation had finally found hope. With someone as powerful as Fang Yi now standing in the world, she whispered, the chances of her teacher waking up had grown just a little stronger. One day later, Fang Yi sat at the table in his apartment, quietly eating breakfast as his thoughts drifted back to the battle on the back mountain. A single curious live streamer had turned that fight into a viral storm. Now, the video was gone, erased from every platform, and the streamer's account had already been banned. Fang, he didn't need to think twice about who had done it. It had to be the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. That thought barely settled before something else caught his attention. His cousin, Linny, hadn't come home the night before. No messages, no calls, nothing at all. Even on missions, she never vanished like this. A tight knot formed in his chest as he dialed her number. It didn't even ring. An automated voice coldly announced that the line was out of service. The unease in his gut instantly turned sharp. Something had gone wrong. He didn't hesitate. He was going to find her. Far away, deep inside a forest drowned in black mist, Linny and the red-haired captain of her pioneer squad stumbled forward, lost and exhausted. They had been trapped for hours. How long do you think it's been? The captain asked weakly. 10 hours, maybe more. He answered, though time had long since lost its meaning. The captain pressed a hand against her bruised side, forcing a tired smile. She apologized, saying she never expected more than a simple investigation into a strange disturbance and blamed herself for dragging E into this nightmare. E shook her head hard. Don't start that. If anything, I'm the weak one. Save your strength. We'll need every drop. Yet even as she said it, her mind betrayed her. The image of that overwhelming master she had once seen flashed through her thoughts. If she had even a fraction of that power, maybe this wouldn't feel so hopeless. That thought was cut off by a sudden shift in the fog. A massive shape pushed through the mist, tall, spiked, with glowing red eyes burning in the dark. The shadow monster lunged, claws tearing through the air straight toward the captain. E moved without thinking. She shoved her leader aside and thrust out her palm. Brilliant blue energy erupted, condensing into a razor-sharp blade that sliced clean through the creature's neck. Its head tumbled away and dissolved into smoke. There was no relief. More shapes emerged from the fog, grotesque, zombie-like figures with empty, lifeless eyes. E's blood ran cold. These weren't just monsters. They were people, bodies of those who had been trapped here before, now twisted into hollow puppets. She cut another one down, only for it to melt into a pool of black mist. "It's playing with us," she said through clenched teeth. "It kills them, then turns them into these things." Still breathing hard, the captain nodded. "And no matter how much we fight, the mist itself isn't affected. Our energy keeps draining, and the real monster still hasn't shown itself." Their eyes met, the truth settling in at the same time. This wasn't just a fight. It was a cage, an illusion, a shifting gray world where the enemy controlled everything. The captain wiped sweat from her face, her expression heavy. It was only a matter of time now. The monster wasn't in a hurry. It was waiting for them to break. Without any warning, the sky above them tore apart, revealing a single massive blood red, eye staring straight down. "E!" the red-haired captain screamed, panic ripping through her voice. The eye throbbed like diseased flesh, swelling and splitting as it multiplied into countless smaller, slick eyeballs that oozed out into the air. Driven by sheer desperation, the captain swung wildly, her blade flashing as she hacked through the grotesque orbs, shattering several of them in a frantic blur. But he felt it. Something had changed. The creature's aura shifted, heavy and impatient. "Don't be careless," she shouted. The main eye was done playing. A low, terrifying hum filled the space, and then a concentrated beam of crimson energy fired from the giant eye. EE threw up a crystal barrier just in time, but the impact was overwhelming. The shield shattered, and the blast hurled her away like a rag doll. When she opened her eyes again, she was alone. Darkness closed in from every side. Dozens of glowing red eyes floated around her, circling like hungry predators. Her strength was fading. Her hope was bleeding out. Shadowy tendrils wrapped around her limbs and dragged her downward into the void. The captain's voice vanished, swallowed by the abyss. A hollow ache spread through E's chest as regret crushed her. She had been reckless. Foolish to think they could face something like this alone. Her thoughts drifted as despair took hold. She would never see the world after the full spiritual energy revival. She would never witness the magnificent era that was supposed to come. Tears streamed down her face as she reached a trembling hand toward the endless red glow. She closed her eyes and gave in. Then light. A thunderous burst of radiant blue ripped through the darkness. A figure tore through the shadows, lightning exploding around his body. Fongy. His eyes blazed as he muttered under his breath. "I almost didn't make it." E's breath caught. Her tears hadn't even dried when she recognized him. "Cousin." In the next instant, Fongy unleashed a crushing wave of divine thunder. The storm annihilated the monstrous domain, tearing the illusion apart in a single unstoppable blast. The forest snapped back into focus. Fongy landed lightly, arcs of electricity still dancing across his hand. Nearby, the captain lay unconscious, while Linny stood frozen, saved at the very edge of death. She could only stare, her mind collapsing under the truth that her lazy, ordinary cousin was actually a terrifyingly powerful pioneer. But it wasn't over. From the shadows, the anomaly's true body crawled out, a grotesque mass of flesh covered in writhing eyes. E snapped back to herself and shouted, "Cousin, behind you!" Fongy, he didn't even turn. Golden red skyfire flared in his hand, his smile calm and confident. To him, this was the perfect chance to test his new strength against something born of darkness. He charged forward, his blade ignited with the crimson flame technique, now fueled by the undying fury of skyfire. The slash exploded into a storm of divine fire, swallowing the abomination whole. Its shriek tore through the night, a cry of pure agony, before it was swallowed and erased by the raging blaze. When the fire finally died down, the red-haired captain slowly stirred. She blinked, dazed, and found herself and E sitting inside a ring of protective flames. Her face drained of color. Did we die? Is this hell?" E, now steadier, shook her head. "No, look around. We're still alive." The captain repeated her words under her breath, struggling to believe them. "Then who saved us?" Right on cue, Fongy walked toward them as the fire around him faded away. His expression was relaxed, almost amused. "It's taken care of," he said lightly. Then he glanced up at the sky. "You two probably haven't eaten yet, right?" The captain's eyes widened as everything clicked. She shot to her feet, pointing at him, hands trembling with excitement. "It's you. You're the one who saved us in Manhwa Town. The one who killed the Death Vine." Fongy lifted an eyebrow, clearly surprised she had recognized him so fast. Linny froze, the truth crashing in her all over again. "Wait, Are you saying the fire tribute master who fought the vine was also my cousin? The captain turned to her in shock. Your cousin? You told me he was completely ordinary. How could a supermaster like him be related to you? Fang Yi scratched the back of his head, smiling awkwardly, offering no explanation at all. Still buzzing, the captain grabbed Yi by the shoulders. Do you realize what this means? He's the same man who cut down the desolation vine with a single strike. Yi's mind spun. Her cousin, the man she had always thought of as ordinary, was that fire user. Yet she had just watched him wield thunder so terrifying it shattered the dark domain itself. Fire and thunder, two high-tier attributes. That could only mean one thing. A genius beyond measure. Her heart pounded as another memory surfaced. The massive spiritual disturbance near her neighborhood. The one that had shaken the city. The sign of someone breaking into the spirit creation realm. Could that power have belonged to him? Before she could sink deeper into her thoughts, Fang Yi cut in casually. Yes, it was me. His tone left no room for argument. Then he shifted the focus back to the mission. Tell me about the anomaly. You should have known something with a dark attribute like that wouldn't be simple. Why were only you two here? Where's the rest of your squad? The captain's excitement faded as she explained. One teammate was sick at home. Another had been sent out on a more dangerous assignment. Their squad wasn't always at full strength. Yi lowered her head, guilt creeping into her voice. This is on me. After I broke through, I got reckless. I thought I could handle it alone. I was wrong. Fang Yi listened in silence, his gaze thoughtful as memories of the tension he had noticed within their squad drifted back to him. Yet now, that same leader who had once been so openly critical of her team was defending them in front of him, an outsider. That wasn't hypocrisy. That was loyalty. And Fang Yi knew Yi was sharp enough to have already noticed the cracks forming inside her squad. With his secret now exposed to two people he trusted, Fang Yi made a choice. He looked at his cousin and the red-haired captain. Then let's do this. What if the three of us form a team? For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then the captain nearly exploded with joy. She clasped her hands together, laughing in disbelief. Teaming up with someone like you? I must be insanely lucky. Thank you, Yi. Yi didn't cheer. Her thoughts turned inward. The truth finally became clear. Someone as powerful as her cousin must have known about her secret from the very beginning. Yet he never exposed her, never interfered. He had simply stayed close, quietly watching over her. The weight of that hit her all at once. On this harsh, lonely road of cultivation, she wasn't actually alone. She had family, someone strong, someone dependable, someone who stood behind her without demanding anything in return. Warmth spread through her chest, followed by a rush of relief so strong it almost hurt. A single tear slipped down Lin Yi's cheek. She wiped it away quickly, then turned to Fang Yi with a bright smile. Throwing him a playful peace sign, she thanked him and promised to make him 2 extra eggs for dinner that night. Just then, her phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen and announced that Sister Jielon, the mysterious, elusive member of their pioneer group, had posted a new mission alert. Her eyes widened as she read it aloud. It was marked high risk, a collection mission inside the extreme dark zone. The notice made it clear the region was deeply tied to the dark attribute, and Jielon ended her message with a blunt warning. Think carefully before signing up. Fang Yi leaned closer. You know this place? Yi nodded, her voice serious. The extreme dark zone was a forbidden border region of the Xian nation, where dark attribute energy was so dense that even pioneers avoided it. Many of the anomalies attacking their city were nothing more than leaks spilling out from that place. Even the government had failed to explore it. Every expedition had ended in disaster. Fang Yi's interest sharpened. He said they should look into it themselves and told Yi to message Jielon for more details. Yi sighed. It won't help. Jielon never explains anything. She barely speaks a few words at a time. But Fang Yi was already thinking ahead. For Jielon to post a mission inside such a tightly restricted zone, she had to be either a reckless rogue who ignored authority or someone with high-level backing from the military or the Spiritual Energy Association. The second option felt far more likely. Despite her doubts, Yi logged in under her online handle, Fengheju, and sent Jielon a short message saying she wanted to join and asking for more details. What came back stunned both her and the red-haired captain. Jielon actually replied, and not with her usual cryptic one-liners, but with real information. The mission was to collect a rare item called a grace flower. She warned that although the rewards were far higher than normal, everything inside the extreme dark zone was tied to the dark attribute, making the danger far beyond anything they had faced before. Then came a single, unmistakable instruction. No pioneer was allowed to attempt this mission alone. Form a team. The two women exchanged shocked looks. Jielon being this thorough was almost unheard of. Something about this mission was clearly different. Another message arrived, even more direct. Jielon warned that an S-level anomaly could be involved, where the death rate was horrifyingly high. She told them to think carefully before committing. Her final line felt less like a warning and more like a signal. If you have a strong and reliable pioneer with you, it's not too late to sign up. Elsewhere, in a guarded hospital corridor, the purple-haired woman from before, Jelan herself, walked calmly while checking her phone. She knew she had already done everything she could. The choice now belonged to him. Back in the park, Fang Yi read the message and let out a quiet smirk. He saw straight through it. This wasn't just a caution, it was a challenge. A message that said, I know who you are. I know you'll be tempted. I'm inviting you to step forward. The entire mission had been designed with him in mind. He looked toward the imagined outline of the bleak, forbidden extreme dark zone and felt a flicker of excitement. He would go. Using the name Feng Haju, Lin Yi sent the official reply to Jelan. Their team would participate, and it consisted of 3 people. The scene shifted to a hospital waiting area. Jelan walked forward with 2 female aides beside her. One of them voiced concern about the tiny team that had just signed up. Jelan didn't slow. If he is truly the kind of pioneer the Xian nation can rely on, he will come. Her aide hesitated, then asked what would happen to the others if he didn't. Jelan's answer was ice cold. If he doesn't come, then their fates were never meant to be saved. As they continued down the corridor, a faint smile curved her lips. She glanced at her aides. Do you really think sending people to collect the grace flower is meant to throw powerful pioneers away? Her eyes darkened. It's the opposite. A chilling image unfolded in her mind. The grace flower blooming inside a pool of corrupted darkness, fed by the bodies and souls of fallen pioneers. To harvest this flower, Jelan said softly, is to strengthen the nation. It's the only way to make sure more pioneers survive in the future. Her voice hardened. This mission exists not just to protect the rising generation, pioneers like Fang Yi and his team who are already on their way, but also to restore the top-tier fighting power we've already lost. The vision shifted, replaced by Fang Yi, Lin Yi, and their captain riding a subway, the route to the extreme dark zone already pulling them forward. They soon arrived at the hospital room of Jelan's teacher. The elderly man lay motionless, trapped in a deep coma. Jelan took his frail hand and spoke softly, yet with unshakable resolve. No matter the cost, they had to obtain more grace flowers. Then she revealed the truth. This man was the only pioneer in the entire Xian nation who had ever reached the legendary Diamond Realm, and the grace flower was the only thing that could bring him back. Her tone turned cold as she explained what that meant. After the full revival of spiritual energy, a Diamond Realm powerhouse would be the equivalent of a nuclear weapon in the modern world, an irreplaceable force in negotiations and in war. In her eyes, even the lives of entire pioneer squads were a small price to pay to restore him. One of her aides, worried, gently reminded her that her own health mattered too. The word struck something raw. Jelan's face darkened, her voice trembling. My health matters. In the next instant, her composure shattered. Rage and grief poured out of her. Yes, my life is important, but only because it was bought with the lives of my comrades. They died so I could stand here. She clutched her head as stabbing pain surged through her, the old trauma ripping back to the surface. After a long, shaky breath, she forced herself to calm down. Forgive me, she whispered. Her aide asked quietly if her headache had returned. Jelan waved it away, saying it wasn't time for her medicine yet. Turning aside, she murmured, it's all in the past. But the past refused to stay buried. A vision surged back, an empty, shattered battlefield deep inside the extreme dark zone. Screams echoed through the darkness as voices shouted for the sword-wielding squad to retreat. A younger Jelan knelt among the corpses of her comrades. Her captain lay beside her, bleeding out, pressing the mission into her hands. The grace flower, it's up to you now. She shook, broken by despair, torn between her teacher, her nation, and the unbearable loss before her. No, she cried, refusing to leave him behind. The captain reached out, his blood-soaked hand closing over hers. With his last strength, he poured his remaining spiritual energy into her. I hope this power helps you. Please alive. Make it back alive. Her scream tore through the void as he went still, leaving her alone in the merciless zone. Back in the present, Jelan stood quietly in the hospital room, the weight of that memory pressing down on her chest. She whispered the cruel truth, the bitter irony behind their sacrifice. They had poured their power into her, so she could finish the mission, but they never knew. A grace flower was useless if it was stained by blood, or if it wasn't harvested perfectly intact. No matter how many lives had been given to protect her, the mission had already failed. After a long journey, Fang Yi's newly formed team finally reached the desolate outskirts of the extreme dark zone. The red-haired captain groaned, rubbing her legs. All this walking, why don't we just fly? We're pioneers, aren't we? Yi shook her head. Flight drains massive amounts of spiritual energy. Until you reach a much higher realm, you can't sustain it for long. Fang Yi didn't respond. His glowing red eyes stayed locked on the land ahead. Soon, the terrain opened up to reveal a massive fortified checkpoint. Endless rows of fencing, tank traps, and barricades spread outward, all surrounding a colossal wall of shimmering blue energy. That's it, Fang Yi said quietly. The extreme dark zone. Even through all the defenses, he could feel it. The suffocating pressure of the dark attribute seeped through the air, cold and hostile, pressing down on his senses. Yi and the captain both shuddered. The captain swallowed hard. This feels 1,000 times worse than that monster we fought. Stay calm, Fang Yi replied evenly. He nodded toward the main gates, where a crowd had already gathered. Dozens of pioneers stood there, each armed in their own way, waiting for the mission to begin. We're not the only ones who answer the call, he said. He studied the scene and quickly understood. It's not just the reward. The dark attribute is naturally hostile to humans and extremely hard to deal with. With dark monsters appearing more and more in the cities, pioneers know they can't keep pretending it's not their problem. They have to attack the source. The captain nodded, but Fang Yi only gave a faint smile, impressed once again by his cousin's insight. The scene widened to show the other pioneers, some wild, some strange, all with unique weapons and fighting styles, standing in tense silence before the sealed gate. As the pressure in the air thickened, Fang Yi finally spoke about why he had chosen this mission. I've fought dark attribute creatures twice already. First was that mutated rabbit, more like a twisted rat beast. Then there was that serpent and its partner, Candle Knight. They were intelligent, coordinated, almost like tacticians. That encounter nearly wiped out an entire squad from the Spiritual Energy Association. He paused, his tone growing heavier. The key point, like E said, is that they aren't just wandering around. They're deliberately slipping past the military's border defenses. Somehow, they're getting into the cities again and again. His gaze turned toward the barrier. If we don't hit the source, the cities will fall. In his mind, the conclusion was clear. The extreme dark zone could no longer be ignored. At the checkpoint, a stern military officer took charge of the assembled pioneers as Su Qingying stepped forward to deliver the briefing before the towering energy wall. Her expression was cold and steady as she spoke, every word underlining just how dangerous the mission ahead would be. Then she saw them. Fang Yi, walking casually with Lin Yi and the red-haired captain. Su Qingying's composure cracked. Her eyes widened in shock. Beside her, the green-haired Xiaoyan noticed it too. Captain, she gasped. Su Qingying froze, her hand flying to her mouth as panic surged through her. Please don't see me, she begged in her heart. It was pointless. Fang Yi's gaze found her instantly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Captain Su, with no way out, Su Qingying stepped forward with her squad, their cloaks shifting as they moved. She already knew Fang Yi's team was coming. The military had told her, but seeing him here in person still made her pulse race. The red-haired captain looked her over with a teasing grin. So this is Yi's sister-in-law, she said, deliberately letting the implication hang. Both Lin Yi and Su Qingying turned bright red. Su Qingying flailed her hands in protest. No, that's a huge misunderstanding. Fang Yi cut in calmly. She's Captain Su from the Spiritual Energy Association. She just helps me with a few small tasks sometimes. That only made Su Qingying even more flustered. Somehow, being described like that felt even worse. Before the awkward silence could grow, a loud, arrogant voice sliced through the air. An older pioneer in heavy crimson armor strode forward, two equally intimidating subordinates at his sides. His face twisted with contempt. How shameless. The new generation has no manners at all, standing around chatting like children in a place like this without even greeting their elders. He sneered. Let's hope you can actually rely on each other once you're inside the extreme dark zone. The red-haired captain bristled, but he quickly grabbed her arm, urging her to stay calm. Fang Yi stepped forward instead, his calm presence quietly signaling his teammate to hold back. The captain ignored it anyway. She pointed straight at the armored man. Mind your own business, old man. Once we're inside, we'll see who's the one trembling. The man's eyes darkened in fury. Before things could explode, the roar of an engine thundered across the checkpoint. The older pioneer smirked. Looks like our ride's here. A massive armored transport rolled in, lights flashing over its thick plating. With a heavy clang, the rear door swung open. A figure stepped out. Jielon. The moment her feet touched the ground, the entire crowd stirred. Gasps spread through the pioneers, whispers rippling like waves. Everyone knew that name, Sister Jielon. Her reputation alone commanded silence. She walked forward with calm authority, two guards at her sides, as I followed her. The question hung unspoken in the air. Who was she to arrive like this? Fang Yi kept his eyes on her, silently assembling the truth piece by piece. Jielon had not come here to guide them, nor to protect anyone. She was here for a single purpose, to open the gate. Before the towering barrier of crackling blue light, Jielon slowly lifted her hand. Spiritual power surged around her palm, compressing tighter and tighter until a blazing symbol of energy formed, glowing like a seal of absolute authority. Without hesitation, she thrust it forward. The barrier convulsed as if struck by God. With a violent scream of tearing energy, it split apart, ripping open to reveal a deep, spiraling corridor of shadow beyond it. The gate to the extreme dark zone had been opened. The S-Class mission had officially begun. Red and black energy burst out of the portal like writhing tendrils of malice, corrupting the very air around it. Standing before the abyss, Jelon gave her final orders, her voice calm but merciless. The grace flowers must be taken intact. They must not be stained by human blood. If they are damaged, there will be no reward. Her cold gaze swept across the gathered pioneers, sharp and unyielding. That is the rule. Now go. With her command, the first teams stepped into the dark corridor, their figures swallowed by the twisting shadows. Among them, the arrogant elder in crimson armor muttered bitterly, "She sends us to die while she stands safely outside." One of his followers hurriedly silenced him. "Lower your voice. If we fall in there, the government will compensate our families." That was the deal. Fangyi's group remained near the edge, watching team after team vanish into the abyss. Su Qingying quietly relayed her analysis beside him. "That arrogant one is a one-star spirit creation cultivator. Same realm as you. Several others are hiding their auras. I can't read them. The rest are strong pioneers, mostly 1 to 3 stars in the Ghost Axe realm. The lineup is evenly matched." Fangyi's brow tightened. He hadn't sensed that man's strength at all earlier, so he had been suppressing his aura. That realization made his thoughts turn heavy. If this many elites had been mobilized, then whatever waited inside the extreme dark zone was far more terrifying than he had first assumed. Outside the portal, one of Jelon's aides reported the final data from a tablet. 37 Ghost Axe pioneers, 7 one-star pioneers, 3 spirit creation cultivators. The mission zone contained threats ranging from B level all the way to S level. Jelon listened without the slightest change in expression. She simply ordered the monitoring systems to be prepared, stating that everything was ready. Inside the portal, the pioneers emerged into a bleak wasteland swallowed by fog and darkness. Dead trees twisted across the land like skeletal hands. The instant Fangyi's group stepped inside, waves of black energy wrapped around them like living shadows. Fangyi immediately warned everyone to stay close. The darkness was thick enough to swallow vision, and if anyone lost sight of the group, they would be separated and disappear in moments. Before he could say more, the red-haired leader suddenly dropped to her knees, her body trembling violently. She managed a weak apology before retching. Su Qingying walked over at once, unfazed. She explained that it was normal. The air in this place was filled with a nauseating stench, a horrifying mixture of decaying flesh and brain fluid strong enough to overwhelm even hardened pioneers. She motioned toward another group of pioneers further away. Many of them were hunched over in the same miserable state, their bodies betraying them in exactly the same way. It was proof that even those with similar cultivation couldn't resist what this place was doing to them. Su Qingying continued her explanation in a calm, steady voice. The darkness itself was poisonous, a natural form of contamination that slowly eroded a pioneer's strength. And as if that weren't enough, the creatures here were far more agitated than usual. She broke down the danger levels for Fangyi. B-level monsters could already threaten pioneers of the same rank. A-level monsters were powerful enough to draw in spirit creation cultivators to deal with them. And S-level monsters, those were walking disasters, beings capable of standing against the legends of the Diamond Realm. But her final warning was the most chilling of all. The darkness here acted as nourishment for the monsters. A creature that should only be B-level outside would become at least a level inside this zone. The red-haired leader stared at her, unable to hide the shock on her face. Lin Yi nervously asked whether Su Qingying and her team were immune to this corruption. Su let out a small laugh. They weren't affected, she said, because they had spent years fighting monsters like these, and the stench no longer fazed them. With quiet confidence, she added that she had recently advanced to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm and was now working on turning her water attribute into the power of ice. Lin Yi looked at her seriously. Since they were both at the same level of cultivation, she asked whether Su also felt her spiritual power being suppressed more heavily than during past missions. Su nodded, her expression turning grave. She warned that countless experts, some even 1-star spirit creation elites from the military, had already died in this very zone. Carelessness here meant death. As the group moved deeper into the wasteland, Su Qingying took the lead. The pioneers ahead of them had vanished without a trace. She urged everyone to speed up, then gave strict instructions. Speak as little as possible, conserve physical strength, and keep spiritual power tightly focused. If the dark mist sensed weakness, it would devour them. Fangyi quietly observed his own condition. Unlike the others, he didn't feel nearly as nauseous or drained. He realized it was likely because his yang and thunder attributes naturally resisted darkness, or perhaps it was the effect of his recent breakthrough into the spirit creation realm. Elsewhere in the extreme dark zone, the arrogant pioneer and his squad were already engaged in battle. With a single swing of his glowing green blade, their leader beheaded a massive monster. He burst into laughter, mocking the so-called dangers of the zone. His companions cheered as he declared that the Grace Flower would be theirs, vowing to show the younger generation what true power looked like. Back with Fang Yi's team, Lin Yi was still struggling, her body shaking as waves of nausea continued to rack her. She gagged weakly, barely keeping herself upright. Fang Yi saw it clearly. No matter how strong she was still just a child at heart. He stepped closer and placed a steady hand on her back. Warm spiritual energy flowed from his palm, spreading through her like gentle sunlight. The nausea and biting cold vanished, replaced by a deep, soothing warmth that felt like winter finally giving way to spring. Lin Yi froze in shock. The sensation was nothing like anything she had ever experienced. It was pure, powerful, and comforting. She instinctively thought it must be some rare, high-grade fire attribute. Her own wood attribute absorbed energy far too slowly to create something like this, and she remembered Su Qingying mentioning her attempt to evolve her water into ice. Fang Yi corrected her quietly. It wasn't fire. It was yang. He admitted he had kept it from her before, then casually dropped a revelation that made her breath catch. He had been the one behind both the Northgate incident and the fire at Qingxing University's playground. The red-haired leader stiffened, staring at him in disbelief. Did that mean he truly possessed 3 high-grade attributes? Fang Yi explained calmly that the 2 incidents were not the same. One was the yang attribute. The other had been Skyfire. They appeared similar, but they were fundamentally different. What he did not say was that there was a 4th power as well, the Desolation attribute. Some things were better kept hidden. A concealed trump card was always worth more than one openly displayed. Outwardly, he only gave enough to satisfy their stunned curiosity. Still shivering, the red-haired leader stepped closer. She admitted she hadn't yet reached the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, so her perception of attributes was weak, but she could tell his yang energy could help her resist the cold. Swallowing her pride, she promised to behave and nervously asked if he could share some of that warmth. Fang Yi agreed immediately. He said he would keep her warm today. His hand rested on her shoulder, and yang energy surged into her. She gasped, a cloud of warm breath escaping her lips before her body finally relaxed. Xiaoya and another member of Su Qingying's squad exchanged baffled glances at the scene. Seeing how effective it was, Fang Yi offered the same help to Su Qingying's team. After a brief pause, she admitted the warmth felt good, and her 2 subordinates quickly accepted. One by one, he extended his energy to them. All 3 thanked him, clearly surprised by how much it eased their condition. The moment of relief was short-lived. Sharp, scraping footsteps suddenly echoed across the barren ground. Fang Yi's eyes hardened. Something dangerous was approaching. He barely had time to warn them before a massive wolf-like beast exploded out of the mist. Su Qingying reacted instantly, rushing forward and forming a long blade of blue energy to intercept it. The creature crashed down, skidding across the ground and stopping just behind the red-haired leader. Fang Yi shouted for her to move as the beast slowly rose, its body wrapped in a sinister swirl of purple and black energy. With a savage roar, it lunged straight at them. Su Qingying recognized it instantly, an A-level threat. She didn't hesitate, declaring she would handle it. She released a storm of razor-sharp ice energy that slammed into the beast. In a blink, the monster shattered and dissolved into nothing, as if it had never existed. Su remained on guard, an ice crystal forming in her palm, while Lin Yi muttered in disbelief, wondering if it had truly vanished. Fang Yi, however, was still staring into the mist, his eyes narrowed. He had already seen through it. That creature had only been bait. The true danger emerged moments later. From within the fog came a vast horde of corpse-like figures, their red eyes glowing as they moved without sound. Fang Yi shouted for everyone to be careful, but it was already too late. The ground beneath them split open, releasing countless shadowy hands and writhing tendrils that coiled around their legs and bodies, locking them in place as the red-eyed swarm closed in from all sides. Even then, Fang Yi stayed calm. He ordered the others to pull back as he drew his blade. His eyes ignited with blinding light, and in the next instant, a terrifying surge of fire erupted from him. The explosion swallowed the entire horde. Agonized screams filled the air as the shadow figures were burned away, reduced to drifting ash and fading embers. When the ground finally settled, Fang Yi casually spun his sword and told them they were safe for now. What they had seen was never a true army. It had been an illusion, controlled by just 2 monsters. Su Qingying stared in disbelief. The creatures here had already evolved far enough to mimic human speech. Fang Yi's gaze darkened as he gave his conclusion. They had consumed too many humans, stealing their knowledge along with their flesh. The group was left stunned by the overwhelming power they had just witnessed. Su Qingying reminded them grimly that this was the reality of the extreme dark zone. Even its weakest beings were pushed to A-level strength, far beyond what anyone below the spirit creation realm could survive against. Not far away, Xiaoya quietly reflected on the scene. She admitted inwardly that Fang Yi was terrifying. 2 A-level phantom beasts had been erased in a single strike. Even she would have needed several exchanges to achieve the same result. Back with the group, Lin Yi spoke firmly. If Su Qingying was right, then sticking together was their only option. The monsters here could disguise themselves, waiting for the perfect moment to attack. She turned and urged the red-haired leader to get back up. But the red-haired leader was still shaken, not by the monsters but by Fang Yi. She complained about the crushing pressure of his aura, saying it was more suffocating than the undead swarm. To her, even brushing against his flames would have been enough to kill her. Then the ground began to tremble. A deep, thunderous rumble rolled across the wasteland. Lin Yi froze, then asked if the others could hear it too. The distant roar of waves crashing against a shore that did not exist. The ground suddenly convulsed, throwing everyone off balance. Far away, other pioneer squads were already in full retreat. One man screamed at his companion to stop fighting and run, his voice cracking as he shouted that what was coming was pure evil, that they were staring straight into ghosts. Fang Yi, Su Qingying, and Lin Yi watched with dark expressions as the battlefield descended into chaos. In the distance, a colossal vortex of pure darkness surged forward, filled with countless twisted shapes and endless glowing red eyes. Everything it touched was swallowed whole. The arrogant pioneer and his squad stood directly in its path. The name of the disaster spread instantly: the Dark Tide. As the tide rolled forward, devouring screaming pioneers by the dozens, the arrogant leader laughed in defiance. He sneered at their fear, declaring that just because ordinary troops couldn't withstand it didn't mean he couldn't. Raising his sword, he formed a massive green barrier around himself, claiming everything in this zone as his. Then, driven by pride and madness, he charged straight into the storm of red and black. The moment he crossed the boundary, his confidence shattered. The tide engulfed him in suffocating waves of darkness. Inside, he finally realized the truth. The monsters within were beyond anything he had ever known. Far stronger than A-level, far beyond even S-level. Terror twisted his face as he understood there was no escape. His struggles were meaningless. He, his squad, and countless others were dragged into the darkness, their screams swallowed as they vanished. From afar, Fang Yi's group watched in stunned silence. The red-haired leader trembled, whispering whether everyone had already died and whether they themselves had any chance of surviving. Lin Yi turned sharply to Su Qingying, demanding to know what the Dark Tide truly was. Su Qingying's voice was heavy as she explained. It was the ultimate manifestation of the dark attribute, a wave of corruption that devoured all existence, even other monsters. But unease crept into her expression. The mission had been planned carefully to avoid this very phenomenon. It was here. She feared that every pioneer who had gone ahead was already lost. Lin Yi remembered what she had read on the pioneer forums. The Dark Tide was said to be powerful enough to erase entire cities. Cold dread settled into her chest. She turned to Fang Yi, urging him desperately to retreat while they still could. Fang Yi alone remained steady. He told everyone to hold their ground as he summoned a massive shield of golden light threaded with blue lightning, enclosing the entire group. He explained that the barrier naturally countered the dark element and reminded them that if it came to it, they still had a way to endure. They could pool their strength to hold the barrier and withstand the wave. Su Qingying was stunned by the idea. She immediately challenged it, warning that the Dark Tide was not ordinary darkness, but an extreme concentration of the dark attribute itself. Even their combined power would be meaningless against it. She reminded him that a spirit creation pioneer had just been erased in seconds. Fang Yi did not waver. Golden flames erupted along his sword while blue lightning crackled around his other hand. With unwavering resolve, he declared that he would destroy the tide himself. Before anyone could stop him, he launched forward, his body turning into a streak of fire and thunder that shot straight toward the towering wall of darkness. The others stood frozen in shock. Su Qingying could only stare, unable to believe he was truly charging into the tide. The moment Fang Yi entered the storm, radiant light tore through the blackness. Deep within the Dark Tide, he hovered calmly inside a golden aura, completely untouched as violent currents of dark energy churn around him. His eyes locked on a faint, ember-like red glows hidden inside the storm. Seeing them, he gave a cold smile. His suspicion had been right. From every direction, grotesque abominations crawled out of the shadows, twisted, many-eyed monsters stitched together from countless bodies. Fang Yi understood at once. These were not ordinary A-level beasts being controlled by the tide. They were composite creatures, formed from endless lesser monsters that had been forcibly merged and evolved. The Dark Tide itself was a breeding ground, endlessly pushing B-level creatures into A-level, then into terrifying S-level existences. This was no mere catastrophe. It was an SSS-level disaster, something capable of devouring spirit creation pioneers as if they were nothing. One of the abominations lunged at him. Fang Yi's eyes blazed with golden fire. His blade flashed, releasing a wave of crimson flame that cleaved the creature apart in an instant. He felt the difference immediately. With his spirit creation realm power and skyfire reinforcing his sword, a monster that once would have been a deadly threat had been erased with a single strike. As he surveyed the depths of the storm, another presence caught his attention. The arrogant pioneer was still alive. Wrapped in the tide's corrupting darkness, the man struggled desperately as black energy gnawed at his body. Fang Yi saw that he was still conscious. His spiritual energy had not yet been completely drained. His foundation was weaker than Fang Yi's. But as a true spirit creation cultivator, he still had a narrow chance to survive. Fang Yi did not hesitate. He summoned the full might of his divine thunder. A surge of purifying lightning erupted from his hand and tore into the dark mass binding the man. The explosion ripped him free and hurled his body out of the tide. He slammed into the ground, unconscious but alive. Barely, standing over him, Fang Yi noted calmly that survival inside the dark tide was possible, but only by the thinnest of margins. The brief sense of relief shattered almost immediately. All around Fang Yi, the torn darkness began to writhe and knit itself back together. The monsters he had just destroyed reformed inside the tide, their grotesque bodies regenerating as if death meant nothing. A massive, many-eyed abomination rose once more from the shadows, its presence crushing. Fang Yi understood then with chilling clarity. The tide could endlessly recreate its minions. This had to be the true terror of creatures that had surpassed S-level. Surrounded by an army that refused to stay dead, Fang Yi made a dangerous decision. A faint, defiant smile touched his lips as he deliberately let his protective aura fade, exposing himself to the crushing darkness. His system reacted instantly, detecting the overwhelming dark attribute, but the result was immediate failure. The power was too strange, too complex. It could not be absorbed. Fang Yi was not surprised. Even after stepping into the spirit creation realm, the dark attribute remained something fundamentally different from everything else. It could not be taken, nor destroyed in the usual way. If that was the case, then he would simply have to change his approach. His sword burned at his side as the endless monsters closed in, his smile steady. For a fleeting moment, he regretted not bringing the Desolation Flower. Its life-draining power would have been the perfect counter to this nightmare. But that thought sparked something else. His eyes suddenly lit up, clarity cutting through the chaos. The answer was already right in front of him. Outside the tide, his companions watched from behind the golden barrier, their gazes fixed on his lone figure inside the storm. The red-haired leader, still shaken, turned to Su Qingying and asked if she had ever seen anything like this. Su could only shake her head. This was beyond anything she knew. Then, without warning, the raging tide fell eerily silent, its pressure pressing harder against their shield. The stillness was far more terrifying than the noise. Lin Yi's hands trembled. She admitted that even when they fought the monstrous Desolation Vine, she had never felt fear like this. Worry for her cousin dragged her toward despair. Su Qingying grabbed her hands firmly, forcing her to focus. The shield was still holding, even if it was flickering. They needed to pour their strength into it together. Her words were harsh but real. If Fang Yi fell, none of it would matter anyway. She continued, reminding them that Fang Yi was not an ordinary cultivator. He had reached the spirit creation realm and wielded multiple attributes. His true power was far beyond what they had seen so far. It wasn't their role to save him. They had to believe in him. Her blunt sincerity, laced with unexpected humor, pulled Yi back from the edge. Yi managed a weak smile and thanked her. Su Qingying returned it, saying her teammates always complained she was too serious, then asked if she felt a little better. The moment didn't last. The dark tide exploded. A colossal pillar of flame suddenly roared upward, ripping through the suffocating blackness. From the heart of the raging inferno, Fang Yi released his ultimate art, the Nine Dragons Skyfire Seal. His figure rose through the flames, wrapped in swirling gold and blue light. Outside, his teammates were frozen in shock. The red-haired leader shouted his name, pointing him out to Lin Yi, while Su Qingying could only stare, stunned by the terrifying power unfolding before her. 9 enormous fire dragons burst into existence, each blazing with searing radiance. They spiraled together, their light overwhelming the darkness of the tide itself. Far away, Jelan, who had been monitoring the mission, was caught completely off guard. She recognized it instantly, the legendary Skyfire attribute, shaped into a sealing art. Her eyes widened as the dragons closed in, crushing the city-destroying dark tide into a single, unstable sphere of blazing energy. Had he really sealed the entire tide? Fang Yi was not finished. Calling upon his divine thunder, Crackling blue lightning erupted and coiled around the fiery sphere, forming a roaring vortex. His power surged to its absolute limit. With a deafening roar, Fang Yi released the full might of his combined technique, the Nine Dragons Edict. Fire and lightning collided, detonating with earth-shaking force that rippled through the entire extreme dark zone. At his command, the raging storm obeyed. Bringing his hands together, he forced the chaos to collapse inward, compressing again and again until it became a small, radiant orb, stable, contained, yet packed with terrifying energy. When the light finally faded, the battlefield was silent. The arrogant pioneer lay unconscious on the ground, saved by Fang Yi's earlier strike. Fang Yi glanced at him, noting that at least they were safe for now. He hadn't planned to save the man, but now he had to consider what to do with him. Lin Yi rushed to her cousin, relief flooding her as she checked his condition. Su Qingying stepped closer and offered to have her team take care of the fallen pioneer. Later, she approached Fang Yi, asking why he didn't look satisfied after sealing something so catastrophic. In her heart, though, she was in awe. He had truly done the impossible. He had destroyed the Dark Tide. Fang Yi answered calmly. The seal would not last. The dark attribute was still there, pressing against it, and time was running out. They had to move immediately and secure the grace flower before it broke. Su Qingying nodded and agreed to handle the unconscious pioneer. Her subordinates lifted him onto their shoulders as they prepared to move out. The group paused on a cliff overlooking the desolate land. Su Qingying's expression darkened as she realized the truth. None of the pioneers who had gone ahead had survived. The dark attribute had consumed them all without leaving a trace. The red-haired leader spoke softly, mourning how easily so many lives had been erased. Fang Yi felt a different kind of heaviness. Perhaps it was cold, but he was quietly relieved he hadn't been forced to watch their deaths with his own eyes. Their advance soon led them to a sinister pool of darkness, its surface rippling with hidden danger. Fang Yi stepped forward at once and took command. He told Lin Yi and the others to move ahead with Su Qingying's team, saying the pool was far too dangerous and that he would stay behind to deal with it alone. Though reluctant, they had no choice but to comply, leaving him standing by himself on a jagged ledge above the black waters. At that instant, a system window flashed before his eyes. A powerful dark attribute fluctuation had been detected. The ground cracked apart as a violent vortex of purple and black energy burst upward, swallowing the entire area. The system's voice echoed, confirming the detection and announcing the activation of its ultimate computing power as it began creating a brand new technique. Fang Yi was lifted into the air, arms spread wide as towering pillars of dark energy roared around him. The system's voice rang again, declaring the process a success. His eyes snapped open, glowing with piercing purple light, the mark of the power he had just claimed. A new system window appeared, revealing his reward, the dark attribute technique, Limitless Dark World. The description followed. Within this domain, Fang Yi could summon a space filled with thick, corrosive mist that would severely suppress spiritual energy. He immediately grasped its value. It was a battlefield under his absolute control. Anyone trapped inside would have their energy drained, their recovery slowed to a crawl. He imagined the effect clearly, seeing countless enemies struggling helplessly as he stood above them. Confidence surged through him. If he layered this suffocating domain with his other attributes, his strength would rise to terrifying heights. He reached a single conclusion. If the Dark Tide ever appeared again, he could crush it. As the last traces of purple aura faded, Su Qingying finally found her voice. Still shaken, she asked whether he could feel the dark mist returning. Her shock only deepened as the strange fluctuations continued. She stared at Fang Yi, wrapped in lingering energy, unable to understand how he could achieve such a breakthrough without any of the usual signs. No changes in heaven and earth, no celestial disturbances. Then realization struck her like a thunderbolt. He hadn't just sealed the S-Class Dark Tide. He had absorbed it. The thought made her tremble. Since the beginning of the spiritual revival, every pioneer knew the dark attribute was the most feared of all, born from the malice and negativity of countless living beings. Absorbing it was forbidden by law. A memory flashed through her mind. A government project had once tried to purify the dark attribute, and it had ended in disaster. Researchers had died, and the element was labeled a monster in its own right. Dark monsters ranged from D to S-Class, all terrifying beyond reason. Even the weakest preyed on early pioneers, while the Dark Tide itself could devour spirit creation elites as if they were nothing. Another memory surfaced, an infamous case from before the ban. A 3-star Ghost Axe pioneer had once dared to absorb energy from a low-tier sea monster. Madness claimed him. His flesh rotted, his mind collapsed, and now he lived sealed inside a hospital, a ruined thing that could never recover. Back in the present, the chaotic mist streamed back into Fang Yi's body. He let out a slow, steady breath. Then, without turning, his voice cut through the fog. He called out to the unseen watcher who had been observing everything from the shadows, ordering them to show themselves. Fangyi's crimson eyes swept across the mist with cold precision. Jielon stepped forward. Her tone was calm as she spoke, saying that if her judgment was correct, Fangyi had been the one who sealed the dark tide on his own. Su Qingying gasped when she saw her, blurting out Jielon's name in shock. Jielon descended slowly and stopped before Fangyi. Her gaze locked onto him as she asked directly whether he had truly absorbed the dark attribute. Fangyi answered without hesitation. He had. The words struck Su Qingying like a hammer, shaking her to the core. Before she could react, Jielon moved. In one smooth motion, she drew a pistol and aimed it straight at Fangyi's head. Jielon, the red-haired leader, roared in fury. She and a trembling Lin Yi froze, but Su Qingying leapt forward, slapping the barrel aside and placing herself between them. Her voice was sharp as she reminded Jielon that Fangyi was the military's highest priority recruit. Then she pushed harder, accusing her of hypocrisy. The association wanted him as well, yet the military had claimed him first. What was the meaning of pointing a gun at him now? Jielon did not answer. Her silence was colder than any reply. Fangyi calmly placed a hand on Su Qingying's shoulder, telling her to stand down. He turned to Jielon, his voice level but cutting. Their mission, he reminded her, was to retrieve the Grace Flower. It was strange. She was obsessed with completing the mission, yet clearly displeased that they had survived. Jielon kept the gun raised, the metal glinting faintly in the mist, her expression unreadable. The red-haired leader finally exploded. She accused Jielon of betraying their trust, demanding to know why she had done nothing when the dark tide was about to wipe them out. Without Fangyi, all of them would be dead. Lin Yi was still just a child. Instead of helping, Jielon had stood by and watched, only to now threaten the one who saved them. Jielon lowered the pistol. A faint smile touched her lips. She waved away the entire standoff like it had been nothing but a harmless joke, casually remarking that Fangyi seemed far too popular with his own team. Then her gaze sharpened, her tone changing in a way that made the air subtly tighten. She congratulated him and calmly declared that he had passed. The words hit like a stone dropped into still water. Su Qingying froze. The red-haired leader stared at her in disbelief, confusion written openly across her face. But Fangyi did not look surprised. He met Jielon's eyes steadily and asked if this had been her goal all along, to test him. Jielon did not deny it. She said that with someone of his talent and strength, she could not trust neat reports or hollow numbers. She needed to see his true character with her own eyes. Then she turned to the red-haired leader and addressed the accusations head-on. She admitted she had not intervened because pioneers lived by the ruthless laws of this new world. Here, fortune and death changed places in a single heartbeat. That was the reality they had to accept. Yet she pointed out something that made everyone pause. They were lucky to have Fangyi with them. Since the dark tide descended, not a single monster had dared to draw near. The creatures, she explained, were terrified of the power he had unleashed. Fangyi listened, his expression dark and thoughtful, and then nodded. Even the dark tide followed the same cruel rule, he said. It preyed on the weak and bowed before the strong. With the matter settled, Jielon shifted gears and said she would lead them to the Grace Flower, reminding them that no one knew this land better than she did. As they moved, Su Qingying quietly leaned closer to Fangyi. In a low voice, she told him something about Jielon felt wrong. She revealed the truth she had uncovered. Jielon's former squad had once faced the dark tide, and she was the only one who had survived. The pieces slid into place for Fangyi. Her rigid obedience to missions and rules, the cold shell she wore, it all came from that loss. Her team's deaths had carved a wound so deep that it left her half-broken, pushing her towards self-destruction. Yet within that emptiness was a fierce conviction, the only thing still driving her forward. When he sealed the dark tide, that inner resolve had cracked for just a moment, letting something human slip through. Understanding dawned, and a faint smile touched Fangyi's lips. He told the others they should be kinder to Jielon, because beneath everything, she was badly hurt. The red-haired leader blinked in confusion and asked if Jielon was physically injured. Fangyi said she was. He explained that her spiritual barrier was severely damaged. Though her cultivation stood at the level of a 2-star spirit creation realm, her protective aura had collapsed by at least 2 full tiers. A brief glimpse of her energy made it undeniable. Her aura wavered and splintered, fragments breaking away as if her very core had been shaken. Even her footsteps were slightly unsteady, betraying the strain her body was under. Jielon sensed their gazes and glanced back at them. Her voice was soft when she thanked them, yet she immediately brushed it off, insisting the injury was nothing worth mentioning. With Jielon in front, the group moved deeper into the lifeless fog. Dead trees rose around them like twisted bones, and the ground was scattered with the skeletal remains of beasts. They had entered the chaotic burial mounds. As they advanced, Fang Yi's instincts tightened. Something was wrong. His gaze swept the terrain, then locked onto a chilling sight, a half-buried skeleton of a fallen pioneer, its remains jutting from the earth as if trying to crawl back out. Finally, Jielon stopped. She announced they had arrived. In the center of a barren clearing, a single grace flower stood alone, glowing with a soft, dreamlike purple light. As Jielon stepped forward, Fang Yi kept his eyes fixed on her. The unease in his chest only grew heavier. Then his fear became reality. Shadowy figures tore their way out of the ground. Crimson eyes flared inside the mist as the creatures rose one by one, forming a tight circle around the flower like silent guardians that would not allow anyone to approach. Yet Jielon did not slow down. Her composure shattered instead. Her expression twisted into something disturbing. Her eyes locked onto the grace flower with a desperate, feverish obsession. She stretched out her hand, her voice falling to a trembling whisper. "I can finally see it again." Her body shook as if caught in a trance, her entire being pulled toward the flower's glow. Fang Yi's eyes turned cold. He could see it clearly now. She had lost control. Her mind was slipping into something dangerous. There was no time to hesitate. Golden red flames erupted in his palm, blazing with violent intensity. His voice thundered through the clearing as he called out to her spirit. In the same instant, he hurled the burning sphere straight at Jielon, determined to shatter the trance before it swallowed her whole. At the very last moment, she snapped back to her senses and realized what was coming. The attack carried an extremely rare and terrifying yang attribute, pure, violent, and overwhelming. Her eyes hardened. With a sudden burst of speed, she swung her arm and knocked the blast aside. The impact detonated in a roaring explosion, a shockwave ripping across the clearing. When the dust finally settled, she and Fang Yi stood facing each other in silence. Golden energy crackled wildly around his hand, flashing like restrained lightning. Xiaolan was fully awake now, but her body was trembling. The sight of the grace flower had dragged her straight back into a nightmare she had never escaped. Images of her fallen companions flickered through her mind, one after another, and a single doubt gnawed at her heart. Had everything she did still not been enough? The moment they realized she had returned to herself, Yi and Su Qingying rushed to her side. Yi asked if she was hurt, unable to hide the worry in his voice. Su Qing, far more cautious, warned that the dark attribute was clearly disturbing Xiaolan's mind, and that it would be safer for everyone to stay together. Fang Yi ignored them entirely. He stepped forward without hesitation, calm and unshaken, his eyes locked straight ahead. For the Shizai flower, he said, going alone was enough. Before anyone could object, he walked into the empty, mist-drenched clearing, each step steady as he closed in on the softly glowing bloom. And the ground trembled. The earth split apart as a massive, grotesque wolf-shaped monster burst out from below. Its eyes burned a deep crimson, and when it opened its jaws, a terrifying storm of screaming faces and dark red energy churned inside its throat. With a deafening roar, the creature lunged straight at him. Fang Yi didn't even blink. Blue lightning crawled across his fingers as he spoke a single word. Divine thunder. Several violent bolts ripped through the monster's body in an instant. The beast shrieked as electricity tore through its flesh, yet it still refused to fall. Fang Yi watched closely and understood immediately. This fox demon had devoured countless monsters, evolving into something far more dangerous. An S-class anomaly. The seal on the dark tide was only temporary, and time was already running thin. This battle had to end quickly. A faint, confident smile touched Fang Yi's lips. If it would not die easily, then it would serve another use. Dense, terrifying purple energy began to gather in his palm, heavy with pure darkness. Without hesitation, Fang Yi released his newly obtained power. Limitless Dark World. A violent storm of swirling purple energy exploded outward, swallowing the stunned S-class fox monster whole and sealing it inside an absolute prison of darkness. The power condensed in an instant, hardening into a massive dark purple sphere that engulfed both Fang Yi and the creature. The outside world disappeared. Within this isolated reality, countless shadowy purple tendrils lashed out from every direction, wrapping around the S-class beast like living chains. The monster thrashed wildly, its roars breaking down into pitiful cries as crushing pressure bore down on it. Its massive body was forced smaller and weaker, shrinking under Fang Yi's overwhelming domain. A cold system window flickered into existence. Under the effect of the limitless dark world, the S-class anomaly had been forcibly suppressed, its rank reduced by 2 full levels, falling all the way to a mere B-class threat. Fang Yi stood calmly before the now diminished creature, his eyes unreadable. He remarked that any S-class anomaly that collapsed so easily must have had a terribly fragile foundation from the start. With the danger fully contained, his sword flared to life, bursting into blazing golden red flames. "It's over," he said quietly. One clean slash cut through the darkness. Fire roared through the space, and the weakened monster was wiped out completely, reduced to nothing but drifting embers. Outside the sphere, Su Qingying and Yi stared at the massive orb of dark energy in stunned silence. Su Qingying frowned. It was clearly a dark attribute, yet it felt strange, different. Yi nodded slowly. There was none of the usual suffocating chill, none of the nauseating weight that normally came with dark power. Xiaolan spoke quietly, her tone steady even as tension still lingered in the air. This was Fang Yi's personal domain, a space he had created on his own after mastering the dark attribute without any guidance. The realization struck her deeply. Forming a domain was an ability of terrifying difficulty. Until now, the only person she had ever known who could create a spatial domain purely through spiritual power was her teacher. Beyond him, she believed there were no more than 3 others in the entire world capable of such a feat. A painful memory surfaced. A vast city drowned in chaos and ruin. She remembered her teacher standing alone, forcing his domain to its absolute limit in a desperate attempt to stop the catastrophe, and still failing. That haunting image shattered as the dark purple sphere suddenly dissolved. Fang Yi stood alone in the clearing, completely unharmed. Xiaolan and Su Qingying could only stare, stunned by how quickly everything had ended. Fang Yi simply lifted a hand and gave them a relaxed, reassuring smile, saying that the chaotic burial mounds should be free of trouble now. With the threat gone, he turned and walked calmly toward the glowing shizai flower. He knelt, gently cupped the plant in his hands, and carefully pulled it from the earth with its roots intact, preserving it with meticulous care. Holding the softly glowing flower, Fang Yi studied it for a brief moment before nodding to himself. This would be enough. The mission had reached its most critical point, and Gaolan watched him closely, tension still etched across her face. Fang Yi returned and placed the flower into Xiaolan's hands. She blinked, surprised by how small and fragile it felt. He told her calmly that their objective was complete and urged everyone to leave at once. The sealed dark tide, he explained, was nothing like ordinary monsters. It could break free at any moment. On top of that, they still had to deal with the unconscious, overly arrogant pioneer and his team. Xiaolan's rigid posture finally eased. The strain drained from her expression, replaced by real relief. Holding the glowing flower close, she thanked Fang Yi sincerely, admitting that without his overwhelming strength, their mission would have failed. She then turned to thank the others before announcing that it was time to withdraw. Just as they began to move, Xiaolan suddenly stopped. She turned back and looked directly at Fang Yi. Her voice grew serious as she revealed the truth behind their mission. Elder Wu, the Sea Nation's only realm pioneer, was dying. The flower was the only medicine that could save him. With a faint but heartfelt smile, she told Fang Yi that it had just saved the life of the nation's strongest guardian. Fang Yi listened in silence, his expression thoughtful as the weight of her words settled over him. He softly repeated the name of the legendary Qingong realm to himself. When the group finally stepped through the dark portal of the extreme dark zone, a sky filled with swirling crimson clouds greeted them. The red-haired leader threw her fists into the air, shouting in pure relief that they could finally see the light again, and that they had survived. Yi felt the same, grateful just to stand beneath the open sky after everything they had endured. Their return instantly sparked a wave of cheers. Officials who had been waiting in tense anticipation rushed forward, celebrating the successful retrieval of the shizai flower. Many of them openly admitted they had never truly believed it was possible when Xiaolan first reported the mission. As the team walked through the path, cleared by the crowd, the red-haired leader stared around in disbelief at how many people had gathered. Somewhere among the voices, someone whispered, wondering who it was that had actually brought the flower back. That was when he slowed to a stop. Her eyes widened as she noticed something blocking their way. A massive, heavily armored military vehicle sat squarely in front of them. Dark steel plating covered its body, and elite soldiers stood on both sides in perfect formation. The red-haired leader froze. Her gaze locked onto the emblem stamped on the vehicle, the unmistakable symbol of the Star God War Zone, the most powerful and prestigious military force in all of the Xia Nation. The realization hit her instantly. Heat rushed to her face as embarrassment followed. So Gaolan was one of them. The memory of how she had shouted earlier made her wince. The Star God War Zone was not an ordinary unit. It ranked #1 in the nation, and ever since spiritual energy had revived, its overwhelming advantages had allowed it to seize the most resource-rich forbidden zones and turn them into supreme cultivation grounds. As the group approached, an official stepped forward carefully, holding the shizai flower sealed inside a glowing blue container. He respectfully handed it to a high-ranking officer who introduced himself as Major Han Li. Taking the container, Han Li allowed himself a faint smile of satisfaction. Then, without any warning, Major Han Li snapped to attention. Every soldier behind him did the same. In one flawless motion, they raised their hands in a sharp military salute, directed straight at Fang Yi. The sudden show of respect left him momentarily stunned. After lowering his hand, Han Li turned to Xiaolan and assured her that the Shizai flower would be delivered to the hospital immediately. She could finally rest easy. Xiaolan nodded, saying she would follow soon. With its precious cargo secured, the armored vehicle roared to life and sped away down the cleared path. With the urgency gone, Xiaolan turned back toward Fang Yi. She asked him directly whether he was connected to the Star God War Zone. When he answered, she revealed her own identity just as calmly. She added in an even tone that news of his overwhelming strength had already spread through the entire military district. With a confident, knowing look, she told him it was only a matter of time before his name became widely known and carried real weight. Then she spoke plainly. His individual combat power, she admitted, was already enough to suppress even the most elite squads within her own war zone. With that, she made her offer, formally and without hesitation. She acknowledged his terrifying potential and invited him to join the Star God War Zone, promising him access to the finest cultivation resources available. She also assured him that the rewards from this mission, for both his team and Su Qingying's squad, would be delivered soon. Fang Yi listened in silence, a faint smile resting on his lips as he considered her words. But her tones soon changed. The confidence faded, replaced by something heavier and more solemn. And as she continued, it became clear that the danger they faced was far from over. She told him that as the world changed at an unprecedented pace, the nation's greatest and most terrifying threat was the rise of dark attribute anomalies. As she spoke, a vision took shape in his mind. An entire city swallowed by a vast, ominous cloud of purple-black energy, buildings vanishing as if they had never existed. That image alone made everything clear. She warned him that the number of these anomalies was increasing at a frightening rate. The dark zones they created would keep spreading, growing like a malignant tumor, capable of triggering catastrophic disasters without warning. That was why forbidden zones had to be established, and why organizations like the Spiritual Energy Association were forced to guard them with absolute severity. After a brief pause, she clarified herself. She was not saying this to pressure him into joining the Star God War Zone. She was telling him because she believed a pioneer of his caliber, someone truly exceptional, had earned the right to know the truth about the world's condition. Fang Yi felt the sincerity in her words. A faint smile returned as he gave her his answer. He told her he understood, and that if he ever encountered dark attribute anomalies in the future, he would not look away. On that matter, she could rest easy. At those words, the stern exhaustion in Xiaolan's expression finally eased. Genuine relief appeared on her face. She introduced herself properly at last, saying it was a pleasure to meet him, and then handed him a small, dark token. Fang Yi took it, revealing a black tablet engraved with a dragon and the characters of the Star God War Zone. Xiaolan explained that the token granted him unrestricted access to any forbidden zone for cultivation, and that the gates of the Star God War Zone would always be open to him. Then she hesitated slightly before making one last request. She asked if he would be willing to go and see Elder Wu. Fang Yi raised a brow and asked if she meant the Qingong Realm Pioneer. She nodded and said that Elder Wu was her teacher. Fang Yi should meet him, she explained, though she did not hide that it was also a personal wish. She wanted to be his friend. Fang Yi accepted both the token and her invitation, slipping it casually into his pocket. He agreed to go with her, saying it was always good to have more friends. Then, as if to seal that new bond, he extended his hand. Blue lightning crackled across his palm as he told her he had something to give her. Xiaolan looked at him in confusion. Fang Yi smiled and calmly explained that he believed he could completely cleanse the remaining dark attribute poison from her body. Before she could even respond, he released it. A surge of pure blue lightning burst forth, engulfing her in an instant. The shock locked her in place, breath caught in her throat as the thunder attribute surged through her body. Yet instead of pain, she felt something impossible. Healing. The cold, deep ache that had haunted her bones dissolved, replaced by a warm, tingling numbness. The discomfort she had carried for so long simply vanished. Inside her, the wounds left by the dark attribute began to close as the corrupt energy was torn apart and washed away, cleansed by the thunder from the inside out. It felt like being reborn. The rare, powerful lightning scoured her body clean, purging toxins she did not even realize were still there. When the glow finally faded, faint sparks still danced around her. Fang Yi looked at her and asked how she felt. Xiaolan exhaled slowly and nodded. She felt incredible, better than she had in years. The lingering dark energy was gone. Nearby, Su Qingying watched as paramedics rushed to the unconscious, once arrogant pioneer. She couldn't help wondering if someone that badly injured could even survive. When she turned back, she was startled to see Fang Yi and Xiaolan still standing there. Yet something was different. Xiaolan's aura had changed. Her injuries were gone. Xiaolon explained simply that Fang Yi had used his rare, pure thunder attribute to completely cleanse the dark poison from her system. Su Qingying froze, staring at him in disbelief. So this was the true nature of his power. Not just destruction, but salvation. Without realizing it, she pointed at Fang Yi, eyes wide. He noticed and asked flatly what she was staring at. That was when inspiration struck her. She spun around and urgently waved the paramedics over, excitement flooding her voice. She turned back to Fang Yi and proposed a partnership. If his spiritual power could be combined with their advanced medical technology, they could save countless pioneers suffering from dark attribute corruption. To show her sincerity, she bowed deeply, lowering herself without hesitation, asking him to demonstrate his power just once more. Fang Yi did not answer right away. He fell silent, weighing her words. Then he raised his hand. A controlled burst of blue lightning flickered from his palm. Calm, precise. He asked if that was enough of a demonstration. One of the paramedics gasped as he examined the energy, his eyes shining. It was working. There was no doubt about it. Such a high-level thunder attribute could directly counter the dark attribute. Xiaolon added that when Fang Yi had treated her, the power had been sent straight into her body, destroying the corruption at its very source. Su Qingying nodded quickly, already piecing everything together. All they would need, she said, was for Fang Yi and the patient to hold hands. But one of the paramedics spoke up, his excitement tempered by caution. Not every cultivator, even those at the spirit creation realm, could endure energy this pure. He explained this calmly to Su Qingying, adding that while Xiaolan's injuries had been serious, they were nothing compared to the condition of the other patient. Healing that arrogant pioneer, he estimated, would require at least 10 times more spiritual energy. And even then, simply keeping him alive would already be a miracle. A full recovery, he admitted honestly, was nearly impossible. Fang Yi listened without interrupting. Then he agreed. He asked how to transfer his spiritual energy, and the paramedics guided him toward the ambulance. One of them pointed to a specialized device and instructed him to place his hand inside and release his power steadily. Fang Yi nodded and did exactly that, blue lightning flowing out in a controlled stream. From a distance, Yi watched in silence. She had never imagined Xiaolon was a high-ranking member of the elite Star God War Zone. Even more shocking was the fact that her cousin was so powerful that this legendary military force was actively trying to build a relationship with him. Her thoughts drifted back to Xiaolon, usually cold and distant, personally asking to be Fang Yi's friend and even giving him her own token. When the energy transfer finally ended, Fang Yi turned toward Yi and the red-haired leader to check on them. Yi smiled and said they were fine. Then she explained that she and the red-haired leader had decided to head out on their own for more training and missions. They couldn't keep relying on him forever. If they wanted to survive, they needed to grow stronger on their own. Fang Yi agreed immediately. He only told them to be careful. As they left, he watched their backs with a small, proud smile. Somewhere along the way, his cousin really had grown up. Su Qingying and her team prepared to depart as well. She waved goodbye, telling Fang Yi and Xiaolon that they would meet again on the next mission. Once they were alone, Xiaolon turned to Fang Yi and reminded him that it was time to visit Elder Wu. As the ambulance pulled away, Su Qingying couldn't hide her frustration. She complained loudly that the Star God War Zone had just snatched someone this powerful right out from under them. Her teammates hurried to calm her, but the irritation did not fade. Deep down, everyone knew the truth. The Spiritual Energy Association was a mess. Too many internal struggles, too much chaos, and its strongest squads refused to truly work together. By the time Fang Yi and Xiaolon arrived, they were standing before a massive, modern hospital, the highest security ward of the Star God War Zone's medical base. Fang Yi asked quietly if this was where Elder Wu was being treated. Inside the room, they stopped beside a bed buried in medical equipment. Tubes, monitors, and softly humming machines surrounded the unconscious figure lying there. Fang Yi took in the sight and couldn't help commenting on how strange it felt. The ultimate powerhouse of the Qingong realm, reduced to a withered old man. He stepped closer to examine him. Dark red veins spread across Elder Wu's face and neck, swollen and unnatural. A respirator rose and fell with each strained breath. Xiaolon told him it had been far worse before. Back then, her teacher had looked more like a corpse than a living person. Even after using the precious Shizai flower, he still had not woken up. Fang Yi frowned. What kind of catastrophe could leave someone this powerful in such a state? Xiaolon slowly let out a breath and began to explain. It had happened during the battle for the capital. A massive dark attribute anomaly had suddenly formed above the city, swallowing the sky itself. To stop it from descending and devouring everything below, Elder Wu had stepped forward alone. In her memory, the rest of the squad stood behind him, desperately pouring their own spiritual energy into his body to support him. But the anomaly was no ordinary enemy. It was far beyond S level. Above the shattered city had hovered a monstrous, dragon-shaped mass of pure dark energy, its presence crushing the land beneath it. Xiaolan's voice tightened as she spoke. If that thing had fully descended, it would not have stopped with the capital. The surrounding cities would have fallen next. The entire nation would have been plunged into absolute chaos. In one final, desperate move, Elder Wu unleashed his personal domain and sealed the anomaly by force. But they had miscalculated. The dark attribute was even stronger than anyone had predicted. The backlash tore through him, corrupting his body from the inside. Gaolon finished the story in a cold voice, saying that if Elder Wu had not been a master of the Qingong realm, he would have been turned to ashes on the spot. The room fell into silence. Back in the present, Fang Yi looked down at the unconscious hero with new eyes. To give up everything just to save a city, this man truly was a great pioneer. As Fang Yi studied Elder Wu's face, memories from his past life rose to the surface. Countless pioneers throwing themselves into hopeless battles. Countless sacrifices, also that he could become the last human left alive. A quiet sadness settled in his chest as he realized that in his original timeline, Elder Wu had probably already died by now. His gaze hardened. This time was different. A new resolve took shape as Fang Yi slowly reached out toward the old man. Xiaolan jolted and demanded to know what he thought he was doing to her teacher. Fang Yi did not even turn his head. He told her calmly not to panic. The Shizai flower was already working, he explained, but there was still stubborn dark attribute residue inside Elder Wu's body. He was going to remove it. Before she could object, his hand pressed flat against the elder's chest. Pure blue lightning surged instantly, flooding into the old man's body. Fang Yi said evenly that this would help him wake faster. Xiaolan stiffened in shock, blurting out that the corruption he was touching came from an S-level disaster. That kind of power was not something anyone should deal with lightly. She hesitated. Then she clenched her fists and nodded. Go ahead. Try. Maybe, just maybe, he was the miracle they had been waiting for. The room filled with sharp crackling as Fang Yi poured more energy into Elder Wu. Xiaolan stepped closer, warning him seriously that the dark attribute inside her teacher was far more terrifying than the dark tide itself. Without the Shizai flower suppressing it, Elder Wu would never have survived this long. Fang Yi replied without looking back. He understood. His expression hardened as he felt it. An immense, suffocating presence buried deep inside the elder's body. Even weakened by the flower's purifying effect, the dark energy still pressed down like an invisible mountain. Then it reacted. A violent surge of dark power blasted out from the bed, throwing Fang Yi and Xiaolan backward. Xiaolan cried out for him to stay focused. The dark energy was already trying to influence him. In response, a brilliant golden aura erupted around Fang Yi as his spiritual protection activated. His eyes burned with golden light, but his heart suddenly skipped. Something was wrong. The darkness seized his consciousness and dragged it away from reality. The hospital vanished. He found himself standing alone on a ruined street. Broken buildings stretched endlessly in every direction. Slowly, he looked up and froze. Filling the sky above him was a massive crimson eye. The terrifying red eye of the anomaly. Within this mental world, the eye focused on him, its presence crushing the ruined city below. A voice echoed through the streets, demanding to know who he was. Fang Yi understood at once. By touching the dark attribute inside Elder Wu's body, his spirit had been pulled into this dangerous illusion, into the lingering memory of the disaster itself. He was not afraid. His expression stayed calm as he replied that his identity did not matter. He was simply the one who had come to erase it. Blue lightning flared around his hand, lighting up the ruins. As power gathered at his fingertips, Fang Yi reached a clear conclusion. This anomaly was not as strong as it wanted him to think. The giant eye reacted immediately. A massive, razor-sharp red spike ripped toward him without warning. Fang Yi's eyes widened for only a heartbeat before golden light flooded his vision. Golden sun breathing ignited, power surging through every vein as he twisted aside and barely slipped past the first strike. Then the sky itself detonated. Red spikes poured down like a catastrophic storm. Fang Yi became a streak of light, weaving through the falling blades with ruthless precision. Before his footing could even settle, the anomaly shifted again. Red-black lightning lashed out, tearing through the air with divine fury. Fang Yi's expression tightened. This lightning, it was on the same level as the heavenly thunder he had absorbed on Yuhuang Mountain. Then the illusion stopped pretending. The single crimson eye shattered into motion, multiplying into a vast swarm. Countless insect-shaped entities formed from pure dark attribute energy, all revolving around a blazing red core. Fang Yi's pupils shrank. Each of them carried the strength of a dark tide monster, and there were tens of millions. The swarm collapsed inward like a living vortex, devouring the sky as it rushed straight for him. Fang Yi did not step back. Flames erupted as his sword manifested in his grip, heat warping the shattered air around him. Facing the advancing nightmare, His voice carried nothing but cold resolve. There was only one choice left: exterminate the pests. He lunged forward and swung. A massive arc of fire carved through the swarm, ripping a burning corridor straight through its center. The strike split the Crimson Core in two. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened as he studied the reaction. An S-level collective anomaly, but crippled. Whether because this was only an illusion, or because the Shizai flower had already cleansed part of the corruption inside Elder Wu, its power was nowhere near its true peak. Both halves of the swarm slammed into the ruined city below, erupting in violent explosions. Fang Yi landed on a shattered rooftop and surveyed the devastation. From what remained, its strength had probably fallen to a level. Even so, a chill passed through him. This was the disaster that had nearly destroyed the city when Elder Wu faced it alone. The weight of that truth hardened his expression. Dark energy coiled around his hand, thick and ferocious. Without hesitation, Fang Yi released his own dark attribute technique. Limitless Dark World. A colossal vortex of absolute darkness burst from his body, twisting space as it began devouring the remaining insect-like anomaly. Terror rippled through the creature's fading consciousness. Only now did it realize the truth. This opponent was not human. Fang Yi let out a faint smirk. Guess so. He lifted his hand and spoke a single word. Open. The dark vortex expanded violently, swallowing the rest of the S-level anomaly whole. As its final fragments were erased, a cold, echoing voice rang out from the void. We will be back soon. Fang Yi hovered calmly inside his sphere of dark energy, unshaken. He knew exactly what that had been. A remnant of the anomaly's will. And next time, he would be ready. His gaze lingered on that final word. We. Not one. We. The warning kept echoing through Fang Yi's mind, and for the first time, a chilling thought took root. What if this disaster had never been meant to exist alone? If one anomaly could emerge, then how many more were already waiting in the dark, ready to surface? Before the question could settle, the illusionary world began to roar. The sky split apart. Space folded inward, cracking like fragile glass. Fang Yi did not fight it. This was not the place to chase answers. Those would come later. The next instant, his consciousness was violently pulled back. His eyes snapped open in the real world. Without even a moment of hesitation, Fang Yi drove his hand into Elder Wu's body, his spiritual sense locking onto the core of the corruption. A violent mass of dark purple energy was ripped from the Elder's chest, shrieking as it collided with Fang Yi's own blue lightning. The two forces ground against each other, unstable and ferocious. To suppress it, Fang Yi activated the Nine Dragons Skyfire sealing art. Blazing red chains erupted into existence, wrapping around the dark mass and crushing it into a tightly sealed sphere. The air trembled as the orb struggled, its power raging wildly, but trapped. Holding the burning seal in his hand, Fang Yi turned to the stunned Gaolon and calmly explained that this was the dark attribute remnant left behind in Elder Wu's body. His conclusion was absolute. This was the final fragment of the anomaly that had nearly destroyed the city. Even sealed, the orb still radiated frightening power, but its influence had been drastically reduced, first by the Shizai flower, then by Elder Wu's own seal. Fang Yi looked at the unconscious old man with genuine respect and called him the nation's true number one pioneer. Anyone else would have died countless times over trying to endure such corruption. Xiaolon followed his gaze. The terrifying red veins on her teacher's face had vanished, and his breathing was calm and steady. Her voice trembled as she told Fang Yi that he had truly saved her teacher's life. Fang Yi shook his head lightly. It was not his strength alone. Without the Shizai flower weakening the corruption beforehand, he admitted even he would not have been able to extract such a stubborn dark attribute. Xiaolon nodded. The flower had saved her teacher from immediate death, but Fang Yi's power had given him the chance to truly recover. Then, Fang Yi clenched his fist. The blazing chains tightened violently, and the sealed orb collapsed inward with a sharp crack before shattering completely. The dark energy turned to ash and scattered into nothingness. He stated simply that the remnant was now useless, but he did not relax. Instead, he looked back at Xiaolon and told her there was one more truth she had to hear. Inside the mental illusion, the remnant of the dark attribute anomaly had issued a warning. It claimed it would return. Fang Yi's expression hardened. They had to be ready at all times. They could not, must not, allow an old man who had only just escaped death to ever stand on the front lines again. Xiaolon nodded slowly, saying she already knew. She had heard the rumor long before this. When Fang Yi asked what she meant, she explained that both the military and the association had monitoring departments devoted to tracking fluctuations in spiritual energy. Data was gathered non-stop, mapping every change across the land. And from that data, a terrifying rumor had begun to circulate, one no one dared to speak aloud. With the CIA nation's current strength, they might not even survive the first year after the full spiritual energy revival. Of course, she added quickly, no one truly believed it. Most people dismissed it as fear born from cold numbers, exaggerations without real context. Fang Yi replied quietly, noting that monitoring spiritual energy changes sounded unusually formal and systematic. Then Xiaolan looked straight at him and asked if he thought the rumor could actually be true. A shadow crossed Fang Yi's face. For a fleeting moment, his thoughts drifted far away. He wondered if his rebirth had already altered the future in ways no one could calculate. In his original timeline, he had survived only 3 years after the spiritual energy revival, and by then, the world itself had been pushed to the edge of ruin. The memory slipped away. Returning to the present, Fang Yi placed a steady hand on Xiaolan's shoulder and told her not to dwell on it. Elder Wu would wake up soon. His voice was calm and reassuring, meant to ease her heart. Then his gaze sharpened. If the disaster returned, he said he would stand with them and fight. The final battle against the great calamity would come sooner or later, but this time, burning resolve shone in his eyes. He would change the outcome. Later that night, Fang Yi returned to his apartment. He sat cross-legged on the couch, meditating as streams of energy flowed quietly around him. His newly gained dark attribute moved smoothly through his body, perfectly under his control. Reviewing his recent battles, he realized that after facing 2 S-level anomalies, he was only a step away from breaking into the 2-star spirit creation realm. Yet the sense of urgency remained. The full spiritual energy revival was approaching far too fast. Even with his new dark attribute, his current strength was nowhere near enough. His thoughts returned to the anomaly inside the mental illusion. Even weakened, its true power had been terrifying. That had only been a fragment, and it was already overwhelming. His gaze shifted to the potted plant resting on the table. The obedient little white flower. He spoke to it quietly, admitting that it was not easy to carry around, and that leaving it behind on his last mission had been his own mistake. A faint smile touched his lips as he picked it up. The small flower seemed to glow a little brighter, almost as if responding to his voice. He told it he regretted not giving it a chance to level up. Decision made, Fang Yi said he would take it out for a walk. He headed toward the back mountain, his private training ground. As he followed the quiet path beneath the moonlight, his thoughts drifted to the association's plant research department. To cultivate something like this, their skill had to be extraordinary. He noticed it almost immediately. In a short time since this place had last been devastated, the forest was already recovering. Fresh growth crept over shattered ground, roots stitching the soil back together. Nature's self-healing had clearly become far stronger in this new era. Going deeper into the woods, Fang Yi found a suitable clearing and knelt down. He carefully lifted the flower from its pot, feeling the rich earth between his fingers, and silently reminded himself to thank Su Qing and her team for securing this place for him. Before planting it, he paused. Holding the flower gently, he gave his new companion a calm warning. Take it slow. Absorb only a little at a time. If it became too greedy, not even every forest on the planet would be enough to satisfy it. The moment the flower touched the soil, it answered. Roots exploded outward, plunging deep into the earth. A massive vortex of green, life-draining energy erupted from the plant and swept through the forest. Trees withered in seconds. Leaves crumbled. Life was stripped away as the energy was devoured without mercy. Moments later, Fang Yi stood with his arms crossed, surrounded by a dead, hollowed stretch of woodland. He decided the flower had taken enough for now. With a satisfied smile, he gently pulled the brightly glowing plant from the ground, roots and all, and told it that it was time to find a new place to feed. The flower shone even brighter in his hand, overflowing with newly absorbed energy. As he walked, Fang Yi considered where it might rank among evolved plant-type spirits. With its terrifying desolation attribute, it had to be at least an A-level threat. Moving along a dark ridge, he sensed the forest's unnatural silence. No insects, no birds, no movement. The animals that once lived here had clearly fled in terror from the flower's presence. Then a savage howl tore through the night. Fang Yi's expression hardened at once. He recognized the sound. A wolf. On a nearby cliff, silhouetted against a blood-red moon, a pack of monstrous wolves gathered. Their glowing red eyes burned as their bodies twisted, expanded, and warped in grotesque ways. Fang Yi's heart sank as he realized what he was seeing. They were evolving. His gaze locked onto the massive figure standing at the highest point of the cliff, the Wolf King. Its transformation was almost complete. With a thunderous howl that shook the mountains, the Wolf King finished evolving. Its enormous body surged with power, now wrapped in a menacing green glow as even the night seemed to recoil. Still holding the potted flower, Fang Yi felt at the instant the beast stabilized. An overwhelming wave of spiritual power blasted outward, heavy enough to make the very air tremble. His eyes sharpened as realization struck. This thing was about to cross the threshold and become an A-level anomaly. Before he could even shift position, the newly evolved wolf pack moved. They spread out with terrifying coordination, encircling him from every direction and sealing off every possible escape. Fang Yi's gaze swept across them once, instantly understanding what had happened. The Wolf King had not only grown stronger, it had changed. Its original wood attribute had mutated, giving birth to a deadly poison attribute, most likely from absorbing the residual dark energy saturating the area. A dangerous evolution. Yet Fang Yi remained completely calm. In the end, it was still only a difference in level. He reached down and lifted the obedient little white flower from its pot, speaking to it softly, like a trusted companion. It was time to resolve this. Kneeling, he planted it firmly into the ground. In his mind, he weighed the situation. The anomaly itself was not the greatest threat. It was the number of wolves. And more importantly, the city lay just beyond a mountain. If even one of them broke through, the consequences would be catastrophic. As the Wolf King suddenly lunged forward, Fang Yi issued a single command. Begin. Brilliant green energy poured from the flower in response. Fang Yi watched carefully, deliberately testing its strength. He wanted to see just how much destruction it could unleash on its own. The answer came immediately. A colossal beam of green, life-draining energy erupted into the sky, tearing through the darkness and lighting up the entire mountain range. It was so intense that it could be seen far below, where another group of pioneers had frozen in place, staring upward in shock. Within that squad, one man swallowed hard and muttered that the Wolf King had successfully evolved, and that its power was horrifying. He urgently asked for the contamination level. A cloaked figure checked the readings and answered in a low voice. 90%. The number struck like a hammer. Faces turned pale. That level was far beyond their expectations. The blonde-haired leader clenched his fists, tension pouring from him as he realized the danger was still rising. The Wolf King's would attribute alone was at least at the 3-star Ghost Axe realm, possibly even brushing the Spirit Creation realm. And the rest of the pack, none of them were weak. His voice tightened as he admitted the truth. They did not have enough manpower. Even himself had only just broken through to the 3-star Ghost Axe realm. Then his eyes widened. He finally noticed the massive green beam and the unmistakable presence woven within it. Dark attribute energy. Everything fell into place. Now he understood why the contamination level was so absurdly high. His heart dropped as he shouted a warning to the team, telling them the Wolf King had evolved dual attributes. And he knew exactly how terrifying that was. Dual attribute anomalies were extremely rare, and when they appeared, they never brought anything but catastrophe. The contamination reading on the squad leader's watch slammed straight to 100. His jaw tightened at once. If they failed to stop the wolf pack's evolution now, everything below the mountain would be wiped out. These beasts were already savage. Once their new power fully stabilized, they would become something far worse. Without hesitation, he reached to contact the Spiritual Energy Association for immediate backup. But before the signal could even complete, the ground lurched violently. One of his men staggered and shouted, asking if it was an earthquake. The leader's eyes darkened. No, a normal evolution could never cause tremors like this. A chill crept up his spine. Another anomaly. His watch confirmed it a second later. The contamination reading exploded upward to 1,000. Impossible. The pioneers froze in horror as a massive eruption of green desolation energy blasted from the mountaintop, tearing through the night like a living disaster. The green-haired pioneer's breath caught. He recognized that power instantly. Desolation, but why here? As the life-draining wave rushed toward them, panic spread through the squad. One man screamed, asking if this was the giant vine from the sky, the one that had vanished without a trace. There had been no warning, no signal, nothing at all. The squad leader didn't hesitate. Retreat. Evacuate everyone below the mountain. Immediately, but just as suddenly as it appeared, the wave stopped. A stunned voice called out, saying the energy was no longer advancing. The entire squad watched in disbelief as the massive vortex of green power folded inward, reversing direction and sinking back into the mountain like a restrained beast. Silence fell. Did it end? One man asked if they should still submit the report. Another wondered if they should go up the mountain to investigate. None of them knew that at the mountaintop, the ground had become something else entirely. Where Fang Yi had planted the flower, thick green roots now covered the earth, weaving together into a living network. From those roots, dozens of glowing white flowers bloomed at once. Then in the next instant, they erupted. A colossal surge of green energy burst outward, forming a massive, radiant flower-shaped structure. The power shifted midair, dissolving into a vast sea of white petals that flooded the entire area. The Wolf King let out a furious howl. But these petals were not gentle. They twisted violently, compressing into razor-sharp blades that cut through the air with terrifying precision. Fang Yi stood calmly at the center of the storm, untouched, as the petals moved around him like loyal soldiers. He stated it simply, This was the flower's true power. The sea of spiritual blossoms would regenerate endlessly. They would multiply without limit, absorbing, eroding, and purifying the enemy again and again, until nothing remained. Fang Yi stood atop the massive root network as the wolf pack collapsed one by one beneath the overwhelming force. His gaze fixed on the Wolf King, cold and sharp. Then he asked quietly how its pack could survive, without the same spiritual protection he possessed. The smaller wolves never even had time to struggle. Vines wrapped in white flowers snapped around them, and their bodies withered away in seconds. Their life energy was stripped away so completely that only pale skeletons were left behind, collapsing into dust as if they had never existed. As the final traces of vitality were absorbed, the flower began to change. Its petals darkened, shifting into a deep, ominous red, heavy with terrifying power. Driven into a corner, the Wolf King let out a desperate roar and gathered everything it had left. A violent blast of green energy erupted from its jaws, ripping through the air toward the sea of flowers. But the crimson bloom barely reacted. A barrier formed effortlessly, swallowing the attack whole without leaving even a ripple. From within the storm of red petals and twisting vines, Fang Yi's voice reached the beast, calm, almost amused. He told it the attack was pointless. The desolation attribute had already taken root deep inside the mountain. This sea of flowers drew its strength from the mountain, he explained, and then returned that power back to the mountain in an endless cycle. Power feeding power. The Wolf King, now far more aware after its evolution, seemed to understand. Despair flickered in its eyes, but it refused to surrender. Locking onto the central red flower, sensing it as the true source, it charged forward in a final gamble. Fang Yi watched with a faint smile and casually asked his little flower what it planned to do now that it had been discovered. The answer came instantly. The central red flower swelled to an enormous size and surged forward. Its massive petals opened wide, then slammed shut around the Wolf King, trapping it completely. A scream of pure agony rang out as the beast's life force was torn away, devoured by the overwhelming desolation. Green energy thrashed wildly inside the petals, only to be swallowed and erased. Fang Yi's eyes sharpened. He had not expected this. His flower was allowing the dark attribute to invade it, yet completely overpowering it. The Wolf King never escaped. Its existence was erased inside the pulsing crimson petals. Fang Yi watched in silence, a trace of awe creeping into his gaze. He had never imagined that after absorbing the attribute, the spiritual flower could create its own technique without his direct control. As the giant bloom slowly shrank back down, the truth became obvious. Once something was trapped within this sea of flowers, there was no escape. The flower opened once more and spat out a clean, bleached skeleton. Nothing else remained. Fang Yi let out a slow breath. Even if these spiritual flowers were destroyed, they would simply grow back, again and again, using desolation to grind every enemy down to bare bones. Standing before the massive red flower, now surrounded by countless smaller crimson blossoms, he gave this terrifying power a name: the Endless Spiritual Sea. A system window flickered into existence, calmly confirming it. The spiritual flower had successfully written a desolation attribute technique. Name confirmed: Endless Spiritual Sea. With the battle complete, the flower slowly closed its petals, a bright glow pulsing deep within. Fang Yi exhaled as fatigue finally caught up to him, just as a single red petal drifted forward and brushed against his cheek. Then, the energy surged. The flower erupted with an overwhelming surge of power, and Fang Yi's eyes widened. His little flower was evolving too. Far away, inside a high-tech control room, alarms suddenly screamed to life. An analyst shouted over the chaos, reporting the detection of an A-level anomaly. Then his voice tightened as he added something far worse. They were picking up two different spiritual signatures overlapping in the same region. As the Wolf King was evolving and forming a dark attribute, an entirely separate and far stronger desolation attribute had appeared at the same time. The association superior standing beside Su Qing Ying demanded the coordinates immediately. A technician highlighted a section on the map, explaining that the area had been under Su Qing Ying's team's jurisdiction. The superior frowned and asked whether the destroyer squad had not already been deployed to deal with the wolf pack. Before he could finish, a transmission came through. The squad leader reported from the field, his voice strained as he confirmed that a massive wave of desolation energy had appeared out of nowhere and wiped out the entire A-level wolf pack. But then he added something even more disturbing. That power had not spread outward. It had retreated back into the mountain. And since then, a large number of strange flower-type anomalies had begun to emerge. The pioneers stood at the edge of the mountain in stunned silence. The entire slope now glowed crimson, blanketed by a sea of red flowers. They could not move any closer. Over the open channel, the squad leader warned that if this unknown anomaly erupted, it would be far more dangerous than the celestial vine ever was. He requested immediate support, admitting that even with every pioneer present, they would not survive a sudden escalation. The superior agreed without hesitation. 2 elite teams would be dispatched, but Su Qing suddenly spoke. She looked at her superior with calm certainty and said she had a feeling the source of the desolation power was Fang Yi. Cutting into the call, she pointed out that Fang Yi's home was located in that exact area. Her voice was steady as she declared that he would protect everyone. As she spoke, a vision formed in her mind. Fang Yi floating above the city, wrapped in blazing flames. Back on the mountain, the transformation continued. The land was now completely consumed by a sea of red flowers. Fang Yi stood quietly before his obedient little white flower, now grown to a massive size. His eyes narrowed slightly as he observed its changes, confirming what he had suspected ever since it devoured the Wolf King. The flower trembled, and then shifted again. The enormous crimson bloom opened wide, its core igniting with a brilliant golden light. Fang Yi's eyes tightened in surprise. Fire, a second attribute. He placed a hand against the massive plant, feeling scorching heat pulsing inside it, and let out a quiet breath of disbelief. Its evolution method was absurdly simple. Devour enemies. Consume energy. Become stronger. Too simple. As the evolution stabilized, the giant flower rapidly shrank, returning to its familiar handheld size. Its petals settled into a deep, blood-red hue, heavy with condensed power. A system window materialized before Fang Yi, confirming the result. The spiritual flower had completed its evolution. Classification: a level anomaly. Name: Desolate Fire Spirit Flower. Attributes confirmed: desolation and fire. Another line followed. The flower possessed an intense desire to devour spiritual energy and could be placed within the limitless dark world for nurturing. Fang Yi frowned. Limitless dark world? The words lingered for only a heartbeat before realization struck. His gaze sharpened as a new thought formed. His personal dark domain was filled with dark attribute anomalies. Unstable, plentiful, and perfect for growth. If the flower fed there, it might not stop at 2 attributes. A third dark attribute was not impossible. Just as he closed his hand around the orb linked to his domain, the sky above began to churn. Clouds spiraled violently as a massive storm gathered overhead. Fang Yi looked up, golden light igniting in his eyes. He knew immediately what this meant. Another breakthrough. This time, to the 2-star spirit creation realm. He sat down without hesitation. The heavens answered. A towering pillar of golden divine energy crashed from the sky, completely engulfing him. As he cultivated, everything became clearer, smoother. Power flowed without resistance. The world's spiritual energy merged with him so naturally, it felt like an extension of his own body. Far away in the mountains, a muscular man with wild, spiky hair froze mid-step. His head snapped upward as he sensed the eruption of power. Excitement flared across his face as he followed the glow, racing toward its source. When he arrived, his breath caught. Legendary aura. Heavenly flames. A 2-star spirit creation cultivator. Watching footage of Fang Yi's earlier battle, fire coiled around the man's body as his grin widened. A fire attribute pioneer. Perfect. He declared aloud that he would crush this newcomer and prove that he stood at the very top. Back at the cultivation site, Fang Yi's eyes snapped open. His senses flared as he detected a foreign presence rapidly closing in. He rose and called out sharply, demanding to know who was there. The reply came as a blazing sphere of fire hurled straight toward him. The stranger's voice followed, taunting him, asking if Fang Yi truly dared to call himself a fire attribute pioneer. Fang Yi did not even blink. Dark energy surged as he raised his hand, forming a swirling vortex that swallowed the fireball whole. The attack vanished without a trace, leaving the air eerily calm as Fang Yi stood there, unmoved, unthreatened, and fully ready. A faint smile curved his lips. The bait had worked exactly as he expected. He had sensed the man lurking nearby for some time, his spiritual energy barely concealed, almost arrogantly exposed. A wild pioneer, one of the unaffiliated challengers who roamed freely after breaking into the spirit creation realm, living only for battle. The man finally stepped into view. Muscular, broad-shouldered, flames rolling over his body like living armor. He landed heavily in front of Fang Yi. His fiery aura surged as he sized Fang Yi up, interest flashing through his eyes. He remarked that Fang Yi was intriguing, that the spiritual pressure radiating from him felt far heavier than expected. Then, with a sharp grin, he introduced himself, Zhang Lu, and demanded to know how Fang Yi had blocked his earlier fire attack. Fang Yi did not answer. He only watched. Zhang Lu clicked his tongue, then laughed, claiming he had nearly forgotten proper introductions. His grin widened as he repeated his name, promising Fang Yi would remember it soon enough. The moment the words left his mouth, he exploded forward, flames roaring as his body turned into a blazing meteor aimed straight at Fang Yi. Fang Yi raised one hand. 2 fingers pointed calmly toward the sky. Divine thunder. The heavens responded instantly. A massive bolt of brilliant blue lightning tore downward, locking onto Zhang Lu mid-charge. His eyes widened in pure shock as the thunder struck him head-on. The impact was devastating. He coughed violently, smoke pouring from his mouth as his body was blasted into the ground. Crackling blue electricity crawled over his scorched skin as he struggled to move. His limbs trembled uncontrollably. Confusion flooded his face. Thunder? How could this be thunder? He had come to fight a fire attribute pioneer. His teeth clenched as the lingering shock racked his body, leaving him barely able to rise. Fang Yi stepped forward. Zhang Lu collapsed onto his hands and knees, completely helpless. Fang Yi grabbed him by the hair without hesitation and smashed his head into the ground. The rock shattered on impact, fragments exploding outward as blue lightning continued to dance around Fang Yi's body. Looking down at the broken man, Fang Yi tilted his head slightly and asked him to repeat his name. He said he had not heard it clearly the first time. Zhang Lu could only stare in stunned silence, his face pressed into the fractured earth. Disbelief consumed him. How could this happen? He had just reached the 1-star spirit creation realm. He had always been the fastest cultivator among his peers. He had never imagined losing, certainly not like this. He had not even been given a chance to use his ultimate move. His thoughts drifted back to the days of praise, when his rare and powerful fire attribute marked him as a rising powerhouse. And yet now, he could not even lift his head. He had truly believed that sooner or later, everyone would bow before him. A faint, dismissive sound escaped Fang Yi's lips. In the next instant, another surge of blue lightning flooded through Zhang Lu's body. Agony exploded through him, ripping a scream from his throat as his muscles seized violently. Terror crept into his eyes. Thunder? Why thunder? Was this man not supposed to be a fire pioneer? Fang Yi looked down at him, one eye glowing with cold blue light. Disappointment was clear in his expression as he said flatly that he had expected far more. A thin, condescending curve formed on Fang Yi's lips as he mocked the younger generation's blind arrogance, his surging electric force pinning Zhang Lu hard into the shattered ground. Zhang Lu clenched his teeth as his body trembled uncontrollably, his thoughts spiraling as the truth finally became clear. Fang Yi might only be in the 2-star spirit creation realm, but the spiritual pressure crushing down on him felt monstrously heavier, at least 2 entire realms above his own. No, it was far worse than that. It felt like a gap of 3 complete realms. The realization struck like a death verdict. Zhang Lu's heart sank straight into his chest. This was the end. He was going to die here. The proud Zhang Lu, defeated, crushed, wiped out without even forcing his opponent to take him seriously. Terror swallowed him whole, and he could only beg Fang Yi not to kill him. Fang Yi's expression didn't shift in the slightest. After a long, frigid silence, the crushing pressure vanished. Fang Yi stepped back, releasing him, his voice calm as he warned that a pioneer's power was not something to be used recklessly on others. If Zhang Lu had that much time to waste, he should go deal with the new anomalies instead of hunting for pointless fights. With one last indifferent glance, Fang Yi turned and walked away. Zhang Lu stayed sprawled on the broken ground, stunned, watching Fang Yi's figure fade into the distance. His mind churned in confusion. Was Fang Yi truly a once-in-a-generation monster, or had Zhang Lu simply never realized how weak he really was? Later that night, inside a lavish apartment, a shaken Zhang Lu pushed open the door to find 2 men waiting. One greeted him lightly, joking about his new hairstyle. The other, a red-haired man, snapped immediately, reminding him that he had warned him not to go looking for trouble. He scolded him sharply, saying Zhang Lu's violent temperament was dangerous, especially when the spiritual energy revival hadn't even officially begun. Acting like this would only bring disaster. But instead of exploding, Zhang Lu dropped heavily onto the sofa. Empty, exhausted, the 2 men froze at the sight. One frowned, staring at him, asking what had happened, asking if this hollow shell was really the same Zhang Lu who was always desperate for a fight. The red-haired man broke the silence, asking Zhang Lu what had gone wrong, reminding him that he had gone out to challenge the heavenly Fireblade user. Zhang Lu lowered his head, his voice flat and lifeless, admitting that it had ended in a single instant. One of the others grabbed his shoulders and shook him, demanding a real explanation. That was when Zhang Lu finally broke. Tears streamed down his face as he confessed that he had been the one defeated. Instantly, disbelief filled the room. Zhang Lu's chest heaved as regret poured out of him. If only he had sensed something was wrong. If only he had backed down. Then he wouldn't be